2 touches.
Think about what you're doing.
Hey, pass back! Pass back! Pass back! I've literally got half
Test 1 2 3.
Test 1 2 1 2.
Test 1 2.
It's my quiet voice, mate. Testing 1 2.
Well, a very good morning to you on this Friday at Chester Street. We are back after a bit of a break from the comforts of home. Durham have been on the travels. They have drawn away at Southampton to Hampshire. They've lost, unfortunately, at Blackpool to Lancashire, but they are now back for the final County Championship home game before the T20 Blast takes centre stage. I am Rob Rush. I am starting off this live stream with Ash Thorpe, and Ash has got a nice preview to read out for us. Morning, Ash.
Yeah, morning, mate. One of my students at Parkview has been doing a little bit of work experience this week. Spent some time at Sunderland Uni and is also with us this week, so really good. And I'm just going to read out his little preview. So the County Championship returns to Chester Street today, with Durham and Somerset set to clash for the first time in red ball cricket in almost 8 years, and it's match 8 of the new Friday to Monday County Championship schedule. Durham will seek to bounce back from their defeat in Blackpool earlier this week and put an end to Somerset's unbeaten run to start the 24 campaign. So Durham enter the match sitting in 7th position, and they're 32 points behind Somerset, who are in 2nd place. So the home side head into the game without a win in their last 3, but things are starting to look up for the Northerners. The return of Ben Stokes saw the fast bowling all-rounder complete a 5-wicket haul on his season debut. And despite falling 60 runs short to a neatly constructed Lancashire side, the England Test captain struggled with the bat, falling victim to his old foe Nathan Lyon in the first innings. Somerset, in complete contrast, have won both of their last 2 matches against Kent and Essex respectively, while scoring a season-high 554 runs in their first innings at Taunton last week. And I'm going to miss the next part because Sean Dixon hasn't made the starting 11 for the visitors. And the reason why is probably because Noah's research. He's averaging 17.3 so far this year. So head-to-head, the last meeting was in Taunton in 2016, and Jack Leach starred with the ball for Somerset, taking 9 wickets for 115 in the match. The reverse fixture that year saw Keaton Jennings score 100 in both innings for Durham, which we also saw last week, against us, unfortunately. So Noah's key players to look out for are David Beddingham. So the South African leads the league with 694 runs at 86.75, coming off the back of a century again in both innings against Lancashire. And he'll be looking to add to his 4 tons for the season and help Durham get back to winning ways. And he's one to watch out for in the opposition is Craig Overton. And Craig Overton, he says, could prove vital in keeping Somerset on their unbeaten streak. The 6'4" Englishman, commonly mistaken for his twin brother Jamie, has 2 half-centuries with the bat this season, with a high score of 95 to go with his 12 wickets. So that was from Noah Worthy, which is an excellent piece he's done for Sports Bite this week.
Very quick team news. Matthew Potts has been rested, we understand, by Durham themselves, not by the ECB this week. Peter Siddle comes back into them for him, and as Ash mentioned, Sean Dixon, after a pretty torrid start to the season, has been relieved of his opening duties. Tom Abel, who suffered a hamstring strain in pre-season, comes back and is out there in the middle with Matt Renshaw. So Peter Siddle in for Matthew Potts is the only Durham change from that defeat at Lancashire. Ben Stokes makes a home return to Seats Unique Riverside, and Sean Dixon, ex-Durham, misses out for the visitors. And it looks like it's going to be, obviously, the stalwart in this Durham attack, no matter how many people get dropped, rested, rotated. Ben Rain just is that one constant, and he's going to take the new ball from the Finkel end right down in front of us in our new commentary room that we have now. Very nice. You guys, when T20 Blast kicks in next week, you'll be able to see it all in its full glory and all the exciting stuff we have coming along. And we're going to have Marcus North joining us very shortly, so we'll be able to delve into some of that with him. We've got Toby Reynolds and Sam Dalling as well to jump on the live stream at certain points throughout the day, and we should have head groundsman Vic Domain on from just after lunch break. Ryan Campbell will join us tomorrow, and hopefully Ashton Turner and maybe Ben Dwarshis as well. But Ben Rain is having enough. He wants to have a bowl, and he's in for the first ball of this game. It's a gentle loosener outside the off stump.
Yeah, interesting pitch for today's game. I was out there speaking to head groundsman Vic Domain, and he's left a little more grass on than usual, as I think maybe under instructions from the Durham hierarchy, looking to push for a result here. And having won a crucial toss, Durham bowling first.
Yeah, Scott Borthwick making the right call at the toss, and understandably putting the visitors in, as this one's just tucked away. Matt Renshaw is at the non-striker's end, but this is his last game for Somerset as part of his deal before he leaves the club, and he's been a very good addition to their side. 122 runs last week in their victory against Kent at Taunton. And it's Tom Abel on his first appearance of the season at the striker's end. And he has his first runs of the new season. A very lovely clip off the leg side, clip off the hips to the leg side. His first runs, and the first runs of the match.
Yeah, slightly straight, that one from Ben Rain, who's looking to try and get any movement he can out of the pitch. That was fallen, clipped away beautifully by Abel off the pads. Away to the shorter boundary, away to the Lumley Castle side of the ground.
I was about to suggest having a friendly prediction about who do we reckon is going to take the new ball from the other end, but I have seen a certain someone warming up, so I think that debate is pretty fruitless as this one's defended.
Yeah, I'll bet your money, but I reckon it'll be Siddle.
Well, Ryan Campbell has spoken about Ben Stokes potentially being a opening bowler at some point, but obviously went through a lot of overs at Lancashire, which first of all is just amazing to see, for not only for us up here in the northeast, but just everyone involved with cricket. Everyone wants to see a fully fit and firing Ben Stokes, because we all know what he's capable of when he's at the peak of his powers, and it was very nice to get him out back on the grass as this one is defended. Picked up a fifer in the second innings, 7 wickets in the match in total. Didn't quite get the runs he would have liked with the bat, but he did come in both times against Nathan Lyon, which isn't, it's not the best matchup for Ben Stokes. Still managed to pull out a Headingley 2019-esque reverse sweep for 6. So
yeah, it's great to see him back playing on home soil. It's been a long time for us Durham fans.
Would have been 2022.
I think in a T20 game, wasn't it?
Well, county championship I think is 22.
Yeah.
Would have been the last one. Maybe Glamorgan here I think rings a bell.
Oh, that's out.
That is a way to start the first over and end it, I should say, by Ben Rain. That line and length that he's just so consistent at. Tom Abel, he's not had a fruitful first session at the crease of the season. He's gone for just 4, and Scott Borthwick will be mightily happy that after making the call at the toss to insert Somerset, he's come away with an early wicket. Somerset 4 for 1 after the first over.
Absolute peach that from Ben Rain. First time he's really found the right length and the right line. Looks like that's just straightened a little bit on Abel and clipped the top of off stump. So, as you said there, Durham winning the toss in search, looking for early wickets. And Ben Rain strikes, removing Abel for just the 4 runs.
Does bring out Tom Lammonby at number 3, and he's been in very good form for Somerset this year.
So 2 left-handers at the crease now. Have Lammonby, who's going to join Matt Renshaw, is yet to face a ball.
Do you know what, Ash? I think we might have actually both been wrong on who's going to bowl from the Lumley end.
Here we go. We've got Coggers has taken his cap off. Oh, well, I lost your money, so that's fine.
Good job I didn't shake hands
Yeah.
or put anything on the line.
So Siddle was stretching right down in front of us.
It's not a bad, first change pair to call on.
Yeah, he
I'd
does.
be the best all-rounder in the world, and then Aussie Test great. He's got 200-odd Test wickets and countless other Red Bull wickets.
Absolutely. And if you're looking for out-and-out swing bowling, then Paul Coughlin's probably that player for Durham. The other guys probably more hit the pitch kind of bowlers. But Paul Coughlin is going to take up the attack from the Lumley end. He's going to start off with Matt Renshaw just taking his guard. He's taking middle, and then he looks like he's taking off stump as well. Just to check that out. So Coughlin will bowl 3 slips in place. Catching mid-wicket. Also in place, so just in case there's any early swing, and Renshaw might just chip one up in the air. Borthwick, Ackerman and Lees in the slips, all waiting.
Yeah, Lammonby picked up 99 runs in total across his two innings last week, and he'll be looking tied to that here.
That's Coughlin in and hits the pitch hard, and that one carries quite nicely through, so you might see a bit more pace and carry with the extra grass on. So
we saw at Blackpool that there was a lot of that variable bounce, and Ryan Campbell, I spoke to him yesterday in a video that's gone up on our YouTube, described it as a snake pit.
Oh, really?
At times with the variable bounce
Wow.
that sometimes happened. And yeah, just touching up on Lammonby, 510 runs on the season, currently sits in 8th in Division 1 in terms of leading run scorers. Durham have the 1st and the 10th in Bellingham and Robinson.
Coughlin in now, and this one's on the hip of Renshaw, who tucks it away and will get off the mark with a single. As Parkinson scrambles round and sprawls himself on the floor.
I'll leave the football puns for later.
He was sent off in the warm-up, actually. I'm not sure.
What,
if
this
yeah,
morning?
if-
Again?
If you were watching, but yeah,
Again?
I'm sure he took Coggers out.
Well, I dare say Will Gidman, the representative of the FA for Durham's warm-up football matches, I believe I imagine there'll be some letters flying around this evening, and I wouldn't bet against some disciplinary action coming in.
Definitely be a fine of some description, I would have thought.
Well, he already has a level 2 warning on the season.
It's Coughlin. Lammonby on strike first ball, and this one's a little bit wide from Coughlin and allowed through to the keeper.
I wouldn't be surprised if Cal is asked to stand on the sidelines for a few games and think about his conduct. He's a Bolton Wanderers fan, so any of you who kept up to date with the EFL playoffs will know he's not exactly in the best mood of that either.
Ouch.
He had a couple of choice words for me yesterday when I mentioned it to him. I deserved it, but it also had to be done.
And Coughlin in again, and this one does swing, and it's
Ooh.
pushed back down the ground. Coghlin's got a little hand to that, and Ben Rain attempting to slide and pick the ball up, has knocked it on with a bit of knee action, and Lammonby's now also off the mark. So both batsmen on 1 not out. Somerset 6 for 1 in the second over here at the Seat Unique Riverside. It was gloomy this morning, but there's some blue sky above us now. We hope to get plenty of cricket in over the next 4 days, because it has been some rotten weather in the northeast in the last few days.
Paul Coughlin looking to get into double-figure wickets on the season. He's currently sitting on 9 after picking up 7 down at Worcestershire.
He comes in again, and probably a little bit back of a leg. There's a mix-up here, and Clark doesn't throw at the bowler's end, but Lammonby was definitely looking for a single, and Renshaw sent him back. And Lammonby now just stretching a little bit.
Half chance?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Clark picked up that Lammonby was so far down, but yeah. There's definitely a mix-up between the two batters.
We saw it at the back end of Durham's innings on Monday. Unfortunately,
yeah, that was awful, wasn't it?
Unfortunately, Ollie Robin, Potsy unable to sort themselves out.
And Coughlin on the money this time. Probably the best ball of the over again to finish. And after 2 overs, Somerset at 6 for 1. Lammonby on 1, Renshaw on 1, with Abel back in the pavilion, losing his off stump to Ben Rain. He was out for 4.
Yeah, Ben Rain currently sitting on 11, well, now 12 for the season after he picked up that early poll. Current leading wicket taker for Durham is actually Callum Parkinson, who's got 16. Rain has moved ahead of Matthew Potts. They're just always in a battle, those two. Always runs, wickets. Potts has the runs covered this year after that magnificent 149 not out, but Rain has now creeped back ahead in the wicket column. I did find it interesting that Coughlin decided to stick over the wicket to both the left-handers. You've got Ben Rain, who's probably going to come around the wicket to Lammonby, trying to target that top of off and get all forms of dismissal, the LBW, the top of off, and then the edge behind as well.
Yeah, it's something we saw quite a lot from Rushworth in his days bowling to left-handers, and Ben Rain, being a clever man, has copied that. And Ben Rain, a really good operator, and just a little bit of confusion out there, as I think they're getting some sawdust potentially out onto the ground.
Yeah, Vic came on our left-hand side. I don't think it quite appeared on the stream, but now we've got, as you say, some sawdust being dropped for.
Got Barry, one of the ground staff here, is now making a little pile of sawdust. He's going to now have to run all the way down
to the other end.
to the other end. I'll tell you what, yesterday I helped out a little bit on the ground at Chesley Street. Durham 2s are playing Lancashire there, and we must have put the covers on about 7 or 8 times, and I tell you what, on a nice sunny day, being a groundsman's the best job in the world, but when there's rain around, man, they work hard.
Right, to see the squad of 14 who announced Ben McKinney, Dan Hogg were included in the Durham squad, obviously not pitch today. Is it safe to say they'll be making their way over to Chester Street and playing for the twos?
Yeah, so that kicks off at 11:30, and McKinney and Hogg are in the squad.
Got Hayden Mustard in there as well. As Rain starts his second over, it's a testing one that Lammonby does well not to play a shot.
I'll tell you what, I looked at the Lancashire lads yesterday, and they had Luke Wood, who gets it through quite nicely, and they've got a young lad called Mitchell Stanley, who I've never seen bowl before. And
he's ex-Worcestershire, I think.
He is, and he is long and can bowl fast. I can tell you that for nothing.
Who else we got in there from the Durham side?
I was going to say Stephen Croft's also playing in that game.
He's playing in the seconds game. Wow, he is. Rain tests out the defences. From the Durham side of things, who else we got? Mitch Killeen.
So yeah, I'll go through the line if you like. It's McKinney and Bushnell, Callum Gaffney, Mitchell Killeen, Dan Hogg, Ollie Gibson, Brett Hutchinson on the academy, Hayden Mustard, Ross Whitfield, who was released but is now playing a few games, George Drizzle, and young Charlie Scorer, who's also part of the academy as well. But yeah, Stephen Croft, so talking about putting the covers on and off, Stephen Croft was the only person to help us with the covers yesterday when it rained.
This one left sensibly by Lammonby.
Saying all the games he's played, I made a little remark to him, and I'm not going to tell you the reason why he said he was helping, but it might have been due to an Irish beer that he had the night before. But, I mean, they've got a pretty strong side there. They've got Lavelle behind the stumps, who's very tidy. Like I say, a pretty strong bowling attack with Luke Wood and Mitch Stanley.
Yeah, I think Stanley's on a 1-year deal after he had a bit of an injury-interrupted spell at Worcestershire, Lancashire, offering him a 1-year kind of prove-it deal. As well bowled by Rain, trying to settle in on that metronomic line and length to start the session.
Yeah, just having a look at the replay of that Ben Rain dismissal of Tom Abel there, absolute peach. Just angled in a little bit to off stump, straightened, and Abel beaten on the outside edge and hit the top of off.
Change of tactic. Ben Rain wants to come over the wicket. After examining Lammonby around the wicket for the first 4, he's coming over for the 5th and gets a defensive shot out into the covers. And it's good to see Graham Clark is still repping the floppy hat committee. Yeah, you can always bank on Graham Clark being the one to keep the floppy hat committee alive and well. David Bellingham sometimes joins him, but he's gone for his traditional Durham cap to start proceedings here.
Yeah, there's some new ones in the club shop actually.
Reversible bucket hats I saw kicking about at me today.
There's some interesting ones of those that kind of replicate the T20 kit and the...
What T20 kit? Actually, we can't say that yet. Oh, that's a That is a beauty from Ben Rain, and that kicks him onto a maiden. 6 for 1. I don't think the T20 kit has officially been released, so
It hasn't.
I
But
think
if you want a sneak preview of the design that it may look like, you can check out the reversible bucket hats in the club store. So yeah, they replicate that in the Metro Bank 50 shirts.
yeah, if you are around and got nothing to do in the lunch interval or the tea interval, go visit Michael in the club shop, and he'll be able to give you a bit of a sneak preview. And I'm not sure if our cameras can quite pick it up, but away to our left-hand side, the newest Australian edition is having his first interview down pitch side. Ben Dwarsius, his club's T20 Media Day yesterday. He was in fine spirits. Him, Alex Lees, Ashton Turner and Ollie Robinson were made a bit of some poster boys for some photo shoots, and there he is. Nice work, camera people. Thank you very much.
Oh, that is so close to leg stump as that one goes down the leg side. Renshaw getting right across his stumps. And it had Coughlin interested for just a moment. I think it just flicked the pad.
Yeah.
As Robinson dived away to his right.
Very big thanks to Steve and John for helping
Don't be too nice to them.
being able to bring our words to live action to show you. Yeah, Ben's been around the last couple of days, getting ready for the blast next week.
Coughlin in again is right on the money. All I heard all this week was how we're going to have this nice new studio, right? And I look into where we're sitting, and I look into where they're sitting, and they have got the best setup in the world. And Simon up on the roof, top man. Well done, Simon.
Someone.
At least the weather's a bit decent for you.
Someone
today.
grab him a cup of tea.
But yeah, they've got this incredible new piece of kit in there. As Coughlin comes in again and Yorks Renshaw, who does well to dig that out. We might even do a little preview of their studio. We'll keep out of here until ours is fully done, I reckon.
Yeah, I think we normally have a commentary cam.
You smirk. It's all right. We can see you.
We normally have a commentary cam, but with this brand new spanking new setup that we've got, we can't quite set up. We had it on an old iPhone, and we can't quite get it set up yet. But I think, Ash, I think that's a very good idea. We'll stick it in the production room, and the guys who don't get to be in front of cameras can, the normally behind ones, can now be in front of them for once. I think that sounds like a good idea.
Coughlin in again, and this one's tucked away nicely by Renshaw.
Oh, it's good.
Straight to Parkinson.
It's good to be back.
Yeah, mate.
It's good.
It's nice. It seems forever since we've been at home.
We had
3 away games, haven't we?
Well, we had Hampshire here that was rained off without a ball being bowled. You then had 2 away days to Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Then here for Essex. Then 2 more away days. Now back here, and then we've got the blast.
That complete washout, man. What a week that was.
Very frustrating for everyone. Absolutely everyone.
Coughlin, this one's allowed through by Renshaw. Very watchful Somerset batsman so far this morning. But yeah, Durham doing really good things, I think, with the live stream. And to be fair, the production team that are the ones behind the scenes are doing brilliantly. And I think it's just going to go from strength to strength as we keep moving forward and keep working on things and improving game by game.
That is the plan.
Coughlin on the money again, and Renshaw tucks this away into the leg side, and that'll end the over. Back-to-back maidens from Rain and then Coughlin. Somerset 6 for 1. Renshaw on 1. Lammonby on 1. As we've said, the man dismissed Tom Abel, bowled by Ben Rain for 4.
Yeah, it's not. This studio's not quite fully ready yet, but it will be. I have been told it will be ready for the start of the blast next week, when, I need to get this right, we host Birmingham Bears to start the season here up in the northeast. The T20 season, it will be fully operational, and we have some very big things planned. So hopefully when Marcus rocks up, we can get him to divulge a little bit more on that. And Ben Rain wants more wickets, as does everyone. He's not going to get them here, though. That is a lovely cover drive, slightly over pitched, and Tom Lammonby, in the form he's in, he's not missing out on a full delivery like that one.
Yeah, just slightly over pitched from Rain in the search for early wickets, and nicely put away by Lammonby through cover point for 4. I think it's a double header as well next week. I believe the Diamonds are on the afternoon.
Indeed.
Followed by our home clash with the Birmingham Bears.
Yeah, as I spoke to Ryan Campbell yesterday as Ben Rain is in, and that's a very good response to being driven for 4. Yeah, Ryan Campbell's very happy with how Durham are preparing for the T20 Blast. He's been very open, as he always is. He's a lovely guy to talk to listen to. Most importantly, he's so interesting and has so many opinions and just ways of talking and getting people to fall in love with his philosophies. And he said that we can expect some opportunities for some youngsters coming through in the Blast campaign, as Ben Rain is in here, and you might well see some of those in the seconds today. Someone like a Hayden Mustard, Luke Robinson, Dan Hogg, who's been talked up a lot over pre-season. He might well get his T20 opportunities, and he seems very confident that the work that the club have put in both on and off the field will bring dividends to the Blast help, but that can be parked for next week. Still have 4 glorious days of red ball cricket to entertain us. Ben Rain wants to entertain us with a wicket, but Tom Lammonby doesn't want his timber being disturbed. A lovely defensive shot there.
Just searching, isn't he, for the left-handers to get that right line and length. Last couple left alone really well by Lammonby. That one right on the money.
A classic Ben Rain line and length delivery there.
It's a good leave, that. It's a really good leave after the drive that he hit earlier in the over. That was not dissimilar to the same ball. He's just left that one alone. Good batting from Lammonby.
Rain in again,
wow.
and
how was that not bowled him?
How has that not got an inside edge as well?
Wow.
How has that not brought a reward?
It's a great finish to the over, and the first one he's really got. He's set Lammonby up there with the balls that have moved away from the left-hander, and that one nipping back in, and has somehow missed everything, missed the lot. And Lammonby survives.
10 for 1, and welcome to the 1,700 of you in on the live stream with us.
Wow, good stuff.
Appreciate you joining us, and as the weekend rolls around, obviously the North East Premier League is back in action. If you have got your team in action, me and Sam will probably be on it tomorrow. Get your club moments in.
Oh wow.
Get your scores in, and we'll do our best to give your club the attention it deserves. Any funny stories, absolutely anything. The more club, the more village, the better.
Might be a bit of that from my lot tomorrow. Head to Castle Eden. But yeah, that last delivery there. Renshaw will be disappointed he hasn't put that away. Big juicy full toss.
Ooh, slightly fuller there.
Yeah, Coglan just struggling really.
His second,
to get a few balls in the right area.
His second over was his best one.
Absolutely.
Just line and length, and got the ball swinging in all the time. And
I think if Coglan doesn't get this right, I wouldn't be surprised to see an early change. I think this first hour is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I think I don't think you can really disagree with the choice, but they're not bad options to have in reserve either. That one's better.
Yeah, hits the pitch hard there, but again, probably not the length he's looking for. Right line. And Renshaw able to leave that one a length, and it carries nicely through to Robinson. But yeah, I think winning the toss on this pitch, and like I said, I'm sure you can pick up on the cameras, there's a little bit of extra grass on there. There's 9 mil of grass on there, which is a little bit more than what Vic would normally leave on. He'll be able to talk through that later on.
He will
As
indeed.
Coughlin comes into that one straight. Probably hits the cheek of Renshaw as that one runs away down to the fine leg area where Siddle collects, and it is 2 leg byes. One right off the bot cheek there for Renshaw, I think. It just died, didn't it, off. Only if that hits a thigh pad, it runs away a little bit quicker than that. Maybe a little bit of flesh. I think Coughlin's going to try around the wicket here as well now. 12 for 1 Somerset. As Coughlin is now around the wicket. And that one, more bat on that one. It's tucked that away nicely down to Siddle on there. A pretty square fine leg.
Yeah, Siddle's 4th game out of the 6 he originally signed for. He's not available, obviously, for the Blast. I've got, maybe if we can, someone can get a word and see what he's going to be doing during the opening stages of the Blast. And Durham play Essex and Worcestershire.
It breaks it up, doesn't it? A couple of championship games.
Those will be his last 2 before his stint is over, and maybe once Marcus arrives, we can pick his brains over what the plans maybe are for that second overseas county championship slot.
Nice from Coughlin there, swinging into the left-hander, but Lammonby looks in good touch as he drives that one, but straight to mid-on for no run. That ends the over. Somerset 13 for 1, Lammonby on 5 and Renshaw on 2.
I'll have a quick glance through of what's going on around the county championship. Hampshire against Surrey at the newly rebranded Utilita Bowl, although I think everyone will still call it the Rose Bowl or the Ageas Bowl. Surrey batting first, 19 without loss. Kent against Essex. Essex are 10 without loss. Delayed starts at Lancashire and at Worcestershire. Lancashire playing Warwickshire, that's delayed, and so is Worcestershire at Notts. Gloucestershire v Derby. Derby are 20 without loss. Leicestershire v Glamorgan. Glamorgan are 11 without loss. Middlesex v Sussex. Sussex got off to a flyer, 38 without loss. Yorkshire away at Northampton, 11 without loss. And that, again, it's just your standard Ben Rain delivery. Line, length, probing at that outside edge, and Renshaw can count himself lucky it's not taken the shoulder of the bat through to Ollie Robinson, who's not exactly in bad form after what he produced at Blackpool.
Well, he started off really, it was 5 consecutive half centuries.
5
as well?
consecutive 50s, then I think got 2 low scores, backed up then with another 50, then a duck in the first innings at Blackpool, and then that marvellous display of batting in the 4th innings.
Sorry, I'm just distracted. We've got Kevin Howells from 5 Live next door, and he's on the floor and he's under desks and he's now giving us a wave.
I wonder why BBC Radio 5 Live are here, Ash. I don't know. Maybe a certain someone has maybe brought some extra attention.
At number 38, I reckon.
I do find that interesting, though, that Stokes doesn't have the say. He has obviously 55 for England, and he has a. You normally see it at club to international level. They pick the same numbers, and he's got a different one. As this one's driven nicely. Beddingham has number 5 for South Africa. I think Potts, when he first got into the England squad, was 82.
Right, was that the reverse of his? Is he 28?
No, he's 35.
30. Oh,
So I think maybe 35 would have been taken by someone else in the squad when he first joined, or but in his second summer within the England camp he was able to get his 35. I think Bryden Carse is 92 for England, but is 99 for Durham. Interesting to see what the whole rationale is behind that, as this one keeps out.
Was Stokes originally 38 for England?
Might have been.
I think he changed it for Maynard, you know. I'm going with that.
See, me being...
What do you reckon, Sam?
Me only being 21, I've got...
Oh, righto, mate. I did say I was a dinosaur earlier. But I'm going with that. Sam's going to do a bit of tapping away on the keyboard over there.
Yeah, our commentary crew are not exactly sitting around doing nothing when they're not in the mic.
We'll see about that in about 10 minutes.
This one keeps low. First one we've really seen that variable bounce that I'd seem to be mentioning every single live stream, the variable bounce. But
there's got to be a bit, hasn't there? Like saying the amount of moisture that's been around this week. What was it, Wednesday, where we've got basically torrential rain for about 15 hours.
Yeah.
I've seen one of the club grounds at Seaham Park, and they've literally got a a vac that's sucking the water out, and then they're taking it. Yeah, some extreme measures to try and get some club cricket on this week.
Five dots for Rain in his 4th over. He's going to try and make it another maiden. And that he will. Little bit of away movement there from Rain. That brings up his 2nd maiden of the day. He has the only wicket so far and just the 8 runs off his 4 overs so far. Umpire's having a bit of a chat.
So maiden overs are nice, but I think Durham will be disappointed with the amount of balls that the Somerset openers have been able to leave. So really with this new ball, it's crucial these first hours, and we've seen some mammoth scores in the county championship this year and some really favourable batting conditions. And this is you would look at this, you would turn up and you look at the colour of the pitch, and having had a little wander out and a look at that before the start of play, it's noticeable that there's a really good covering of live grass on the pitch. So this first session is really crucial, winning the toss and bowling. As Coghlan comes in now, and this has fallen, it's driven in the air, but it goes wide and probably through a gully region down to the boundary for 4. So Lammonby tempted into that one by Coghlan. A thick outside edge, definitely wasn't in control, brings him another boundary. And Lammonby moves on to 9 and Somerset on to 17 for 1. We'll get this over through and then we'll have a little change, eh?
Well, Sam can tell us the
Ooh,
results of his research.
Beats the outside edge.
Beauty. That's more like it. That's what he needs. That's what Durham are looking for.
Nice little crowd in both sides of the ground. You've actually got all stands open and available today. This Coghlan again comes in, right arm over, and this one's short and wide and carries through to Coghlan, and so much so that Borthwick put his hands over his head in a little bit of protection, just hoping that Ollie Robinson grabbed that one on his way through. 17 for 1. Good run of games in the side now for Paul Coghlan. It's nice to see him get so much cricket. I think he's an excellent cricketer. And just good to see him get a, like I say, get a consistent run of games. And that one's an excellent leave there from Lammonby as this one shapes in a little bit.
Yeah, he came in down at Worcestershire, took 7 in the game, then kept his spot, I think, for the Essex game here. The lads then had a week off. He was dropped for Peter Siddle down at Hampshire, which no one's happy to miss out on playing, but he always takes it in his stride, and then has been reinstated to the side the last 2 weeks and is looking to just keep putting his best foot forward.
And this one is short and pulled away nicely by Lammonby for 4. He looks in really good touch so far this morning.
He's been in good form all season. He's hit the ground running. And that was a lovely shot. It's one of the ones, the sound off the bat was just really good. Almost like perfect. You just knew, you could tell from the sound it was going for 4. You didn't need to watch the ball, you just knew.
Yeah, it was nicely picked up, wasn't it? Coghlan adjusts again, and this one is again in the air through the gully region, and will again bring another boundary. So Lammonby on the march, moves on to 17 with his 4th boundary, and that ends the over from Coghlan, an expensive one. And Somerset are on 25 for 1. I'm going to nip out, and I think Sam is going to.
Ash will obviously be back at other points throughout the day. Maybe. It depends if I allow you back. some sawdust being put down. Give Sam a chance to get himself acquainted to the new headset.
Shiny and new, these, aren't they? I like
Lovely.
it.
As you say, we're levelling up.
Solid from Renshaw. These two going along okay now. Tom Lammonby and Matt Renshaw. Durham taking that early wicket. A delight to be back up here at Chester Street. It feels like the sun's almost going to poke its head out as well. I can see a little bit of blue sky. Over to my right. Someone take a photo because there is some blue sky.
Like I say, we are. I can confirm he's telling the truth. He's not trying to sell everyone a dream. There is some blue sky away to our right hand side, along with some very puffy looking clouds. But over to our left, it's not as nice.
And I tell you what, though, on my way up, it was. I tell you, you had to really slow down on the motorway. Torrential. Peter Siddle sorts the footmarks out. A little bit of sawdust, using all of his experience. Peter Siddle.
Ooh.
Great to see. Ben Rain, wicket early doors. Tom Abel, first game of the season.
He played that lovely
He
shot
did.
off his hips, and unfortunately he got undone by Simon. You are. Thank you so much. I presume it's still Simon on the roof.
Oh, Simon on the roof. He should be like, you know, when sometimes you have to use people's full names. You don't just use their first and second. You can't just call someone Sam. It has to be like Sam Dalling. So like Charlie Taylor has to be Charlie Taylor. Around the wicket, Rain.
Coming down the pitch there a little bit is Renshaw, maybe trying to negate that any swing that Rain is starting to get. Yeah.
So Simon on the roof, it has to be.
And that is now his name for the live stream. It is Simon on the roof.
He's doing an excellent job up there. As you can see Dave Beddingham going through a few warm-ups. Not sure we'll see him with ball in hand. The beauty for Durham here, I mean, Scott Borthwick must be lovely for a skipper to go, right, well, who am I going to bring on first change? Is it Ben Stokes or is it Peter Siddle?
There are worse decisions to have to think about, aren't there?
Round of applause for Ben Rain from Scott Borthwick. Proper 4-day cricket this as a start into the 9th over now. Welcome to you all on YouTube, poking up towards 2,000. Plenty of Durham fans as I think Ben Stokes just took a little bit of sweat from the head of Ben Rain.
You can't, obviously, since COVID, can't use saliva anymore to use on the ball, so you have to get creative. And
Ben Rain is very much an all-rounder in this side. Opens the bowling, provides the sweat for.
we got the new definition now. That's the new definition of an all-rounder.
Could be multifaceted. As again, Renshaw is using his feet, but he doesn't get a run. Peter Siddle scrambles around, throws it to Ben Stokes. They're at mid-on and mid-off, respectively. I think Ollie Robinson is waving furiously towards the dressing room, and maybe Matt Potts is going to have to bring the helmet on.
Who's
You'll know better than I, Rob.
Who's drawn the short straw on 12s so early on? I think you called it correctly. Actually, no, I don't think that is Potsy. That looks like the giant that is Dan Hogg, and it is.
Hoggy with 22 on his back, and he looks even more of a giant next to Ollie Robinson, who's going to put the helmet on and come up to the stumps. Matt Renshaw, we've seen him dancing down the track towards Ben Rain. Not particularly aggressively, but just to try and negate that.
I somehow don't think Strictly Come Dancing will be interested in any of Matt Renshaw's dancing moves.
I think that, but sometimes they want people that aren't great dancers.
This is true.
So
We have seen it over the past. Anne Widdicombe has been on there.
So you're saying basically Matt Renshaw and Anne Widdicombe, you bracketing them in the same. Didn't think that was going to happen in the first half hour. Rain is in. Renshaw is watchful. And it's a beauty from Ben Rain. Not sure how it's missed bat stump. Renshaw still stood there. Another maiden. This is good pressure. End of the over.
If I'm going to get technical with you, Sam.
God, don't do that.
It's not in the first half hour, so.
Yeah.
Sorry.
First 40 minutes.
Sorry.
So, in which case, then you're allowed to compare Anne Widdicombe and Matt Renshaw. All right, brilliant to have you all joining us. Get in touch, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Whether you're Durham fans, Somerset fans, neutral, Rob, myself, here all day.
Well, you have your answer. I think.
Do I have my answer?
You have your answer. The Australian has won the battle of the first change, and it will be Peter Siddle, ex-Somerset, of course.
He had a good spell at Somerset. They really like him down there. He had a really nasty finger injury, picked it up in a blast game last season. But they really enjoyed him. He's a very chilled out man, Peter Siddle. He's kind of a like board shorts, rock t-shirt. If you see him in an Iron Maiden t-shirt and shorts, long socks, he's very relaxed, man.
If you tuned in to the Essex live stream as well, we had him on the live stream for an hour, and he was he's one of the nicest guys that you can talk to. He's got a great perspective on life. He's a really good bloke, first and foremost, which is always the first thing you look for, and you can tell that he's really keen to give Durham his all, and he picked up 3 wickets on debut against Hampshire. He's looking to pick up another one here. He's going to come around the wicket to start, and he's immediately on the money, as you would expect. I wonder if this might be a double change. We have seen Stokes going through some warm-ups at mid-on, mid-off, so I wonder if this is the start of a double change.
He might well be a good bloke, which is great. He also has 758 first-class wickets.
I mean,
he's up there too.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's not bad. You know, it's not a bad stat to pull out.
The beauty of Peter Siddle is he's fighting fit. He'll turn 40 later on this year in November.
And he's still fit as anything, and he's in now and straight on the money again.
Well, what I thought was fascinating, actually, when he was on, was I asked him a question along the lines of, has how you've had to approach your fitness and the things you do to look after your body changed? Expecting, to be honest, him to say yes. He's like, no, I just bowls in red ball cricket, and he cycles long distances, so he is almost match fit straight away.
He has been out.
Keeps his body ticking over.
He has been out on the bike a lot in the northeast since he got that late call from Marcus North to beat Durham's SOS, and gets a drive out of Lammonby, but it is straight to the man on screen. Did you get to the bottom of that question that Ash posed to you?
Well, I don't know if I did. So, what I can confirm, A, Stokes wears number 55 for England. B, Tom Maynard, rest in peace, did wear the number 55. Wikipedia comes up with quite a different story as to why Stokes is wearing it, though. It's Wikipedia.
So that's one squirted away, and Somerset will very smartly scamper a single.
Wikipedia says, I've now lost the entry, which is why you can probably tell I'm stalling here. I had it right in front of me. I've knocked my mouse when I came to sit down. Now where is cricket gone? Come back to me in a bit, Rob.
You've got 2 balls left to the end of the over. I reckon you can get it back up.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. Siddle to Renshaw, battle of the Aussies, and the Somerset Aussie takes a quick single. How many times do you reckon those two faced off in the nets? Was Renshaw and were they at Somerset together?
No, Renshaw wasn't around
Nah.
last year, but I mean they'd have played probably in test squads together quite a bit.
I'd imagine
they'd have
obviously
played test matches together. I'd have thought. I haven't checked that.
I would imagine Shield level as well back in Australia. There no doubt would have been some battles, and I did find it interesting when we did speak to Peter that there's not as much rivalry now in like Shield games. So that's a very good drive and a very good stop from Van Rain, and Siddle's first over brings 2 from it. But yeah, I did find it interesting. We spoke to him like about the rivalry and has it changed and whatnot, and he says that it's not as fierce as it once was due to obviously franchise cricket and everyone playing alongside everyone at certain points. You know, it kind of you get used to just playing across with different people. And I think Sam Vic's got to be listening to us, because away to our right hand side he's pulled out the deck chair for the first time in the season. He's stationed himself down in front of the old scoreboard.
Terrible week to be a member of ground staff. It must be awful to
the head groundsman as well. He's got
to sit there and watch it rain like it has done.
Well, we spoke to him after day 1 of that Hampshire game that got washed out, and he laid it very bare of the difficulties of dealing with inclement weather, and he'll no doubt lay them bare when he joins us after lunch.
Speaking of rain, Ben's going to continue. Ollie Robinson
smooth
up to the stumps. Renshaw
smooth, Sam.
unbeaten on 3.
I like it.
just getting into my groove.
You're going through your looseners, getting them out of the way.
Yeah, had a couple of listeners with the not being able to find the right thing on Wikipedia.
Knocking the mouse.
That's my equivalent of 4 buys down the leg side. Sorry, sorry, keeper. If it was a one-day game, but it's not. So they go against you. I'll do the Stokes story when he comes onto bar, I reckon. We'll stick with Ben Rain for the time being. 3 slips weight. Ooh, a little bit of an inside edge there. Not quite where Matt Renshaw had planned that one to go. He's been watchful, Renshaw. 3 off 30 balls so far. He was in the runs last week for Somerset in that victory. Well, it's not last week actually, it's this week. It's Monday. They finished off the game against Kent. 8-wicket win. Matt Renshaw, nice little red inker for him. 82 unbeaten to go with 40 in the first innings. Not got 100 yet this season, but has a couple of decent scores. Another 87 against Surrey at the Oval. Big shout for LBW. Not sure if height is the issue. Ben Rain is begging. He's almost right next to Ollie Robinson, who stands there in the half teapot. I like that stance from Ollie Robinson. One hand on his head, one hand
on his side,
on his hip. Let's see if we can have another look at that one in a second. We might find a replay our end. Matt Renshaw survives though. Ben Rain's not sure how. Chuntering away, I suspect, to himself. Ben Stokes there on screen, doing a little bit of work on the ball. Ben Rain feels he should have had a second wicket there. He's got 1 for 8, 5.3 overs.
I thought there was maybe. I thought there was maybe a slight inside edge. I think I heard 2 noises.
Oh, you've got wonderful hearing, Rob. It's one of many great features about you.
Stop it.
Pushed into the offside for no run. Graham Clark swoops.
Broken 2,000 on the live stream. Thank you very much. It's very, very nice of you to spend your Friday morning with us. Maybe you're trying to hide on the double screen in the office. Maybe you're at home.
Renshaw and Siddle played together for Somerset in 2022. Dan Kingdom does remind me of that. So there you go. He did 2 seasons. Peter Siddle. 2 different stints. Rain around the wicket. Push down. To backward point. Clark does the fielding. Dan Kingdom is one of those. He is brilliant with his numbers and stats.
He is indeed.
He'll keep us honest today.
Yeah, got Graham Clark at backward point. David Bedingham at a, I'd say a short extra cover. I'd put that. Ben Stokes and Callum Parkinson doing the mid-on and mid-off duties.
Do you remember what I told you last time about what happens when you say Dave Beddingham's name in my head?
I remember I know there's something. I can't remember.
It's happening already.
It's like a song or an artist or a combination of the two, something like that. I'm sure you will now enlighten us all.
Scramble through for what I think is going to be a leg bye. Let's have a look. There's a bit of bat on it.
There is bat.
A little bit of bat on that one, as perhaps there was with the LBW shouts. End of the over. 28 for 1 Somerset. Yeah, for some reason it's Daniel Bedingfield, so it's got to get through this. Just comes into my head as soon as you say it. And my head's just going, gotta get through this. I gotta get through this. Sam Dallinger's alongside Rob Rush. Right now, Ash is here, as is Toby on comms on his debut. There's Vic. There's those shorts. Is he joining us a bit later on, Vic?
He's joining us after lunch, so I think you and Toby, or maybe you and Ash, have got the pleasure of picking Vic's brains after the lunch interval. Very grateful to everyone who comes on the live stream and talks to us. It's nice to get those different viewpoints, and Siddle going for a different viewpoint over the wicket. And he's clipped away, but straight down to Callum Parkinson. As I mentioned earlier, he's not exactly in the best of moods after his beloved Bolton Wanderers squandered promotion.
Ooh, I was at that game. They were not even. They didn't turn up. They may as well have sent you and I, Rob, to play up front. They didn't have a shot on target. Gave it the big one. Beat Oxford 5-0 10 weeks earlier. It's fair play. Oxford were absolutely brilliant. Josh Murphy, twin brother of Newcastle United's Jacob. They had a good weekend down in London, actually, the Murphys.
Still looking for a good weekend up in the northeast, but he's been denied so far.
Yeah, Jacob got a couple for Oxford. Took them up into the Championship. Jacob scored for Newcastle. I don't think he scored today. I think they got battered today in Newcastle. They're out on this silly little tour in Australia.
They are indeed, and yeah, Yeah, I think last time I checked it was 8-0, and that was in the first minute of added time.
I thought you were saying that's in the first minute.
It's all this nonsense as well. You talk about obviously the scrapping of FA Cup replays, and this one's defended. Obviously it's massively unfair on the lower league sides, and it's gate money, that's TV, that's like gate receipts, TV money potentially being taken away from them, and yet Newcastle and Tottenham and various other clubs are literally flying the same. I think I saw on Tottenham social media channels they finished their final game of the season and were flying out to Australia later that night.
Yeah, they went. Well, it's not unusual. Most footballers do take suitcases to the last game of the season because they just go straight off on holiday.
Yeah, but
to make them go to Australia is
pathetic. In my opinion, as this one is driven back, and hopefully, I think it'd be grossly unfair if this proposal of no FA Cup replays is kept. Hopefully, a more sensible solution can prevail.
Anyway, we'd much rather be here up at Chester Street. In
1
slight
million
bloom.
%. Just the 3 runs so far off Siddle's bowling. I do wonder how long it will be before number 38 is chucked the ball by his skipper. Yeah, speaking to Ryan Campbell, as I mentioned, that video went out last night on our YouTube channels, and Ryan obviously very happy to have Stokesy back in the side and back around the boys. He's been around since pretty much the start of the season, obviously just building up his loads, building up his fitness, and yeah, it's great to have him back, and he's certainly drawn a few extra people to come down on this Friday morning, still just about. I think I'm not going to call myself a psychic, but I have.
About to.
No, but Ben Stokes has just removed his cap.
Yeah.
So.
And we're going to see Ben Stokes then from the Finkel end.
The number story.
Ah, yes. So Ben Stokes is wearing 35. Apparently.
38.
35, yeah. 38. Apparently.
Specsavers are needed for you to Sam.
So, Wikipedia begins. Many cricketers prefer to wear jersey numbers that correspond to their lucky numbers, which are often determined by their date of birth and zodiac sign. For instance, Ben Stokes, born on 4th of June 1991, considers the number 1 to be lucky. He wears a jersey with the number 55 as it adds up to 1. 5 plus 5 equals 1. 1 plus 0 equals 1. So that's a long way of... I mean, you probably just wear the number 1, wouldn't you? And it features double 5s. Number 5 is significant as it is the ruling number for his zodiac sign, Gemini. There's a citation, you sometimes get a little... Yeah, it's just a link to numerology calculator, so I'm not so sure about that. What I am sure about is Ben Stokes has ball in hand. He is coming over the wicket to Matt Renshaw.
Oh,
immediately gets a little bit off the pitch. Bumps into potentially Renshaw's midriff by the sound of it. Always like watching Ben Stokes bowl. The effort, there's an effort ball every ball. It's like one of those tennis players.
Yeah. Fasten your seatbelts.
One of few Durham players to have played a first-class match against Somerset, actually. We're going back 10, 11 years. Played a couple, picked up free foot. That was on this ground. Free slips weight. Left alone outside stump. And one of my fellow commentators played in that game. No prizes for guessing which one. Nah. No, it's not. Nah.
Not got it.
No. In fact, it probably wasn't, was it? I've looked at the scorecard and seen Thorpe, but it would probably be Callum Thorpe rather than Ash. Ash did play, he was a bit earlier than that. Ash, wasn't he, 2013? Okay. In which case I won't say he played in that game. Scrap that.
Bit of
gets him behind that one again, Renshaw. See that foot movement. He's a big man, Matt Renshaw.
He is indeed. He's got quite the body build on him, and I think just watching Stokes there bowl those first 3 balls, he looks to be back natural, which is just huge. You could tell before he had the knee surgery that he was obviously fighting through stuff and he wasn't quite able to be himself, but he just looks natural now.
Oh, that's a beauty, and it's got him. First wicket for Ben Stokes of the game. An absolute snorter. Just left Renshaw, angled across the left-hander. Ollie Robinson diving away in front of the slip cord and takes a good catch. A cracking change of bowling by the Durham skipper, Scott Borthwick. Ben Stokes has struck on his first over. Somerset have lost their second wicket, 29 for 2.
Very good bowling, just hit that line and length and got a little bit of away movement. Renshaw a little bit squared up, wasn't sure whether to play it off the front foot or the back foot, and in the end that indecision has cost him his wicket, and he has to depart for 5 off 39. It brings out Andy Umeed at number 4 for the visitors, having a bit of a resurgence.
Yeah, big test for Andy Umeed this. Probably would have played for Somerset from the start of the season, but for a broken finger in one of the, I think it was fielding in a net practice before the start of the season. Come in for the last couple of games though. Played against Worcestershire at Kidderminster, played against Essex in that 2-day win, and scored the winning runs on Monday against Kent. Looked to hit a 6 to win it, only managed a 4 down towards the Lord Ian Botham stand, a man that Durham supporters will know well because of his associations up here. So they needed 1 to win, rather than just patting it down the ground, taking a single. He just got down on one knee, slog swept for 6, Andy Umeed.
My type of cricketer. I would try play that same shot. I would try play that same shot if there's only 1 to win. But yeah, Ben Stokes strikes with his 4th delivery of the session, of the game, and he now takes his tally already to 8 for the season. He's not even played 2 full games yet.
He's some performer, Ben Stokes. It's brilliant news for Durham cricket fans to have him back up 5 for 98 against Lancashire in the second innings, 2 for in the first. These were his first games in Durham colours in the county championship for a couple of years. He's already got 1. He's only bowled 4 balls today. His figures look nice and healthy. So Andy Umeed's going to face up. 3 slips, wait. Andy Umeed is driving. He's going to pick up a boundary. Not that convincing. It was a little bit of a flash. Ben Stokes has a look back. He won't mind that too much. Let's race down towards the vacant 3rd boundary.
A little bit of width offered first up. As you say, it's not always a bad thing. Maybe you can, it's sort of, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that tempter to try and get, you know, the edge and bring your slip cord into play. I think it is the 3 of Captain Borthwick at first. Colin Ackerman has taken over second slip duties, and I think it's Alex Lees who's in there at 3rd.
Got brilliant hands, hasn't he, Ackerman? Straighter from Stokes this time. That's a better line and length. Great skills was the shout from one of the fielders at first slip, and a great over as well. Wicket from it. Matt Renshaw, Somerset's overseas, playing in his final game of this stint. He started off tentatively, say that 10 times quickly. 5 off 39 balls, though he had to go in the previous over.
Ground staff just making their way round.
It's never a good sign, that, is it?
No.
They know these things, Rob.
Indeed. Well, some very dark clouds are looming directly over us and over the square. And the weather forecast over the 4 days is very improbable, but...
Improbable, I like that.
Nothing improbable about that defensive shot by Lammonby. Yeah, there's, depending on which site you use, I personally go for the Met Office, but BBC Weather, use your iPhone standard one, seems to be a lot of differing reports and stuff. We'll just have to, as always, I think is the best case up here in the North East, you just take it as it comes. You just deal with it. Lees has gone to gully for Peter Siddle. This one splits up a little bit off a length, but Lammonby's more than in behind it. We have seen a couple of shots fly through that gully region when bowlers have been bowling from the Lumley end.
Siddle will know Lammonby pretty well. in a very good year.
I imagine those two would have faced up in nets a lot of times.
Yeah, although I just don't know how much, because an overseas isn't necessarily there for pre-season or in the winter. I don't know how much netting they really do in the season these days. It's so relentless.
Lovely looking shot, but David Beddingham has collected that one.
He's in quite good touch, Dave Beddingham, isn't he?
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, just the, I think I've got the stats here. An average of 86. Top run scorer in Division 1 with 694. I think the confidence he would have gained from finally getting that international breakthrough and the century against New Zealand, the 50 on debut against India, and South Africa have got tests coming up later this summer. Siddle gets a defensive shot out of Namambi, but yeah, Beddingham obviously I think riding that wave of confidence. You could just see it in his demeanour around the place. So he's one of the, I'd put him down. I'm not sure he's the practical jokester, but he's one of the more vibrant characters in the dressing room. I mean, to be honest, I couldn't name you a subdued character in the Durham dressing room. They're all up and about. They're all bouncy, and yeah, Beddingham scouted by Marcus North and brought here as a Colback player, now a fully fledged overseas and reaping the full benefits. I think it probably would have taken him a bit longer than ideally he would have liked, but he's now starting to reap those rewards. And as I mentioned, South Africa have got tests coming up later this summer that fortunately don't clash with the county championship.
Good news.
So from Durham's point of view, he is around for all the important,
that's ideal.
All the important games.
That is ideal.
Indeed, he's not going to play the T20s. He's going to be given some time off. I no doubt he'll probably be in the nets for a few days and getting some shots away, as this is a defensive one out there from Nambi. It ends a maiden over from Peter Siddle as we get through 14 overs, bang on the first hour, 33 for 2. And there are those very ominous looking clouds that look like they could ruin what has been a very gripping morning.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen, I don't think, Rob. You've got to give the I was going to say the ground staff. We do have to give the ground staff lots of credit. They have no control over whether it rains or not. Ben Stokes has ball in hand then. Already has his first wicket of the game. He was out there earlier on, warming up. Amazing to be able to see someone like him bowling up close. 3 slips away. Andy Hamid just got the 4 runs to his name so far for edge free third. Some back foot. Pushes it out to backward point where Graham Clark swoops. Toby Reynolds is going to come in alongside me, I think, very shortly. End of this over.
We're expecting Marcus North to have joined us by now, but he's obviously a very busy man as director of cricket. And
you calling for him to be sacked?
No. If anything, he's got the power to remove all of us. So
he does. Be careful.
I will be very careful with my words, but he should hopefully be joining us.
No ball, and it's a lovely looking shot from Andy Hamid, just over pitch. Is it going to slow up? It's a wet outfield. I think it is. It's going to be chased down. Hamid's quick, so he comes back for free, calls Lammonby through. So Ben Stokes just overstepping there. Nice little shot from Andy Hamid. More convincing than his previous stroke.
Yeah, I will. You won't catch me saying anything bad about Marcus North.
No, absolutely not. It's a brilliant team, isn't it? Marcus North, Ryan Campbell. It's brilliant they come on the live stream as well. And they're very open too.
I mean, it's that openness that, you know, in the past we haven't really been able to have under previous leadership and previous groups, but having that willingness now to have those communication lines open and have that pretty much open forum with the fans. Everyone feels that they can have their voices at least heard, and you know, ultimately they provide a great insight into our live stream and commentary, and it's great to be able to ask them questions and just chat cricket, because it's what we're all here for.
Tom Lammonby on strike. 3 slips. First slip slightly wider because of that angle. Ben Stokes coming across the left-hander. Straight to Graham Clark for no run, just back of a length from
What hat would you choose in this sort of situation, Sam? You're rocking a traditional.
In this situation,
You're rocking a traditional cap here, but Ben Rain has decided to join Graham Clark in the floppy hat brigade, and Ash away in the producer's room has given it a fist bump of approval.
yeah, I think I like the floppy cap.
I think
Big fan of it.
I think I would go for the floppy as well. It's just
Protect my neck a little bit more. I'm very fair, so I need that protection. Full toss, and Lammonby can't quite get it away, and Stokes does the fielding.
I wonder when we might see Callum Parkinson brought onto bowl. I think we might see him before that token over, before the break.
What I found fascinating actually when Ryan Campbell came on for the Essex game was when he was talking about spin up here at Chesterley Street, because people have this perception. And perception is often deception, because they think that it doesn't.
I like that phrase.
It doesn't.
I like that phrase, Sam. Very
Turn
good
up
from you.
here. Short ball, way too short. It just sort of loops up that tennis ball bounce through to
It
Ollie
never
Robinson.
really, it didn't really used to spin, and then Matt came here last year, and I think combined with Ryan wanting a spinner to be in his side.
But I think, didn't he get? Ryan was explaining how he got people, the analysts, to crunch the numbers, and actually, he said if you look at the numbers when a front line first choice spinner, not someone who bowls a little bit of part-time spin, when you look at those numbers, actually spinners have a decent record here, and he really wanted to have a spinner in the side. I like that attitude. I like a lot about Ryan Campbell and Marcus North, but
Try and find something you don't like about Ryan Campbell. I will wait. So this one is
Solid.
defended. Very solid shot, and I will bid you farewell for the meantime, and you'll get your first opportunity to listen to Toby Reynolds on the Durham Cricket live stream.
.38 for 2 then. Somerset having been put in by Scott Borthwick about, hour and a half ago now. Tom Lammonby unbeaten on 18. Andy Mead is on 4. Toby Reynolds is alongside me. Morning, Toby.
Morning, how are you, Sam?
I'm very well. I'm sat here watching two brilliant teams play a game of cricket. I can call it sunshine now, can't I, right? The sun is poking out.
I think you can, just about. It was a sort of faraway corner a while ago, but it's brightening up now, I'd say, as Peter Siddle comes in. Flicked off his pads there by Andrew Amid. Down to fine leg, just for an easy single. Amid ticking along very nicely at the moment. Very nicely at the moment.
One of those where bowler had head on hands, just a little bit of inside edge onto the pads. I think Peter Siddle was thinking that Amid was going to miss that, and I suspect there might have been a huge shout.
Absolutely, it was looking pretty tight as well. I would have been, I think it would have been a bit of trouble there, Amid. Lammonby now facing up against the Aussie Quick. Outside edge yet again, but soft hands keep it down, and it just goes out to sort of a backwards point past gully. There's been quite a few edges so far, Sam, haven't there? Been tough conditions, it seems, for the batters.
Yeah, new ball swinging around. You'd expect it to do a little bit. Tom Lammonby, batters just having to play with soft hands, play it late, just in case it does a little bit. Promising signs from Durham, and this attack just keeps coming at you, really, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
You've got Siddle and Ben Stokes coming on first and second changes. It's not bad.
Not bad at all. Callum Parkinson, as mentioned, yet to bowl. Colin Ackerman can turn his arm over. There's Siddle in again. Down the ground, lovely stroke there. Brilliant off drive from Lammonby for 4. Just too full from Siddle, really. And yeah, Lammonby pounces on that as he moves into the 20s now, I think. 22 or 44. Yeah, very nicely. He's been by far Somerset's most prolific batter this season. 510 runs before this innings, and seemingly going very well. Batted nicely along Amid a few times. It's a very solid 3 and 4 for Somerset.
Yeah, they dropped him down to 3 this year. He's been opening the last couple of years. Had a little bit of a difficult time of it. Some signs of promise. But he burst onto the scene in the Bob Willis Trophy season. Tom Lammonby, I remember watching him wander out to bat, and everyone in the press box went, hang on, who's this opening the batting? no one could work out who it was, and it was Tom Lammonby. And he ended up scoring 300s on the bounce in that tournament. One at Taunton, one at Worcestershire, one at Lords of all places, and everyone thought, here we go, like, this is Tom Lammonby's going to left-handed opener. He's going to be playing Test cricket sooner rather than later, and it's been a little bit trickier for him at times.
Another good ball from Siddle there. He's having a good spell so far. Yeah, I think that kind of time there was a lot of young openers coming through. Rob Yates, was very good in the 2021, I think, in particular, 500s. Lammonby, as you mentioned, and it was when England's opening partnership was very much up for debate. I think Burns and Sibley around then, both were dropped pretty soon after. Crawley was in and around the team, batting at 3 sometimes. Joe Denley was possibly still around, batting anywhere from 1 down to 4. Oh, a very tight call. Lovely ball from there again from Siddle. Got it to angle right back in and struck Lammonby on the pad, possibly outside the line, I was thinking.
Yeah, I think he just got that front pad forward and outside off stump, playing a shot. I think Siddle knew that, but it's decent over that. Yeah, you're right. You could name a team out of former England openers currently still playing. They did have a little bit of a revolving door for a while. It feels like it's settled now, so maybe the idea is that, well, if the opening spot isn't up for grabs, where else can I bat? Yeah, Lammonby's dropped down to number 3 this year, and he's having a very, very fruitful campaign thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, Sam Robson, who opened 2013, I want to say, is still going now.
Adam Lyle's probably a similar period.
I mean, you could go with Alistair Cook technically till last year. Was hanging about, and he debuted 2006, was it? Back around then, played for over a decade.
Stokes from the Finkel end. Andy Amid gets in behind it, lively enough. The Durham fielders, they'll be enjoying themselves out there. 43 for 2. Always a little bit of pressure when you're on the bowling team, when the skipper wins the toss, says we're going to have a bowl. I always feel you want to be taking at least 3 wickets in the first session to justify it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. Well, T20 power play, you take 3 wickets, you're 3 times likely, or whatever it is. There's every Sky Sports pundit brings it up the second there's 3 wickets fall.
As if it's a new stat.
Exactly.
I use it when I do T20 as well. Amid waits. Short ball. That's a better short ball from Ben Stokes, but one on the last over that was way above and way out of the reach of Tom Lammonby. Amid just ducks underneath that one, so 43 for 2 remains the score. Great to have all of you with us on the live stream. Nudging up towards 2,500. I'm going to use a bit of poetic license there. So it's nudging up towards 2,500. You get it on the match centre as well for those of you that have friends who can't get on YouTube. Driven by Amid in the air and put down. It's an uppish drive from Andy Amid. He wafted his hands at his very first ball, picked up a lucky boundary. That one, Graham Clark diving away at backward point. He's usually so good there. I think it would have been a screamer had he caught it.
Absolutely, that would have been unbelievable from Graham Clark at backward point. Managed just to get one hand to it, diving to his left, but couldn't quite keep hold of it. It's a tough one. Would have been by far the best wicket, I'd say, or at least the most spectacular wicket we'd seen of the what would have been 3 today. And just would have been Stokes' second as he comes back in.
Easy game from up here, isn't it?
Very much so.
Oh, gone, edge and caught behind. Tom Lammonby stands there, annoyed at himself. He was trying to cut it. It had the length, but not the line to be cut. It was a really good delivery from Ben Stokes. It was just right in tight to Tom Lammonby's body. He threw his hand at it. He got a little tickle. Ollie Robinson isn't going to drop those. Somerset lose their 3rd wicket. 44 for 3. Tom Lammonby, who we've talked about it being in such good nick this year, will look great for 22, but he has to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame, really. He's batted nicely so far. And yeah, just as you mentioned, threw his hands at it as hard as he could and just too tight. It was a very good ball from Stokes. I think the line in particular, too tight to him. And yeah, Lammonby hanging his head in shame as he walks off. Obviously annoyed with himself. I think he thought he was on for a decent score. And yeah, not the way he'd want to go.
You can see his frustration as he wanders off. It's going to bring a recent centurion to the crease, though. Tom Banton and his distinctive long sleeves made 100 in that game against Kent, just his 2nd first-class 100. It's been a long time coming for Tom Banton. He's had to work hard. He had some early success, particularly in white ball cricket. Had to work out how he wants to bat, how to build and construct an innings in red ball cricket. He did it very well last week, but he's going to be under pressure here because Ben Stokes is absolutely ticking over nicely. Not in an angry way, just bowling beautifully. And this attack are giving very few freebies. So Tom Banton, well, this will be a test of whether he can back up that 100 last week.
And what better way to do it than facing the England captain?
Certainly a good man to impress.
Definitely. I'm sure if Banton has a decent knock again now, I mean, don't know if there's much space in that middle order for England or anywhere really in that batting order for England.
Well, again, you could name a whole 11. You could play, I would like to see a kind of end of season 11 game between former England Test openers still playing and potential England Test wicket keepers. I think you could get 22 out there of high calibre. 3 slips wait. Banton crouches. Gets in right behind that one. Bat on ball very early.
Good start from Stokes, not giving Banton any width or anything to play with really, and going to make him fight for every run, you'd assume. Stokes bowling very nicely. 2 wickets so far. As let's have a run through of perhaps some of the other games going on.
Oh yes, please.
Surrey are currently 53 for 1 against Hampshire down at the Utilita Bowl. Stokes comes in.
Banton opens the face there, given the benefit of the doubt. I think they're going to pick up a couple. Graham Clark does the fielding. And the problem is, with games down at the Rose Bowl, as I'm going to call it forever, very much a draw ground this summer. As the end of the over, round of applause because Ben Stokes picked up another wicket, 46 for 3. Yeah, there's been so few wickets taken down at those Rose Bowl games. I don't think we've got past the 3rd innings in any game there.
Yeah, which is, you think, a bit of a weird one from Hampshire. They're obviously a very strong side that you think they'd want to try and have as many results as they can and be in control where they can of picking up as many points as they can. Yeah, just 1 win from them this season. So it could be a tough one. I mean,
that's it. I mean, there's quality on show up here. And if you look at the scorecards for that game as well, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
You could almost make 11s of international players in just in that one game. I mean, Surrey's top 6 is an all-international batting lineup. Siddle comes in. Inside edge from Hamid, but plays it well in the end. Dot ball. And yeah, Surrey's top 6 is brilliant. I mean, Dan Worrell with the ball. Kemar Roach, not a bad seam attack as well. And then Hampshire as well. I mean, James Vince, one of the best cover drives in the game. Obviously captain down there. Michael Neser, I think, is playing his first game. Yeah, for Hampshire. Kyle Abbott as well. They have Mohammed Abbas sitting on the sidelines, I think. Keith Barker, very good first class record as well.
Dawson's in there as well.
So yeah, not a bad side at all. Rory Burns on 28, not out, alongside Pope. Another inside edge there. Siddle forcing Hamid to play again. You then have Essex, a 63 not out. Oh, not out, without a wicket, sorry.
No, which is that works. I like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. Back yourself, Toby.
Kent in Canterbury. Elgar and Nick Brown, 27 and 25 respectively.
Both got runs up here. Nick Brown made a big 100 here. He's kept his way, placing the side since then.
Kushi, unfortunately, has been dropped, which I think is quite harsh. Another wicket. What a ball. Peter Siddle finds the outside edge there of Hamid and caught at second slip by Ackerman very, very comfortably. And yeah, another top ball there from Peter Siddle, not giving any respite at all to the batters.
Ackerman made it look very comfortable. That was a very, very good catch. That was travelling. It was quite low to his left, and he got both hands to it. You could hear the cry. It was almost like time stopped for a millisecond. Siddle shouted catch. It was flying. Ackerman, he's taken it just behind him. That's the speed at which the ball is travelling. He's got such good hands. This is brilliant from Durham. I mean, they bowl beautifully, but what you need as a bowling side is for your fielders to back you up. There's no point in finding the outside edge if catches are going down. Graham Clark dropped one that would have been a stunner. It's a a 30% of a chance, let's say, that that's a beautiful catch from Ackerman. Somerset in real trouble here. Scott Borthwick will be delighted with their morning's work.
Absolutely, four wickets. We mentioned 3 earlier, and they've got an extra one, and they're very, very much on top at the moment, looking by far the stronger side. I mean, Somerset is going to have to try and almost get to lunch at this rate, it seems. They should be okay, but I mean, another couple more wickets, and it could be trouble.
What confidence you have there. Should be okay. Shouldn't get bowled out before lunch. James Rue is a man who's found a little bit of form as well. He had a difficult start to the season. Him and Tom Banton batted together last week for a long time, or this week. No, it was last week because it was on the Friday, Saturday. Both made hundreds. Twice those two have put on big partnerships. They did it when they both made their maiden first-class hundreds against Essex a couple of years ago. They did it last week. It was only Banton's second first-class 100 in that couple of year period, and a sign of James Rue's progress is it was his 7th in such a short space of time. Playing slightly differently this year, looking to put pressure back on bowlers, but he's going to be under pressure here. Maybe we'll see another change of approach.
Yes, battle of wicketkeepers here for the England spot possibly. James Rue walking the crease, Ollie Robinson, another option with the gloves for England.
It's got to be Ollie Robinson, hasn't it? I think he's just fantastic. I really do. Just ran out of partners last week in a chase of nearly 500.
That would have been unbelievable. Another good ball again from Siddle. Just that nagging line and length that he's not giving anything to the Somerset batters. And yeah, I think Ollie Robinson...
Is he okay though? That's my one worry. He just stopped and turned around immediately to Ben Stokes and now has gone down on his haunches. This is a worry for Durham.
They're calling up Scott Borthwick to maybe have a chat. He looks like he might continue. He's wandering back towards his mark now. But maybe this could be his final over of the stopped at least.
I don't know. Siddle,
he
stopped immediately. I think he's going to have a little bit of treatment here. He immediately felt something. I don't know if it's... Right, he's not holding anything. He was walking a little bit gingerly, so maybe it was in his side or his hip.
It's a slightly weird position if it's a leg, something in his leg.
I'm just
on his haunches.
I'm guessing. He had a chat with Ben Stokes. He then called Scott Borthwick over. Well, hopefully he's all right.
He's slowly wandering back towards his mark. He should be okay.
Unless he's just, well, I'd be completely speculating. He might be feeling unwell. He's got a kind of, it's a smile / grimace on his face. He's a trooper, Peter Siddle. He won't wander off that pitch unless he absolutely has to. Just taking a moment, rightly so. Hopefully he's all right.
Coming back in now. He's continuing the over. And yet again finding an edge. Played nicely down though by James Rue for his second ball for a single. Off the mark, out to backward point. And that, oh no, change of left hand, not change of over. Have me off guard there. Still a few balls to go. 1 ball to go from Peter Siddle.
So where did we get to? Brown and Elgar are not out for Essex. Cushy missed the game after he made 100 here and he missed the following game through injury, so I'm not sure if he's just not quite ready yet. He's a super talented player, that young man.
Absolutely, he was fantastic in last year's One Day Cup as well. Really sort of broke through into the team. That opportunity with obviously a lot of players away playing in the hundreds, and took his chance and yeah, made his way into the Red Bull side now as well, which is great to see. Peter Siddle finishing off his over here. Solid defensive shot there from Tom Banton. Still a couple games without any play yet. Lancashire and Warwickshire, and Worcestershire versus Nottinghamshire. Inspections to be over the lunch break, it looks like.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I started my journey about 30 miles south of Manchester and drove up around it before coming east past Leeds, and it was, how's a polite way of describing it? It was raining very heavily. It didn't feel like a cricket day. It didn't feel like it would be a cricket day particularly early, even if it cleared up.
Shame really, those two could be quite good games. Lancashire finding their form slowly. First win against Durham last week under their new coach as well, Pinkenstein. There's Warwickshire, who have had a lot of draws a lot of
They
draws.
score a lot of runs, Warwickshire,
Yeah.
don't they?
They're
I think Peter Siddle is going to go off here, subfielder. And Dan Hogg is coming on. Very noticeable because of his height. Siddle just trots up the stairs. Hopefully everything's all right with Peter Siddle. Gets a round of applause for his efforts. Stokes then, 2 for 12 off his 3 overs. He's going to bowl at the left-handed James Root. Just got the 1 to his name. If you're just joining us, Somerset in a little bit of trouble here. 47 for 4. Durham bowling brilliantly. They got the tails up. Hogg immediately into the game. Tickled round the corner for a single. Ben Stokes, head in hand. Such a shame to see a Worcestershire scorecard at New Road and then be off for rain. I mean, it's just relentless for them.
It is.
If it doesn't rain, it pours, quite literally there.
Indeed, they've had a lot of trouble with water over the last couple of years almost now. Talk from Ashley Giles, their CEO, I think he is, chairman, about possibly moving to a new ground if they can. Another good ball from Stokes there.
Just pushed out into the offside. Let's drop down in Division 2. Let's go to Lords. It's the John Simpson derby. Simpson leaving over the winter, heading to Sussex, who are having a brilliant season so far. I really like Sussex. Love what they're doing down there. They're just starting to come good. They had a heavy defeat against Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago, but they bounced back with that almost come from behind victory against Yorkshire. Sussex are batting. They're 80 for 1.
Yeah,
Gets in behind that one.
Sussex have had a really good start to the year. Obviously, topping of top Division 2 at the moment, and will be looking to try and get promotion, I'm sure, up. Quite a young side. They've sort of taken the last few years almost to try and blood a few younger guys and see if they can sort of create a squad that can fight for a championship in 3 or 4 years' time, which is coming towards the time now.
Dave Beddingham does the fielding at mid-wicket. Well, that's the beauty of it, isn't it? The approach they've taken. If you can take a step back in any kind of professional sport, okay, look, we're not where we want to be right now, but long term, this is where we want to get to. And suddenly you have players like Clark and Haynes and Coles and Carson, who are still very young but have played a lot of cricket. And there's so many that aren't in that 11. They've got the experience of Ollie Robinson. Jaden Seals is playing. Finn Hudson-Prentice came home. Short ball, pulled by Banton, shout of catch. It's gone all the way over the fielder at deep fine leg, though. Banton isn't afraid to take on the short ball. Kyle Hogg has long since retired. He is not fielding at fine leg. Dan Hogg, the sub-fielder, is a tall man, but he won't get anywhere near that. Banton just swiveled. Pulled Ben Stokes, the England skipper, for 6. Nonchalantly. You won't mind that too much, though, Stokes.
No, not at all. Brilliant
well,
shot.
maybe he will, I don't know. You say that, it's an easy thing to say, yeah, it doesn't mind getting hit for 6.
Brilliant shot, though, from Tom Banton. Low to high, just rode with it, really, and just used the pace of Stokes to help it on his way over the top, and quite a few rows back to that stand over fine leg.
Yeah, didn't try and overhit it. That's the key to it. Banton's got such lovely timing, such fluid hands. Fluid hands? Is that the right word? I don't know.
I think that works. I think that's a very good...
In behind that one.
It's a good summary, fluid hands. I like that, actually.
End of the over. Thank you. I'll take that.
I think it conveys quite nicely what you you'd understand him as a player. So.
There's something quite aesthetically pleasing about the way, you know, so you see some players where the bat is almost an extension of their hands, and I think Banton is one of those. Beddingham is one of those for Durham. End of the over then. Somerset 50 up with that 6 as well, but 54 for 4 means Durham very much on top of the game here. I like this. We're taking a nice slow trot around the grounds, Toby. Should we go to Leicester next?
Leicester, yeah, where Glamorgan are 81 not out. Well, not out. I've done it again.
No, they are 81
yeah.
not out.
I think we'll call it not out from here on out. They're none down against Leicestershire, in Leicestershire. Billy Root, Joe's brother, and Eddie Byram going nicely.
So interesting Mir Hamza is playing, which means Colin Ingram misses out because they've got 3 overseas around at the moment.
Considering Ingram scored a good ton fairly recently as well. It's
Last week, I think it was.
yeah.
2 weeks ago. Change of bowling. Peter Siddle's not back on, so Ben Rain is coming on at the Lumley end. I'm going to nip off at the end of this over. Ash Thorpe's going to come back in alongside Toby Reynolds.
Yeah, good to see Rain back on. He bowled very, very nicely early on, and I'm sure we'll be hoping to continue keeping the pressure on the Somerset side. And yeah, Ingram missing out's tough, but when you have Labuschagne and Hamza, as you mentioned, another good ball there from Rain. Perfect line length and just left through to the keeper. Yeah, when you have such good overseas players, it's harsh on Ingram, but you can't really argue he's a better batter necessarily than Marnus Labuschagne, who's one of the world's greatest. And try and keep that balance to have Mir Hamza in there, I think sort of makes a bit of sense as well.
Yeah, Hamza missed out last week. Back in the side this week. Nice luxury to have that.
Rain in again. Same again, kept a bit low this time there. Another good line and length, and yeah, Rue happy to leave that one through.
He's not going to get the same natural bounce as someone like a Stokes or Coughlin, which makes it actually more difficult for Somerset batters. They can't just line up. You know, they're right arm seamers, Durham, but they're very different right arm seamers. No Matt Potts, no Bryden Cast this week for Durham. Not seen any of Cal Parkinson yet. No need for spin just yet.
Seems like they've had 3 or 4 balls of exactly the same there in a row. Rue happy to leave them all through. Rain, perfect line, perfect length, not giving anything to James Rue. As Somerset, as we mentioned, slowly struggling here, 54 for 4. Rue and Banton will be looking to rebuild and trying to bat as long as they can and obviously score as many runs as they can. It's a simple game when you put it in terms like that. Less simple when you have the likes of Rain, skillful bowlers, trying to get you out.
That's the beauty of it. That's why we love it.
A bit wider on the crease that time from Rain there. Playing around with that. I like that. He's trying to outthink James Rue here, it looks like.
I think that's what someone like him, without that express pace that everyone's obsessed with now, what you get with someone like a Ben Rain is they have to work out different ways, don't they? They can't just... Ben Rain doing the same thing over and over, eventually a batter is going to probably line them up because of that pace. But he does just enough with it, Ben Rain, and he just changes, and I say that it's a perfect example, just varying the angle. It's a nice time to bowl, mind.
Absolutely. Back to ball there from James Rue. Sort of slightly checked cover drive there. And that is the end of the over. Just a dot ball. And a good over back in as Sam leaves me now. Ash returns. As there is another maiden, yeah, for Rain. We'll go back to around the grounds a bit, I think, where there has been some more rain, I think. Oh no, still just delayed games with Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire and Lancashire versus Warwickshire. And then I think the final game we haven't mentioned yet is Derbyshire against Gloucestershire. Ash, how are you?
I'm well, mate. How are you?
Good, thank you. Got the sunnies on.
Well, not probably required at the moment, are they?
It's kind of 50-50.
Yeah, it's glary ground though here.
Mm.
We have Stokes continuing. And again on the money. Been a great spell from Ben Stokes so far this morning. Into his 5th over now, 2 wickets under the belt. It's been an important morning after winning the toss for Durham, who have done so on so many occasions this year and bowled. But today they've got the wickets to back up that decision.
Absolutely, it's crucial really for them to try and take a few before lunch, as we mentioned, Sam. So I think 3 was the crucial number.
Yeah.
I think 4 was even better, and they'll be looking to keep pushing on and not giving Somerset any chance to stay in the game.
Absolutely. Stokes again, back of a length. This is good for Durham fans, and in particular England fans who haven't seen Ben Stokes offer that balance to that England team for quite a while now with bat and ball. And I think everybody knows what a competitor he is, and it probably kills him not to be able to contribute with the ball. So we hear the Durham fielders there really pushing Stokes on to try and get that 5th wicket before the lunch break. Big half an hour ahead here. This one straight and defended out into the leg side by Banton.
Yeah, it's great to see Stokes back with ball in hand, I think, in particular. He's
Yeah.
obviously had almost a year out without bowling. Had a few overs in India, the back end of that test series, the final test. Wicket with his first ball.
Yeah.
Very Ben Stokes-esque.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, back on it last week as well against Lancashire. Fifer to help them. Couldn't quite take them over the line, but good to see him at least back bowling and turning his arm over.
Absolutely. He's just an ultimate competitor. That's again on the money here, and Banton pushes out and a repeat to Ben Rain at mid-on.
Nice and simple there from Stokes in the end. Keeping a very, very tight line to Banton. Just change his length a little bit, not giving him any width, which I think is the smart thing to do with Banton so strong through the covers.
He's by nature very aggressive, isn't he? So anything he can get his hands through Banton, he'll have a crack at. So just watching how deep square leg goes out onto the boundary, which is, I think it's Beddingham down there. So we've got 2 men out on the hook. He did hook him for 6 in the last over the 6'45" Dan Hogg at fine leg. But it's not a big boundary down there. And this one is again on the money from Stokes, asking good questions of Banton, who's up to the task. Defends this one out into the offside this time. 54 for 4. Grey, overcast morning, but we'll take it after the weather we've had in the last couple of days in the area, and pretty much across the whole country's been pretty wet.
Yeah, definitely taking play where you can.
Yeah,
a couple games not able to start yet, and hopefully they'll proceed after lunch.
And again on the money from Stokes. This has been a good over, that from Stokes. Asking a lot of questions of Banton, who was up to the task, and that was a really good battle. Ends a maiden over. Stokes has 2 for 19 from his 5 so far.
7th maiden of the game so far from just 21 overs. That has been, I think that's almost been Durham's strongest suit so far. They've just not given Somerset anything, and with the ball moving around, just doing enough. When the wickets do come, they'll come in patches, particularly if batters are unable to stay at the crease for long periods of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was Lammerby, wasn't it, who got going a little bit before edging behind off the bowling of Stokes.
Rain in again. Off the back foot there from James Rew out to cover. Yes, it was Tom Lammerby, 22 from 48. Compared to Matt Renshaw's 5 off 39. Just shows,
he just didn't get going, did he, Renshaw?
Shows how miserly these Durham bowlers have bowled. Just giving absolutely nothing. And eventually, if you're not scoring, it's the Bazball kind of philosophy. If you're not scoring, you're eventually going to go. There's a ball with your name on it. You need to try and take runs where you can and rotate the strike, and you're safest if you're at the non-strikers end.
Absolute great place to bat on a day like today.
Slightly uppish there from James Rew toward mid-wicket, but comfortable in the end. Slightly toe of the bat maybe. Didn't quite sound like he middled that one. Just angled in there from Rain, who yet again has bowled brilliantly. 4 maidens of the 7 have been his so far, as he's back on for a second spell. Peter Siddle is off the field currently. Not quite sure what it was, but he didn't seem to be holding anything or limping on his way out. So
he finished the over as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Another good ball. Another good ball there from Ben Rain.
Excellent leave too.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's only speculation, but possibly not physical illness or physical injury from Siddle. He
was on his haunches, wasn't he? So
he
yeah,
was maybe under the weather of some sort.
So we've got an email. Can you believe it? I feel famous now. We've got an email. So if you want to get in touch with us, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk, and I'll read that out from Tom in a moment, who's very busy by the sound of it.
Nice checked back foot there for 2 from James Rew. Just one.
Yeah, it's the Stokes effect.
Very much so. You don't risk anything for him.
Yeah, there's good energy from Stokes in the field, especially after a 5-over spell, saving a run there, bringing Banton back on strike. So we've got Tom Newton. So Tom's currently renovating his new home in Staindrop while listening to the stream. He says he absolutely loves the coverage we're providing week in, week out. And hopefully we skittle these shortly. And big luck to the mighty Bishops who take on Hartlepool tomorrow down at Kingsway. Nathan Rimington to take 5. You heard it here first. Brilliant, Tom. Thank you very much for contacting us. And good luck with the renovations or the housework, whatever's going on there.
Finds the outside edge there, Rain. But played quite nicely, I'd say, from Banton. Soft hands down to third man. Clark gets it in just for 2.
Yeah, it was that soft hands there from... It didn't go away for 4, so that shows how late he played it. You're absolutely right.
I think that's one of those there. It looks a little bit like an edge, but I think he sort of meant to open the face.
Bit of control there, I think. Yeah, I agree.
And actually a very nice shot for a couple.
Oh, we are seriously famous now. We've got 2 emails flying here.
Rain in again. Solid from Banton. Gets behind it to finish off the over. 3 from it. And a dot ball to finish off.
Yeah, Durham bowling really nicely here, asking a lot of questions and putting these 2 batsmen under pressure. But Mark Burden, a familiar face if you're from the Chesley Street area and one of the sponsors here with Burden Pharmacies. He is currently awaiting lunch at Chesley Street Cricket Club from David Avery as Durham's second team are in action up at Ropery Lane today. I'll grab a score update for that in a moment. But yeah, I can tell you that the lunch is that good that just about every coaching member from Durham yesterday wandered up one by one to grab some food. But Stokes is going to continue and he's going to bowl his 6th over, so he's definitely getting his workload in, which is good signs for everybody that he's right amongst it and fit and raring to go and able to bowl long spells as he comes in now. And James Rory punches this nicely off the back foot, but he can't beat Bedingham in the covers. So Lancashire's second 11. Currently 127 for 7, just up the road at Ropery Lane. Just grab the wicket takers for Durham. So far we have Mitchell Killeen with 1 wicket, Ollie Gibson has 3, George Drizzle, Charlie Scorer and Callum Gaffney also in the wickets there.
Nicely shared about from them all.
Yeah, it's a really young side. About 3 or 4 of the lads from the academy there. Brett Hutchinson opening the bowling. Yet to take one as Stokes comes in again. This one's short. And again, Roo can't beat the field, so that might frustrate him a little bit. Oh, this is getting ridiculous now. We're getting so many emails. We're so popular.
Might have to close out the inbox for a bit.
Yeah. Have to. So we've got David Miller's been in contact and is enjoying the morning's play so far. And they're coming down to the ground after lunch. Yes, and I do hope, and the way things are going, I think you will see both teams bat today. As Stokes is in, and this one's allowed through to Ollie Robinson. He's a student here, but a Kent fan, so it'd be great to see some Ollie Robinson action too. Thanks very much, David. Yeah, Ollie's been in unbelievable touch with the bat, and I've been really watching his footwork quite closely with the gloves as well today, and he looks like he's been doing some work. And he looks in good touch, taking a low diving catch away to his left. And a more regulation one, both off the bowling of Stokes so far this morning. And again, this one's allowed through to your man from Kent, Ollie Robinson.
As you mentioned, he's been brilliant for Durham so far this year.
Yeah.
That 171
Wow.
last week was phenomenal. Couldn't quite get over the line. That would have been probably one of the best county championship chases of all time if it was pulled off. 500, I think, was the total almost.
Yeah, it was 4 plenty, wasn't it? 460, yeah. I reckon. And they got, yeah. They look like they were in control there in the second new ball. Did some damage there. Unfortunately, Durham fell 60 runs short. Stokes comes in again, and this is a bit full down the leg side, but it's another dot ball. Not one of Ben's better deliveries. And Alex Spencer continues the theme of emails coming in. And him and his flatmate are watching in London. So hello, boys. Question, how do you think Chesterley Street can become a test ground again? I think you probably need to ask the ECB that one rather than us, but I know there's a couple of internationals on here this year for both men and women. And I mean, the ground is more than capable, as we've seen in the past, of hosting test cricket, and hopefully that won't be far away in the future. And Stokes bowls a good delivery, and that's an excellent leave there from James Rue. Ends another challenging over. I'm just wondering if we might see a little bit of Callum Parkinson here before lunch, just to see a little bit of change up. But that ends a maiden over from Stokes, so now 6 overs. 2 for 19 as we see Peter Siddle rejoin the boys back out on the field, and Dan Hogg can go back and put his bib on upstairs.
Great to see Siddle back out there. It's nice to see. He should be okay to continue. I think answering your, well, back to the question that's been sent in, I think Durham, if Chester Street can be shown as a great venue for over the summer, as you mentioned, the internationals, if it's a great venue for those, then it's really going to put itself sort of out there as a possibility for a test venue. I mean, there's so many great test venues around the country. It's always going to be tough when there's only 6 tests, 2 of which are always at Lord's, basically.
Yeah,
1 at the Oval. In there from Rain. Flicked very nicely through mid-wicket there from Tom Banton. Not quite going to reach the boundary though. Bit of a damp outfield out there. And just 2 there for Banton.
Probably another run there, say, from Stokes, because you were hitting the ball that far, you would think it would be a 3. So again, good work from the England captain.
He's just electric in the field always. Yeah. Can't risk it. He's so fast to get out there, and then got a brilliant arm that you can't run one on his arm, definitely. Rain again to Banton.
He has genuine fear factor as well, I think. If any batter hits it anywhere near him, they just think twice.
Particularly if it's been a bit quiet of recent times and there's not been a wicket for a few overs. He's the kind of guy that might make that difference, make that change.
Absolutely.
Defended nicely from Banton there into the covers. Ben Rain on the money yet again, has been fantastic. Had a good season as well so far for Durham. Played 5 of the 6 matches. This will be his 6th. Taken 11 wickets. Only Callum Parkinson has a lot more, or has more. 16 for Parkinson has been brilliant. And yeah, best figures of 3 for 59 for Rain.
He's just Mr. Consistent, isn't he, for Durham? You know you're going to get, if you look at the football equivalent, that's 7 out of 10 at least every week from him.
Pushed through the covers there again by Banton. Possibly for another 2. Yes, makes it back comfortably. Just slowly prodding and working his way up in the scores here, Tom Banton. Moves on to 14.
Just watching Siddle move there. He seems to be moving all right, doesn't he, in the field? So maybe it is something more illness related rather than injury related.
Helmet coming onto the pitch now. I think your prediction. Oh no, he's standing up to Ben Rain.
Yeah.
I like that move. Kind of make sure the batter stays right in his crease. Gives Rain a lot more freedom for his length. And you know, brings stumpings obviously into play. And I mean, Ollie Robinson is really going to show his glove work here, which I think is great, particularly with Ben Stokes stood at mid-on.
Yeah. What do you think, Skip? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Shot window. Rain in again. Let's see how Banton deals with this. Flicks it for 1 down to fine leg. Just makes his way up the other end. Ollie Robinson back, helmet off. Giving James Rue the freedom, but not Tom Banton.
It just might indicate where Banton's batting if he's trying to creep down the pitch to negate a bit of the lateral movement that Ben Rain's been able to get today. Rue maybe deeper in the crease.
Yeah, I mean, quite different batters, the 2 of them. Obviously Banton likes to be quite aggressive, get on the front foot. James Rue a bit more. As I say that, lovely shot through backward point there, or through point from James Rue. Just freed his hands and timed it perfectly to the boundary out there.
He's looked really strong in that area today, hasn't he? That back foot punch. That's just a tiny bit of width there on offer from Rain, and James Rew pounced all over that and punched it beautifully, as you said, through the point region for 4. Nice little partnership here building between these two. And Durham will look to try and break that before the lunch break to have Somerset 5 wickets down. 12 minutes to the lunch break.
I think with the helmet on, as you mentioned, Parkinson could be an option here to try and get through a couple extra overs. Tighter from Rain there, very nice. No width at all after being slightly too wide on that last one.
Stokes says, I'm going to keep going, thank you very much, as he takes his cap off and marches towards the umpire. Another couple of emails there. Ian Milton, good morning, mate. Answering emails just like you. Keep going, Durham, great start. And we've got Matthew Mullins. Says, good afternoon, what a good start from the boys. It's the Mullins Derby. Brother and father are Somerset fans, and I'm the Durham fan. Well, we're Team Matthew right now. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying the coverage, as Ben Stokes is going to continue. I think match from Shaftesbury and a dull Shaftesbury and Dorset, he says, as Stokes continues, and this one's allowed through to the keeper by Banton.
I'm sure Matt will be the happier of the family at the moment.
No doubt. No doubt.
Somerset looking in a bit of trouble. You know, recovering well at the moment with Banton and Rew. 66 for 4 currently. Stokes, England skipper, bowled fantastically. 2 wickets, just 19 runs. Not giving Somerset any opportunity here. And just 10 minutes until the lunch interval.
Yeah, it's a big 10 minutes, isn't it? Not much from Somerset can happen, but if Durham can pick up another couple of wickets as Banton launches into a cover drive and gets a good piece of that, as Parkinson manages to get the ball back inside the Toblerones, and Banton will collect 3. So yeah, probably again another indication of the outfield being a little bit slower than usual.
It's a long boundary out there as well to our left.
It is probably the longest part of the ground. Along that side, away towards the pavilion. A little bit more over towards the Lumley Castle side of the ground, the old scoreboard. Just away to our right. And we've probably got the best seats in the house because the pitch is right in front of us. Just looking over the umpire's right shoulder as Ben Stokes charges in. And Rew allows that one through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
Yet again, nothing from Stokes there. It's bowled well. And yeah, James Rew, I think, showing he's just happy to sit in and bide his time, as he has done.
Yeah, I think just recognise that period in the game, aren't they? That Somerset need to be 4 down here at the lunch break, and Durham looking to kind of bust that open and see if they can get into the middle order and lower order before lunch. Oh, this one squares Rew up. It's a thick outside edge to Beddingham in the covers. It's a good area from Stokes.
Just getting it to move slightly away from Rew there, very nicely. And yeah, there's still some batting to come for Somerset.
Oh, a lot of all-rounders, haven't they?
Lewis Gregory in next, the birthday boy.
Is it his birthday?
Yeah,
is
birthday
it?
today.
Nice.
Skipper for Somerset. I'm sure his birthday wish will be that he doesn't have to bat today.
Yeah.
But that would be an unbelievable feat from these two, Banton and Rew, if that is the case. Brilliant shot there.
Yeah, Rew really again strong off the back foot. That wasn't that short. And with a straightish bat, he's pulled that beautifully wide of mid-on for 4. So James Rew just starting to get into some rhythm. He picks up his second boundary and moves on to 11 not out. And Somerset on to 73 for 4 with Banton at the other end on 18. Yeah, and you've got Overton, and Pretorius is definitely not the worst with the bat either. So you've got some 3 all-rounders to come before you get into Davies, and even we've seen Jack Leach's heroics with the bat at times as well.
Yeah, I mean, even Josh Davey averages 21 in first-class cricket. Knows how to handle himself.
Stokes a little bit fuller there, and Rew defends it back to him, and that ends the over. 7 down now for Stokes. It's 2 for 26. 25 overs done this morning. Somerset on 73 for 4. And Ben Rain is going to continue, so we might see the 1 token over from this end from Parkinson. Let's just see. Now the rest of the session plays out. You've probably got time for 2 more overs. Ollie Robinson's going to continue up to the stumps to Banton.
It's a weird one, because in some places they often just play until 32 overs for lunch as well. So I wonder, maybe with a few wickets they might have taken them off, and they might force Durham, to get through a couple more overs maybe, and maybe get to 30. I think with every 2 wickets it's about an over time-wise. So with the 4 down they might only have to bowl 30, or possibly even a couple less, depending on how the umpires see it. Rain in again. Tom Banton. Robinson up to the stumps. Solid defence there from Tom Banton. Nothing through that. Just pads it back to mid-off. Rain back to his mark. Just the 2 slips at the moment. Lees has taken himself out of that cordon. But there is a short mid-wicket, which I quite like. There's 2 mid-wickets in there.
Yeah.
1 in catching. Or through the leg side, through the offside. Slight misfield there at cover from, is that Clark?
It's Beddingham.
Beddingham.
Yeah.
At cover, just couldn't quite get his body behind it.
Sorry, I can't see Clark actually on the pitch at the moment. I wonder if Dan Hogg is out there in the covers for the left-handed route. So I don't know if Clark's just disappeared for a quick break before lunch, or if anything more sinister's afoot.
There wasn't any much sort of circulation or circus around it all.
No, not at all. Wow.
Nicely worked off the hips there from James Root. Is it going to go all the way? No, pulled back in by David Beddingham. And just a 2 there, looking for a 3rd, but couldn't quite get away with it. Beddingham fielded nicely. And yeah, Root on 13 at the moment. He's sped up very slightly, finding his rhythm a little bit more now as lunch slowly gets closer. Final few overs of the session.
Just reinforcing that leg side a little bit now with Alex Lees coming out of 3rd slip and jumping into that catching mid-wicket area, and Beddingham just going a little bit deeper.
Oh, that looks very, very good. That's out.
Yeah.
Wicket. Ben Rain got it to come back in, and James Root obviously thought it might have been moving away, just left it, didn't even play a shot, and he's gone. Plumb right in front of the stumps there. No shot offered. And that is a wicket. That's the 5th of the game. 76 for 5 now, Somerset in real trouble.
That's come from absolute nowhere. That partnership was building nicely, and these 2 looked as comfortable as any 2 batters in the game so far. And a little brain fade there from Rue as he's just let that one go, and Rain bowling stump to stump is the benefactor of that poor decision from James Rue. And Durham have their 5th wicket right before lunch. 76 for 5.
Absolutely hooped in that one from.
Yeah, it was a
Ben
good
Rain.
delivery, but yeah, absolute brain fade to leave that one. And I think you were just saying there, Rue just starting to look good. He played a couple of nice shots off the back foot. And Ben Rain picks up a huge wicket just before lunch. 76 for 5.
Lewis Gregory, Somerset captain, birthday boy, walking to the crease now. Has to navigate a tough few overs now before the end of the session. This is real trouble now for Somerset. 76 for 5 is not where they'd wanted to be. It's overcast conditions. The sun is slowly coming out as well, which is great to see here at Chesterley Street. But it's a tough session it's been for Somerset, who will be really trying to get through to the break without any more issues.
Just having a look at the replay there, looking at Ben Rain's face too, is a mixture of confusion and delight there as to James Rue's decision just to allow that one to crash into his pads, and he pretty much walked for that, didn't he? I think it was so out.
The umpire took a bit longer than I expected.
I think Rue had walked off before the
Yeah.
umpire gave him out, actually.
I think that just shows the skill of Ben Rain, really, though. The fact that James Rue, who is such a technically good batsman, just had no idea what was going on. I think Rain has been setting him up, bowling waste swingers for a long time, and then got one to just cannon back in. Lovely in-swinger. and Rue, yeah, was just left stranded, didn't even play a shot. And I think that was almost another issue, is he was possibly outside the line, but
Yeah.
no shot offered, and he had to go. Rain in again. Gregory sort of works that slowly off the hip there, slightly defensively, coming down the crease, which is interesting to see, and the helmet comes on straight away there from Ollie Robinson, knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, good call, mate. Definitely just wandered out and across, didn't he? Get outside the line of the off stump.
Retaking his guards.
Yeah.
Probably started a yard outside the crease, walked down another yard or two.
As a batter, you're thinking, I just need to get through these few balls, and then all of a sudden the keepers come up and you're like, man, now what do I do?
Be interesting to see how Gregory tries and plays this, whether he tries and sees his way through, or maybe a bit more free-flowing as he can be. Solid defensive work there again from Gregory. And that is the end of the over. Top over there from Rain. 3 runs and the crucial wicket as well. They're through to the middle order now, the lower order even, with Gregory, who has actually had a very good season with the bat and ball for Somerset. High score of 80, 350s from that number 7 position, averaging in the low 30s, and has had a few crucial knocks really for Somerset to help them to their 2 victories so far this season.
I think he's a very handy player. It's going to need a captain's knock from him today, because Somerset in trouble here in the last over before lunch, and it'll be Ben Stokes who just says, nah, give me the ball, I'm going again. He's going to start his 8th over from the Finkel end. And a little bit of movement, and Banton plays it quite nicely. Asking good questions here. 3 slips in place, and a man out on the hook. A deep square and a deep fine leg. Be interesting to see if Stokes tries Banton again after being hooked for 6 a couple of overs ago, just to see if he's going to be willing to take that on in the last over before lunch, as 1 o'clock now hits.
Whether or not he's going for a bouncer, I like they've got 2 men out there either way.
It keeps that in his mind, doesn't it?
Lovely.
Tell you what, he's not worried about lunch, is he, Banton? Because that wasn't a bad ball from Stokes, but there was width. And Banton got his hands through that and hit that one better than the over before. And this one races away to the extra cover boundary for 4.
Didn't quite get hold of that one there, Banton, but had enough speed on the bat to sort of squirt it away through the covers. It was a nice shot and freed his hands up really to hit that one through the covers for 4.
He moves on to 23. Somerset now 80 for 5. Stokes is disappointed with that, but I'm not sure he should be there. There's definitely dangling that out there, wasn't he, for that shot? Banton compact again in defence.
I think that's probably the ball Stokes would have wanted the ball before. Just slightly tighter line, no width to Banton, which you really can't afford with the way he plays and some of the shots he has. And yeah, with the 2 men as we were talking about on that leg side, I think just keeps it in Banton's mind whether or not Stokes is thinking about bouncing him. It means Banton can't just come forward naturally, knowing that he can sort of rock back if he needs to. He's got to be fully aware that Stokes might drop one short, and with the speed he bowls at as well, it's aggressive.
There's a no ball from Stokes as he screams no, and Banton drives this one again through the covers, but he'll just pick up the 2 there as Parkinson chases that one out into the deep.
Second no ball from Ben Stokes. He has a few of those often.
Yeah, he does.
But it's a shame to see, and he's obviously disappointed in that. He needs to just find his run up again. I guess when it's one of those where he hasn't bowled much or at all really for a year, he's got to sort of slowly work his way back into rhythm and into form, and it will slowly come before the England summer starts in a few weeks now.
This one again on the money and defended nicely by Banton. 84 on the board now for Somerset, 84 for 5. We're halfway through the 27th over. Banton on 25, not out, and he's scoring at a pretty rapid rate considering the morning we've had so far. He's 25 off 29 balls. It hasn't just been all crash and bang, it's been mixed with some really good defence. Stokes again offers a little bit of width, and Banton gets a thick inside edge this time as he attempts to put another one through the covers. Ben Rain does the fielding at mid-on.
Yeah, it's been a strong innings from Banton so far, as you mentioned. He's not really given many chances. Hit some really nice shots as well through the covers in particular, and obviously that 1-6 over fine leg. Just got a hold of it and used the pace from Stokes to help on his way. And he's 25 not out currently. Lammonby 22 not out. Otherwise it's been a lot of low scores.
This one again is driven, an excellent bit of fielding there by Coughlin in the covers. Diving away. And that is lunch. So Somerset end the session on 84 for 5. A really good session from Durham's point of view, having won the toss. Tom Abel was the first man to go, bowled by Ben Rain on the last ball of the first over. Ball that nipped away and hit the top of off stump. Matt Renshaw was next to go with an outside edge caught low into his left by Ollie Robinson. Tom Lammonby nicked one also through to the keeper, who took a regulation catch. Amid was a victim of Peter Siddle as he prodded outside off stump and got an edge to Colin Ackerman at second slip. And then just before the lunch break, James Rue went LBW to Ben Rain for 13 without offering a shot. So the bowling figures for Durham. Ben Rain has bowled 10 overs in that first session as 2 for 24. Paul Coughlin probably didn't hit his straps in that first session, 4 overs, none for 15. Peter Siddle has 1 for 9. And Ben Stokes with an 8 over spell has 2 for 34.
It's been a very, very productive session from Durham. They'll be very, very pleased over lunch, I'm sure. Somerset will need to regather themselves a little bit and slowly fight their way back into the game over the next coming days.
That's perfect. So we'll be back with you in around half an hour, where the afternoon session will resume here at Chesley Street.
welcome to Durham. I can't imagine you would have thought you'd be back in the Championship so quickly.
No, I didn't. I was planning on this year having a bit of a holiday and sort of just relaxing in the off season. So when the opportunity come up though, obviously very excited and looking forward to it now.
You mentioned it there. Can you describe what the last kind of 48, 72 hours has been like for you from that first sort of knowing that Scott Bowen's been ruled out to then Marcus North kind of making that call?
Yeah, it was obviously really rushed in the end, I think. But yeah, it all ran smoothly. I think obviously Scotty and I being good mates, we were chatting a lot throughout his like little niggle and stuff over the last couple of weeks. So obviously disappointing for him. But yeah, I think just that connection. Obviously I played a lot of cricket with Marcus back for Australia. So I think that friendship there, we've always chatted about potentially coming and playing here one day. It's come about now.
You played with Marcus or did you play against him back in Australia?
I played against him in Australia and then played with him for Australia. So we've got a good history together. There were always good battles against him, but it was good fun playing alongside him.
Get him out many times while you were playing against him, or?
I don't know. I can't really remember. I don't think so. I think when I was younger, I wasn't really good against left-handers. Probably not as many as I would have liked.
You mentioned you're excited about the opportunity. If you could pinpoint it down to one thing or one or two things about Durham that made you want to jump at this offer, what were they?
I think obviously initially the connection with Marcus. That's probably always the one. But I think I've played the boys a few times over the years, and it's always been a good bunch of guys, a good group. So I wasn't hesitant about joining this group of guys and playing with them. So I think that was probably the biggest draw was knowing what type of group they were. I think I've been pretty lucky to the counties I've played with over the last little bit have always been similar to that, good groups, and that stood out with this group.
Down at Somerset last year, spent time with Essex as well, and I believe Nottingham on that list as well with your previous counties.
Yeah.
Correct there. So you're not exactly a stranger to the county game. How do you think that's going to help you? Do you think there's not going to be as much of an adjusting period coming up now because you've already played in England and you've got used to the Duke's ball?
Yeah, I'm very accustomed to playing here. I think that's the good thing. I love playing here. I enjoy the English conditions and the English grounds around the country. So really looking forward to it. I think there's not much to adjust to, which is good. It's probably more just obviously it's been a very short turnaround, but feeling good and looking forward to the next couple of months.
You are coming into a dressing room where I don't mean to bring this up as like an insult, but you are coming in as I think the oldest bowler in the dressing room. First of all, what kind of gives you this still desire to keep on playing at I think 39? Because a lot of other bowlers or players just in general would have decided I've had a good enough career, that's enough for me, but you obviously decided to carry on. What is that passion for you to carry on playing? Yeah,
I think it's just love for red ball. I love playing first class cricket, love bowling the red ball. Obviously it's a bit of stupidity, I reckon. It's obviously there's a lot easier formats to play these days, but I think the challenge of playing red ball cricket, I've still got a desire to play it, and I think that's what keeps me going. And like I said to you earlier, the love for playing in England. I really enjoy my time here, always have, whether it was playing county cricket or even the international tours that I had here. Absolutely loved it. So it was a pretty easy decision. I stay fit, I'm feeling good. Why not keep playing? And that's been my mindset over the last few years. And touch wood, I've been able to stay fit and continue to play. So just looking forward to this next couple of months now.
Yeah, you mentioned that you enjoy playing in these English conditions. Obviously you're from Australia. What's your favourite thing that you've developed a good taste for when coming over here and playing in England? Would you say?
I think I just love the Duke ball. I think that's what I love the most.
More helpful for the bowlers, is it?
Yeah, not even that. No, there's been plenty of wickets that I've played on that are batter friendly, but I just really enjoy bowling with the Duke ball. It's a lovely ball to bowl with. And like you said, there is opportunities at different stages where it is very bowler friendly, which is enjoyable as a fast bowler when it's all in your favour. So there's always that side of things, but like I said, English conditions, it's just good fun.
You've had a pretty storied career, very long career. I think everyone knows your Ashes hat-trick on your birthday. I'd be remiss to ask you, is that your favourite memory on a cricket field? As an Englishman, this hurts asking this question.
I don't know. It's obviously it's big personal achievement. Yeah, it's obviously my greatest individual achievement whilst playing. But I think big series wins. I had some unbelievable series, home and away, and they're the ones that I probably I cherish the most. I think winning the Ashes 5-0 in Australia. The next series after that one is quite memorable. So those type of things, but like going to South Africa and winning when we had a young side, when Marcus debuted back in 2009, we won there. So series like that are ones that that I really cherish. But definitely as an individual point of view, that moment was very high on the list.
And then going from international cricket to your Shield cricket with Victoria, what would you say has been your favourite memory while donning the Victoria shirt over your career?
I think it's the same thing. Winning, I've been lucky in the time that I've played for Victoria. We've been really successful. So the opportunity to be a part of, I've played in 3 Shield finals that I've won, but also played in and around Test cricket in summers where we've gone on to win. So in my time there, we won 7 titles. So it's been a great dressing room to be around. So I think those moments have been unbelievable, and I think now at the back end, just seeing some of these young guys that we have coming through at Victoria is very exciting. So looking forward to working with them.
Fair few new trophy cabinets along the way, of course, to fill all those trophies. You are wanting to move in towards sort of the coaching sort of side of things. What are the next steps for you in order to get on that coaching ladder?
Yeah, I think I've been lucky enough. I think opportunities like this. I think coming over to England and stuff like that, working with younger guys as sort of like a mentor to them, and just helping them whilst I'm here to play. I've enjoyed a lot, whether that was at Essex, Somerset, now here. I think those opportunities have been great. Obviously, hopefully they've got a lot out of it, but me as an individual has definitely learned a lot from the coaching front. So I guess those experiences have been huge, similar to the stuff I do in Australia. But the last season I started to look after the second 11 at Victoria, which was a lot of fun. Like I said, just enjoy seeing young players develop, improve their game, and if I can play a small part in that along the way, I feel like I'm doing the right job.
And then finally, you just mentioned that you're coming in, you want to be a mentor for the young guys. We've got a good crop of young bowlers coming through here. How much are you looking forward to imparting some of that wisdom that you've got over the next couple of months that you're here at Durham?
Yeah, lots. I think, I get more out of that. The playing side of things just sort of comes, second nature to me. That's just natural. But I really get a lot out of helping those guys. And hopefully, like I said, I can play a little small part. And whether it's just one little thing that they can pick up, I've played a lot of cricket in England. So, I'm very experienced in conditions and the Duke ball and all types of stuff over here that, hopefully I can, leave here with obviously a little bit of success on the field, but also, a little bit of helping hand off the field to some of those young guys.
Well, I hope you all had a lovely lunch break. I know we did up in the top floor of the press box as the umpires make their way back out to the middle, and Somerset are in a bit of bother. 84 for 5 as they emerge from the lunch break. No doubt Scott Borthwick's camp are the happier of the two after the first 27 overs of play. Tom Banton 25 unbeaten from 31, and Lewis Gregory just facing 2 balls for nothing before the lunch break. Rob Rush and Ash Thorpe to kick off this afternoon session with you. Should have head groundsman Victor Main coming around reasonably shortly. So we can
ask him lots of questions about his pitch.
I'm literally just going to say, Vic, tell us about this pitch, and I'm just going to listen to him talk.
Perfect. Yeah, I did have a chat with him this morning, and there's definitely some more grass on this pitch, as Durham won an important toss and have taken 5 wickets this morning in the first session. So Somerset to resume on 84 for 5, Banton 25 not out, and as you said, Lewis Gregory just facing the 2 balls yet to get off the mark. And Durham will be looking to drive that early advantage home as the clouds just come in a little bit over a very overcast Seat Unique Riverside.
Yeah, there's none of those Simpsons clouds around us.
No, not today. Not today. Saw Ben Stokes bowl an 8-over spell before the lunch break and picking up 2 wickets. Ben Rain got through 10 overs. Peter Siddle also used, went down. We're not sure what happened there. Maybe a bit of an illness, but he looks quite sprightly as he jogs out into the middle and has a little skip and a jump. And just a couple of 4 overs, I think, from Paul Coughlin, who didn't probably use the new ball as what all Durham fans and what himself and his captain would have hoped. So he was taken out of the attack early, and we haven't seen any spin yet, which is not a massive surprise considering the state of the wicket and how well the seamers have bowled so far today.
Yeah, Callum Parkinson might be in for a bit of a reduced role this game. But you mentioned Peter Siddle, Ash. I think good news is he looks like he's going to be starting from he's going to be starting from the Lumley end.
He definitely came out with a bit of pep in his step there, hop skipping, jumping out to the middle, and he could be really important because the experience that he has in bowling on these type of wickets. He's been around the county circuit as well as played a lot of first class and obviously test match cricket for Australia. There's a lot of knowledge and a lot of skill in Peter Siddle's locker, and he'll look to execute that as we're going to start from the Lumley end. 2 slips in place, and a bit of a ring field, and a kind of a close-ish mid-wicket, and the one a little bit deeper. And as Siddle resumes here, right arm over the wicket, and Gregory across is trapped on the pad, but looks like he's got outside the line of off stump, and the ball is lodged in the flap of his pad as every Durham fielder and Ollie Robinson in the vicinity try and close in and claim a false catch. But I like the energy. A little bit of an unusual way to start the session.
Siddle's got a big smile on his face as he walks back to his mark.
Nice way to start the session. Looks like that breeze has really picked up, looking at the flags over the pavilion as well. As Siddle comes in and Gregory right across and in line. Getting across his stumps here, so I wouldn't be surprised if Siddle tries to bowl a good channel outside off stump and then maybe nip one back, trapping him in front. But yeah, it's from the southwest. That breeze is quite strong.
Trying to work out who's walking down below us. I was thinking
it's Kirby on the right.
I was wondering if that's Miguel Pretorius, ex-Durham, of course, but I don't think it is.
I would have thought he'd be sitting up there with his pads on, if not in his whites with his thigh pad on at the moment.
Yeah. Pretorius, of course, having a spell up in the northeast last year in both the One Day Cup and some county championship action.
Siddle right on the money there again to Gregory.
Shane Berger, Sam, reliably informs me.
Some funky bright orange.
Yeah, not for me.
Pumas on there.
Not for me. I like to be quite reserved in my colours of shoes. I'd stick to the standards as the ground staff have emerged and from their hut after their lunch interval and have back out on the deck chairs for the first time this season.
It's a good sight. Siddle again, edges, and he's caught behind by Robinson. A flash from Gregory and a thick edge, and Robinson moves across to his right and takes a comfortable catch, and Durham pick up a huge wicket just after the lunch break. Somerset 6 down, just 84 on the board. Gregory goes without scoring.
You mentioned the ground staff being on the deck chairs is a good sight. That's a good sight from a Durham point of view. The second bowling bonus point wrapped up, obviously coming away with lesser points from last week. Didn't pick up any batting bonus points. Picked up maximum bowling bonus points, but didn't come away with anything bonus with the bat. And that's a big early breakthrough. Lewis Gregory having to depart. It was I think a loose shot is probably the best way to describe it. The ball probably wasn't there to be driven, but maybe feeling some scoreboard pressure, kneeling to try and put something back onto Durham, and he's paid the cost of his wicket, the new Somerset Red Bull skipper. I think this will be Craig Overton.
I don't think you can mistake that big fella. It absolutely is. So he comes out, Somerset in trouble, 84 for 6.
Horrible news about his twin brother suffering yet another stress fracture. It seems to be the curse of the England fast bowlers. That
yeah, it's the curse of being a bowler. I think it's hard work and it's not great on the body. We look at Stan McAlinden out there taking the drinks onto the ground, who is probably a few weeks away again from being able to bowl. It's just that the nature of being a quick is you're not often fit, and unfortunately for Overton, he's got another stress fracture, along with a number of other fast bowlers in the England ranks. But Craig Overton takes his guard. Peter Siddle with his tail up here picks up his second wicket. He has 2 for 9 now. And Durham on the charge here, looking to try and get through this lower order now. There's still some talented batting to come. Siddle now comes in right arm over the wicket, and that's bowled in first ball. Inside edge, dragged onto the stumps. And Siddle, who scarily for Durham went off injured.
What injury?
Earlier, and we're hoping it was just maybe a stomach upset or something like that, but he's back with a vengeance after lunch and picks up 2 in 2. Somerset 84 for 7. And Overton goes first ball, bowled by Siddle, and this was mentioned in somebody's interview that was done with Peter Siddle, is on a hat-trick.
Yeah, he has a history of hat-tricks. Everyone, well, I imagine most people remember that famous one on his birthday, and
at the Gabba.
Indeed, he's not scared of the big occasions, and he's got one coming up. I believe inside edge there from Overton back onto his stumps, and there is no better start post lunch, and I would expect some not antics, but I'd expect some cheerleading led by Ollie Robinson very shortly to kick off this hat-trick ball. I believe Chris Rushworth is the last Durham bowler to take a hat-trick in the county championship. I will
take your word for it.
Unfortunately, I don't have the handy stat sheet. Graham has decided that he's taking today off. And
he's up at the second team game up at Rugby Lane.
Like I say, he's not provided us with the helpful stat sheet of last hat-trick stuff. I believe it's Rushworth back in around 2014.
Northants maybe.
I believe
the game he took 15. I
believe it is 2014. And I did mention Miguel Pretorius. He is out there, and he has the daunting task of trying to keep out Peter Siddle who is very much on a roll. And it was indeed Chris Rushworth back in 2015 against Hampshire.
Hampshire, was it?
Sam coming through with the goods, and the other 2 hat-tricks, Steve Harmison.
Yes, I actually randomly was given a ball from Steve Harmison's hat-trick. Somebody just found it and gave it to me, so hopefully that will be in.
Just to confirm, Harmison is the last hat-trick here at the Riverside Ground, and here it is. Three slips in play. Peter Siddle, what do you have in store?
He comes in now. The crowd's clapping in anticipation. And it's right on the money and well defended by Pretorius, the former Durham man. And that ends an excellent first over after lunch, a double wicket maiden. Somerset in trouble, 84 for 7. Siddle now with the impressive figures of 3 for 9.
Just a quick update for our members. There is the forum on Wednesday night, 6 till 7. I believe, Ash, you are hosting that one.
I believe I am.
And there's also the members' coffee morning happening on Wednesday, 11 till 1 in the morning, 11 a.m. till 1 p.m. And then the members' forum in the evening, 6 till 7. And I am delighted to announce that we have our first guest of the live stream. His head groundsman, Victor Main, is going to come join us.
One of my favourite human beings.
He'll come join us as Paul Coughlin is given the task of kicking us off from the Finkel end after the lunch break, and he now steams in looking to clean up this tail of Somerset. He's in and forward defensive. As head groundsman, Vic, how do you feel right now about how your pitch is performing?
Yeah, well, pretty happy with this morning's work, actually. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you and say I was a little bit dubious when the captain said that he'd have a bowl. I thought it'd nip about a bit this morning. It's allowed to on the first morning, and the pitch hasn't been out of the cover. It's been under cover for 2 days. So I was expecting it to do a bit, but you'd be pretty happy with 7 wickets at this stage. And the more time it's exposed now to the light and to the air, it's going to dry out a little bit. So hopefully batting conditions will be better for the next couple of days.
That's brilliant. We've got Vic with us for the next while. If you've got any questions, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk.
Get those questions in as Coughlin fires this one in down the leg side, and a very good take from Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. I know we've spoken in the past about how you've worked very closely with Ryan Campbell about what pitches he wants. Was there an impetus on his part to have a bit more in it for the bowlers this week?
There was a bit of discussion with both Ryan and Marcus, Director of Cricket, in that I think we were all disappointed with the Essex pitch in that it didn't really do anything for anybody, and but this pitch was very much different. The Essex pitch, we just had no grass on it because grass wasn't growing at that stage. It was like an Indian pitch, so very difficult to get the bowlers involved. So we were clear that we wanted better grass coverage on this one, and thankfully we're now in a better position, and so we've left quite a lot of grass on, always looking for that little bit of extra carry, which is what we're all after. If there was an easy solution, then we'd all be doing it with no problem, but pleased to see a few catches going through to the keeper and to the slip cordon. So yeah, there was a little bit of extra input, but nothing hugely. In fact, I think the boys bowled very well this morning. Obviously, sitting square on where I do, I don't see a lot of what's happening off the seam. But I'm in an ideal position now where you boys are right behind the arm. I'm looking dead centre down the wickets. So I'll probably see a bit more, but I'd be surprised if it went round corners this morning.
I don't think it's done masses. I was expecting it to do a little bit more with the amount of live, like you say, the grass covering when I went out there this morning was beautiful across the whole pitch. And if you're going to get technical, what would you normally have your millimetres of grass in, and what is this pitch?
Well, that's very interesting. I mean, there's been a change of thought over the last few years in that everybody used to like white pitches, absolutely flat white pitches, but we've moved away from that, thankfully, these days, and we try to leave a little bit more live grass on there, which encourages a little bit more bounce, a little bit more pace, and possibly a little bit more sideways movement as well.
Yeah.
So last season, I think every pitch that we produced was at 7mm.
Okay.
This one is actually 9mm, so there's not a huge amount of difference. Early days we were looking at 12mm for this pitch, but because of the conditions over the last few days, 12mm we thought might be a little bit too much.
So is that something then you do take into consideration with the rain that comes around? Does that mean that you do have to lower the amount of millimetres of grass on the pitch?
It doesn't necessarily, but if a pitch is not going to be uncovered for a while and it's going to tend to stay green, then the chances are that that there could be a little bit more in it for the bowlers.
It's nicely driven there by Pretorius to Ben Rain at mid-off. And maybe just tell our listeners and viewers about the weather conditions that we had, particularly it was Wednesday, wasn't it? It was a horror day when you kind of 48 hours from a match, and that's important time to have your pitch ready, and we had kind of a 15-hour downpour.
Yeah, well, in some ways we were very lucky in that it was forecast.
Yeah.
I don't listen much to the forecasts, but this one everybody was
confident leave.
Everybody was saying that it was going to rain all day Wednesday and possibly Thursday as well. And so Monday and Tuesday we worked really hard so that we got so far ahead. We were in a position, the pitch was marked, we were down to, well, at that stage we were down to 12mm, which we thought we were going to go with.
Sure.
Everything was ready. But then on Wednesday, 31mm of rain fell. And I've never seen as much water on the covers as there was Wednesday afternoon. Now, this field was like a lake. There was water running all over the place. So, as I said, thankfully we were well ahead. Yesterday was annoying, to be honest with you, because every time we removed the covers, the drizzle came in again and we had to put them back on.
Yeah.
So we achieved nothing yesterday at all. And I think more than the actual pitch itself, it was the outfield. It's recently had fertiliser on it. As I said, the grass has started to grow. The weather's warming up a bit, and the grass is growing like crazy.
Yeah.
Came in this morning, it hadn't been cut for 2 days, and we just had to get on and cut it, and we made a heck of a mess. I mean, it doesn't look, it looks far from its best at the moment, but it was a case of having to do it. Otherwise, we'd have lost the shorter players in the grass.
Yeah, it was funny. I was watching John out there with the leaf blower getting all the excess grass off.
It's funny you mentioned John, actually, because he did one strip up there this morning, and I could see him stop because his boxes were full.
Off one strip?
Off one strip, yeah. But he was also making a mess. Now, John is a perfectionist, and he hates mess, which is why he always goes around with the leaf blower afterwards.
Yep.
We tell him we're going to go around and rope it or brush it, but he still has to go out with a leaf blower and get rid of it all. At the moment, we've got the gulls are coming down every night and they shed their feathers, and John every morning has to come in and pick all the feathers up off the ground. He won't have any mess whatsoever. So he was not happy this morning when I told him to carry on cutting. And just down in front of the old score box, we had a mountain of grass that we'd taken off the field this morning. Hence, it's very slow.
Yeah. There's just so much moisture, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's Coughlin. Oof. Nice fuller delivery that's dug out well by Pretorius. This is the first time we've been this far over on the strip this year, isn't it? We're not quite in the middle of the square here. We're more over towards the right-hand side for, I think, the first time this year.
Yeah, this is pitch 17. Pitch 17 of 24. We probably would only come another pitch further this way to be playing first 11 cricket. We tend to play most of our championship pitches sort of towards the edges and leaving the T20 pitches and internationals for the centre. There's this huge myth in cricket that I've had it ever since I've been in groundsmanship, is everybody thinks the pitches in the centre are better than the ones on the edge. Everybody thinks that they're treated differently, they're better laid or whatever, which is a complete fallacy. But it's in the players' minds. Why are we on the edge? Why are we on the edge?
Yeah.
When are we going to play in the middle? Pitches are no better in the middle.
Is there any difference in the pitch, the soil content as you go across the square, or is it all the same? Is it universal across the whole square?
Yeah, it's all pretty standardised now because we...
Lovely looking drive there, Vic. Sorry to cut you
no,
off.
No, that's fine.
Ben Stokes will put it back inside the rope, and they'll get another couple of runs, 5 from the over so far.
We took the top off the square in 2020, I think it was, because of levelling issues that we had, and re-levelled it. So the soil all the way across is the same, apart from dead centre pitch 12, which at the time was a hybrid.
Yes.
And we had to take that out, otherwise it would have been buried. So we dug that out completely to 8 inches. And so that's a slightly different construction.
Short, wide from Coughlin. That's certainly not his best delivery, and despite a pour on it from Ollie Robinson, he can't escape conceding a couple byes, but...
That's harsh, isn't it?
That's the one thing as a keeper, you look up at the bowler and that's blotted my clean sheet.
That is harsh.
He's done well to get a pour on it. Other keepers, that is 4 byes. He's kept it to 2, but yeah, it does unfortunately go against Ollie, who's more than capable with the gloves. And that's a lovely shot, just out of reach of Paul Coughlin in his follow through, and Ben Rain is able to track it down. A productive over there for Somerset. They moved themselves onto 95 for 7.
So there was, well, I mean, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth and when I was playing, there was rumours that the further you got across the square, that these pitches down towards the scoreboard were bouncier and quicker. I don't know if that was true or...
Yeah, a lot of people used to say that. I probably haven't found that, and I think it's certainly changed now since we did the re-levelling. I don't think that's the case anymore. I mean, it is absolutely true that the pitch right on the very end, pitch number 24, for some reason does seem to bounce more than any of the others, and would make an ideal pitch for 4-day cricket. But obviously it's
25-yard bit under your mind.
It's too close to the edge. No. But no, I think those days are gone when there were two different halves.
Siddle's going to continue, and this gets an outside edge. Controlled by Banton, and he'll pick up another single there, moving the score on to 96 for 7.
How do you balance these sorts of pitches, Vic, when obviously Cambo's made it very clear he wants his spinner in the game, and Callum will obviously have a role to play for Durham, and Jack Leach will have a role to play for Somerset? Is it just as simple as a case of it's going to take longer for spin to develop, and it's going to take longer for them to get any purchase out the surface? Do you believe?
I'm not absolutely certain, to be honest with you. I think it's highly unlikely that we will see Callum in this innings. and hopefully we'll see a lot of Jack in the second innings when the pitch flattens out a bit and the batsman can make hay. It's just going down leg.
I agree.
I actually have seen this pitch spin with quite a lot of grass on it, but I think you need moisture there for that to happen. I saw Adil Rashid in a ODI, I think it was, when the grass was pretty wet. I think we may have had a rain delay, and he came on and looked unplayable, which is not ideal in a one-day game. They always say if it seems it will spin.
That's what Shane Warne's used to say all the time.
Ooh.
If it seems it spins, give me the ball.
Good fuller delivery there from Siddle.
Right, I've got a question for you, Vic, from Alistair.
Alistair?
Via email. He says, I'm interested to understand if groundsman skills are transferable across sports or are they very specific skill sets. For example, could a cricket head groundsman move to a golf club and be successful?
That's a very good question.
It is a great question, and the answer to that is yes. He could transfer and be very successful. Funnily enough, golf is the one sport that I haven't been involved in.
That might have hit somewhere. Tender.
What's the commentary phrase? The gooly woolly woolies that was used in the.
I'll leave you to that one.
Used in the 100. Alex Hale's copying one there, and Mickey Pretorius, I think, is.
I reckon that's I think that's Mr. Thigh padding. A lot of flesh.
I think that's. I think he also might have got an inside edge that's definitely deflected it up into that region. But yeah, Vic, you're saying about how you haven't been involved in golf.
Yeah, it's really the one major sport that I haven't been involved in. I worked early days in a multi-sports club where we had cricket, grass tennis, rugby, bowls. So lots of. I've done a little bit of winter surfaces, and the great thing now is that, as opposed to years gone by, is that we talk to one another. We're not just a closed shop of cricket groundsmen now. We do talk to all the other sports and find out what football are doing, what's working for those guys. How they do things. We in cricket were seen as being the dark art. We do everything that's wrong for growing grass.
Yeah.
Oh, I think an inside edge.
Yeah, full and straight, wasn't it?
Saves Banton's blushes. Otherwise, I think he could walk like James Rue did back to the dressing room. Somerset 97 for 7. Durham firmly on top.
So golf, you're often talking about a sand construction greens mainly and tees. That would be very similar to bowls. Same sort of setup there. Most of the bowling greens are sand construction. Yeah. Different grasses. They use a finer grass. We tend to use a ryegrass, whereas the golf and bowling boys will use fescues and bents, which are a much finer grass, harder to grow. Rye is quite hard wearing and better suited for cricket. On rye you'll get in football and rugby and most of the winter sports. So there are a lot of different things, but at the end of the day we're all trying to grow grass, really. The fact that we as cricket groundsmen sit on a huge great roller
and try and kill it.
Yeah, and shave all the grass off is not doing it a lot of good. But there are many similarities, and if someone's proficient in one sport, they should easily be able to adapt to one of the others. Probably the closest to cricket is tennis.
Okay.
Because they use similar sort of loams, which is clay
for the
soil.
firmness.
Yeah, it's not as heavy as we
Yeah.
use in cricket.
Yeah.
We use a heavy loam. Obviously, we want to get a very solid, hard block, hence all the rolling, to try and enable bounce. Whereas with tennis, you've got a different sort of ball, so that is that's probably going to bounce more anyway.
Excellent stuff.
Coughlin continues and is driven back down the ground. I will make way at the end of the over for Sam to come in and take over and have a bit of a chat as well. Do you, on these sorts of pitches, would you say that express pace, is there any sort of, does this help express pace bowlers, would you say? Someone like a Jofra Archer or a Mark Wood, would you say that a pitch like this, would it give them any extra assistance that you can really think of off the top of your head?
I'm not sure it's the pitch. I think if you've got an express pace bowler, they're always going to be a threat, even if they're bowling on one like the Essex pitch was. I think Mark Wood would still have been quite a handful on there. Just that extra 4 or 5 miles an hour makes a huge difference. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I always thought back in years gone by, Malcolm Marshall could bowl on most wickets, as could Dennis Lilly and people like that.
Yeah, and that was the beauty of them. They found a way, didn't it? No matter what surface they were playing on, they had a skill set to match.
I think that's the art of any cricketer. Is you're not only pitching yourself against the 11 players that you're up against, it's the guy who can adapt to the situations, can adapt to the conditions, can just get on top of everything that they're playing and has the mentality to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what I thought was really cool, and I don't know if it's a groundsman's killer or what, and I applaud Durham for doing it, but we haven't had first class cricket here for a few weeks now, but last week there was a lot of cricket played by our underage county groups out on the ground, and I think that's fantastic for their experience and their development. What about that from a groundsman's point of view? How did that work with you guys?
I think
comes in, sorry.
I think when you look at it overall, and somebody said, would you want those games on here? You'd probably say, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But there's more to it than just producing pitches for first class cricket. What a thrill for the youngsters.
Absolutely.
To be able to get out and to play on the ground. I'm not sure it's the greatest place for them to be playing, actually, because it's such a big big ground, and you've got to bring the boundary in so much, and the crowd are so far away. And to be honest with you, the pitches in first class cricket are a lot different to a lot of club pitches, which they'll be used to playing on.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that was really rewarding for me was the amount of coaches, parents coming up after the games and thanking us for allowing them to play on the ground, and saying that the kids really enjoyed it, and they were all taking photographs and that sort of thing, which is great. If they've had a good time, then...
Sorry to interrupt there. That's a glorious shot by Pretorius. And the outfield might just be quickening up a little bit, but Ben Rain has done brilliantly. Sorry, it's Ben Stokes. How can I get them two mixed up? That was ridiculous. That had every right to go for 4 there, and Ben Stokes has somehow clawed that back.
It was a
dodge the blotter.
That's
about as close as it gets. Yeah. That was really poor. I was that engrossed in what Vic was saying. I just took my eye off Ben Stokes. Sorry, mate, carry on.
No, I know you hang on every word I say.
I do, actually. I'm a big fan of yours.
I need one somewhere. No, it's great for the kids. Great for the kids to be playing, and if we've got nothing else on, then why not? I guess those chances are going to be fewer in the future, because we're going to have extra demands from the Tier 1 women's team.
Yep.
So there are going to be less spaces actually on the Riverside for the age group sides to get in.
Absolutely, we'll touch on that in a moment. Siddle just probably coming to the back end of his spell here after lunch. He's 2 early wickets. Now a little partnership building here between Banton and Pretorius. 103 for 7, and that's short, and it's hooked around the corner, but it's Coughlin found that hard to pick up there to start with, but it was never in danger of carrying him there. So, Tier 1. Have you started planning for it yet? And will you allocate certain pitches to the girls and to the lads and to Championship and to T20s? I'm sure that will all come into a huge piece of planning for you guys moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, planning is crucial for me. Planning is a big thing. You start thinking about it the day after you're told that it's coming, and where is everything going to fit in?
That's aerial from Pretorius, but it beats Beddingham, and this time it will comfortably beat Ben Stokes into the extra cover boundary. So Pretorius on a little bit of a charge, moving on to 15, and the score onto 108 for 7.
So we've probably got about 15 extra one-day games next season across T20 and 50 over games. Yet we've still only got the same number of pitches, and every time you have a game, you have a lot more training as well. So there's going to be a huge amount of demand on not only the Riverside ground here, but the nursery ground as well, which will have to take some of those games, and certainly the junior games that have been played here recently. So there's going to be more of a demand on that. We will try not to. I've heard the case from a few of the ladies' sides that have said that when they've gone round to various grounds, they've been pushed on the edge of the square, which they're not particularly happy about. We will try not to do that. We will try to accommodate them wherever we can, and provide them with the best pitch possible for each game. Having said that, we have to fit that in around the men's professional team as well. Hopefully we can keep the standards up. I'm just conscious that with more games and less time being able to get onto the field because of the practice and whatever, that there's going to be less preparation time for getting the pitches out, and I hope that doesn't have some sort of detrimental effect on the actual surfaces.
Durham just having a look at the ball here. Well, asking the umpires to have a look at the ball. It tends to happen when bowling sides haven't taken a wicket for 10, 12 overs time or so. They tend to ask and say, well, Lee's just sells the umpire well short with his throw there.
Yeah, he's totally done him, hasn't he?
Going to check and see if it goes through that ring. Will it go through? Oh, it's tense. It's not liking it, is it? They're going to have a look at that.
I think there's a restriction now on how many times you can speak to the umpires around the ball.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're going to change it. So I think it's just putting the onus. And I think you're dead right. Going back to a couple of years ago when the balls that I nearly got myself in trouble there. The balls that they were using were changed quite often. They are now, I think, trying to say, hang on a minute, unless there's something seriously wrong with the ball, you're going to carry on. So they've put restrictions on how often you can chuck it to the umpire and go, have a look at this for me, please.
It was a dodgy batch, wasn't it, a couple of summers ago?
100%.
You wouldn't get through 80 overs without at least 3 different balls.
Absolutely right.
This one's done, what, 34.2, so they'll bring a box out and try and find one that's broadly the same.
We could just do what England did in the Ashes and just pick a brand new one out, couldn't they, and just get it over and done with. Not bitter at all.
No, you let it go at least. Tom Banton's out there batting nicely. He's got 32. Pretorius, who likes to play shots, has 15. Somerset 108 for 7 though, in real trouble. Sam Dalling alongside Ashthorpe and Vic, head of the ground staff here at the Seat Unique Durham. Plenty of you on the live stream. What have we got? More than 2,500.
See, you are popular. That's the highest highest number of
peaked.
viewers that we've had, Vic.
I'm
No
sure,
coincidence.
I'm sure it's more the fact the scoreboard is saying what it's saying at the moment than my waffle, which most of them can't understand anyway, being a southerner.
Well, they've got a new ball, and Tom Banton's had a look at it. They chucked it to him as if he was going to say, no, sorry, lads, we can't use that one.
Imagine if that was... Nah.
No, absolutely not. See, the Australians should have done that.
Yeah, probably should
They
have.
had their chance and they missed it.
Yep.
Paul Cochrane's got ball back in hand. Then 7.2 overs in. He's the only Durham bowler thus far to be wicketless. He'll be looking to change that. He's got Banton on strike. Ooh, he thought about having a go at that one, Tom Banton. He just pulled out at the last minute. So is the spreadsheet for next year already underway then, Vic?
It won't be underway until November, until we actually get the fixtures through.
Yeah,
we'll get the fixtures through then, and it'll probably be done the following day. But I have to say, as far as spreadsheets and pitch plans go, the one for this season, we haven't actually played a match on any of the pitches.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because of the conditions, we've changed every pitch.
Anton gets that one away to deep point. It'll just be a single. So where should we have been today? In November, Vic sat at home going, right, Durham are playing at Somerset on which pitch?
20 foot to the left.
Right. Well, we wouldn't have had as good a view there, Vic.
You wouldn't, no.
I think we've done it perfectly.
Yeah, we've been lucky here today. It's the first time we're in our new accommodation, and we've hit the jackpot here, Vic.
I must have known you were coming.
Yeah.
Yes, if you
Very
wouldn't mind,
kind.
Vic, you probably have to get this one. There's one to the left of it that looks like it could probably do the next game.
No, next game we start our T20s and
Big swing and a miss there. Speaking of T20,
That was T20, yes.
that was a mo, wasn't it?
So are we going T20 and the fielding on the pitch where kind of the square leg umpire is? Well, he's at point now, isn't he?
Yeah, just one this way.
Yeah.
Just a little bit
I
lighter.
saw you out there rolling it earlier.
That was the one. Try and get it nice and flat for the T20s.
and would it be, because was it just one game you'd play on that? Would you play a couple on the same pitch in T20?
Double header anyway, isn't it? That one next
it's
week.
yeah.
It's a double header, yeah. He's
Swing
going
and a
for
miss
it.
again.
And repeat.
We changed our plans last year. And we've tended in the past to, once we've used a pitch for one T20, we would keep playing on the same one for 2 or 3 games, depending on how much time there was between them. Then when that was finished, we'd move to a new one. But what I decided to do last year was I'd play on one, then move to another one and play on another one, move to another one and play on another one, and then come back on them after they'd had, say, 3 weeks, 3 weeks rest.
Okay.
Just trying to keep everything fresh. I find up here, and every ground's different. You have to get used to what every ground's doing.
Oh,
But
wow. Hit him.
It's got to be.
Not sure what Pretorius was doing there. There was a kind of a little set off from Banton, and Pretorius just started herring down the wicket as Banton kind of turned his back on him. Ben Rain has a shy at the stumps and misses. Pretorius needs some new gloves by the look of it.
Yeah, I find that if we continue to use the same pitch, it loses any pace and runs are harder to score. Hence, we move to a new pitch now every time.
So, any thoughts then with Durham could potentially have 12 overs of spin in their attack this year? So will there be any discussions, do you think, on playing on some older pitches with Ackerman, Sauter and Parkinson potentially being in the same team?
Do you know, Ash, I don't think we've even thought about that.
Sorry.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we will probably continue our usual method.
Yeah.
And like we were saying earlier, if a pitch is going to seam, it'll spin. But
Sure.
I think it's down to the quality of the bowlers. If the bowlers are good enough, they'll bowl on anything. I think it's more about allowing our attacking batsmen to score runs. and then if we score enough runs, the opposition are going to struggle to chase them down.
Because you can throw Ashton Turner potentially into that mix as well, couldn't you? And
Yeah.
We'll just go with be off the field quick, Vic. That would be bloody awesome, wouldn't it?
I wish they'd do it that in Championship cricket.
Yeah, it's not
these 7:30 finishes are not good.
Yeah,
I think we might be late today.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're a long way behind the over rate at the moment.
It's an all-seam day today by the look of it. Siddle drops this one in short, and it's nicely controlled around the corner. And Pretorius will pick up another boundary. This is a dangerous little partnership building here for Somerset. The score moves on to 114 for 7. Pretorius on to 19 and Banton on 34. I think I do admire, so I said this morning, I was up helping Jake at our club ground, which is just a couple of 100 metres up the road there. We got 8 overs in yesterday, and I think we took the covers on and off more than there were overs in the day. And I'm saying on days that you get like, well, just this now period, for example, where if you weren't in here, you'd be in your stripy deck chair over there, flushing those legs as Siddle comes in. And this one beats Pretorius outside the off stump. And you get those days like today where you think, yeah, this is good, and then contrast, you get those days where you just don't stop.
First of all, going back to yesterday's effort up at Chestnut Street Cricket Club to even get 8 overs in, I think that was a fantastic effort, because the conditions, as I say, on Wednesday it didn't stop raining, and yesterday it was drizzle on and off all day. I'm not sure we would have played here yesterday. So Jake and you guys have put in a tremendous effort there to actually even get the guys onto the ground. I always try to say to our boys, and it's hard work when it's days like that, when you're on and off. If it rains all day, that's fine. You put the covers on and you leave them on. It's when they're on and off, on and off. That is really tiring, and particularly when you've got a square that's as big as ours, and the whole square needs covering. You've got a lot of sheets, you've got a lot of water. The water makes the sheets heavy, and you're on, off. Then you're mopping up all the way around. There's no relaxation at all. But what I always say to our boys is those are the days when we get noticed.
Yeah, true.
If we're sat on the side doing nothing, nobody notices us. So you have to take one of those days now and again. Hopefully they don't come too often. But you've got to take those days, and then people will start to realise quite what we do.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I have so many people come down here and say, I'd love to work for you. I come down and I watch the cricket and see you sat out there, and I'd love to work for you. And I've actually taken a couple on, and within a couple of months they're gone. Didn't realise it was quite that hard.
Yeah. And
this is one of the things that I'm very conscious about doing at the moment. We're all a little bit particular about sort of what's said about Groundsman, and people have views of the stereotypical old Groundsman.
What, like a grumpy groundsman?
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that. Just someone who takes pride in their work. But for me, I'm passionate about trying to raise the awareness of what groundsmen do and what goes into the job. And rather than moan about everybody, it's just a case of getting out and talking to people. In the winter, I was on a training course with a couple of guys, one of whom is actually here today. It was about media, working in the media and that sort of thing. One of them's been working in the BBC for donkey's years on the football scores.
Oh, okay.
And I actually said to him, look, we get a bad rap in the press, and what can we do to improve the impression of Groundsman? And he said, well, get out there and talk to people.
Yeah.
Get out there and spread the word. That's why I love coming to members forums, love coming up here, and I'm sure everybody's bored sick with listening to me rant on about 6 mil of grass on the.
It fascinates me. I'm not going to lie. I even came out, didn't I, this morning? And Vic will back me up on this. I was like, "Where are we at? Like, where are we at? 9 mil?" And I was like, looking. I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, I'm going to love you and leave you, Vic, and leave you in the capable hands of Sam, and Toby's going to come and join in.
Right.
Thanks, Ash. Another change of gloves from Pretorius. He got brought out a new pair a couple of overs ago. Didn't like him. Bantam takes a quick single to Ben Rain. A decent one. 119 for 7. Pretorius with those new gloves. Back on strike. Coughlin about to bowl the last ball of his 9th over. Peter Siddle, 10 overs, 2 maidens. 3 for 27 at the other end. Durham very much on top. They will be loving Vic's work over the last couple of days, the Durham side.
We could do with just finding a wicket from somewhere though, couldn't we?
It's getting a little bit easier, isn't it? It's about short ball, goes for a nibble at it, Pretorius, over his head. End of the over. I tell you what, I just went and sat down there in front of the dressing rooms for a little bit. It's glorious in the sunshine. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. I think this is the first warm day that I've had this season where I felt that I want to sit outside, and you can feel a bit of warmth on your back, and it just makes so much difference.
And instead you're sitting here with us inside.
Well, the sun's shining through the window, and it's all good.
A nice little breeze.
Where would I sooner be than sat with you guys talking about cricket?
Well said, Vic. I think likewise.
As another helmet has been brought onto the field here, Ollie Robinson standing up again with Ben Rain bowling to Tom Banton, who's looking very, very good. Pretorius slowly catching him up though. 22 off 27 for Pretorius. Banton 36, not out as well, off 59. They're slowly building their partnership now, these two. This is Somerset are slowly trying to fight their way back into the game. Vic, I had a question for you as well about Groundsman. We were talking the double header coming up soon here.
Yeah.
When you've sort of got 2 games in such close proximity, are you sort of affecting the pitch differently and sort of trying to almost sort of play it more like a sort of longer format game, or are pitches just the same no matter what?
No, the pitch will be exactly the same. There's quite a big difference between a 4-day pitch and a 1-day pitch, in that on the 4-day pitch you try to give something to everybody. Bit of early nibble for the bowlers, as we've seen today, then it should flatten out a bit for the batsman to come in and spin later on in the game. In the 1-day game, for me, it's about scoring runs, and we'll try and make the pitch just as flat and as hard as we can, suit the batsman. To be honest with you, the women do little damage to the pitch, so it'll still be fairly fresh when the guys come on there.
How difficult days are those for you, having to turn it around on the same day? Can you do much between 2 games, or what do you do?
No, there's very little that you do between games, but there is one major job which has to be done, which is moving the boundary. And one massive difference with T20 in particular is that this morning, even on first ever championship match, it's quite relaxed out there, and it's very different to T20, because as soon as the women's game finishes, the men will come down the stairs of both sides and they'll start warming up, and balls are coming from all directions and they're going everywhere. We're trying to move the boundary, we're trying to sweep the pitch up, get it remarked, and it's a dangerous place to be. It really is. So you've got to have your wits about you, and we'll try and keep off as much as we can. So touch.
Oh, and that's a wicket. Tom Banton has chipped the ball straight to short mid-wicket. Alex Lees, I think that is, in there, the captain. Perfect field positioning from him, and Tom Banton has just thrown his wicket away. He'll be absolutely fuming with himself there. Just a soft dismissal.
Yeah, I think soft is the right word there for that one. Tom Banton has batted so well this season, batted beautifully here until that point today, and that partnership Vic was talking about, Durham need to break. Well, they have broken it. It doesn't really matter how they come. Banton just mistiming it, maybe with a slight change of pace.
What inspired captaincy, wasn't it?
They've had a couple of those already. Ben Stokes wicket in his first over.
I must admit, I've been questioning Scott all day. I think I probably would have batted. Shows how little I know about captaincy. And great change of bowling there to break that wicket. He's not having the worst day. He'll probably come out and score 100 in this game as well.
He's definitely had worse days this season, I think.
Hasn't he?
Yeah.
Hasn't he just?
As Josh Davey now walks to the crease. 8 down, Somerset, 119 for 8. And Pretorius is still out there at the moment. Just a couple more wickets needed now before I assume Durham will be out, possibly within the session now, to try and put on some runs and really take command of the game if they haven't already.
Well, we've got a long way to go in this session, as Vic was saying. I mean, it's in theory an hour and 5 minutes-ish until tea, but actually we've still got 26 overs after this one, so it might be near a close of scheduled close of play by the time this session finishes. We could be on for an 8 o'clock one. It could be floodlight time, Vic.
Oh, don't be saying that. It was an early morning this morning as well, so we don't want to be too late tonight.
No, I feel that. And an early start in Cheshire. Well worth it, though. This has been a brilliant display.
It's been a good day, hasn't it? Been a good day's cricket.
Two quality sides where you look at the team sheets here, and you look at the players that these teams have been able to leave out. Sherb Bashir, Matt Potts. It's unbelievable.
And the sun's starting to come out now as well, even better. Ben Rain coming in again. Starts well, and a solid forward defence there from Josh Davey. He's going to have to try and see out as much as he can here and just sort of stick with Pretorius at this rate, who's actually going along quite nicely, seemingly free-flowing. So between them, they'll have to try and add as many as they can, I guess. And I mean, 119 for 8 is not where they'd want to have been, but they can slowly push on, I guess, and see where they can go from there.
I think this is probably the sort of pitch where you want to be playing shots. If you're given one to go after, I think you should go after it rather than just trying to hang in there.
There don't seem to be many demons in it, really. It's sort of nibbled around a bit, but nothing crazy. There haven't really been many that have kept low. None have really leapt off it either.
No, I mean, I'd expect the ball to nip around on the first day. Even in the Essex game, I think the pre-lunch session was really competitive. So you'd expect it to do that. And I think it probably has looked a little bit harder to take wickets this afternoon.
Change of bowling then at the Finkel end. Ben Stokes returns to the attack. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 34 for Stokes so far. Got Renshaw and Lammonby, the 2 left-handers. He's going to bowl at the right-handed Pretorius first up. I don't think Ollie Robinson will be up to the stumps for the England skipper. Brilliant to have him back around in a Durham shirt, Vic.
Just brings a whole different buzz to it, doesn't it, to the game. There are a few more people in watching today, I think, and I think that's the Ben Stokes effect. And he's one of those sort of players, isn't he, where something's going to happen if he's playing.
Well, something nearly happened there. Pretorius threw his arms at it. He knows one way to bat, Pretorius. Davies is more a proper batter, shapes up really nicely. He used to open the batting back in his Middlesex days, as he would. Need no second invitation to remind you. He looks good. Occasionally gets some runs too. Pretorius is going to throw his arms at it. He has done all season in a Somerset shirt, and did do last year, I think, in a Durham shirt. Scored a few runs in the one-day cup, I think, Pretorius. 2 slips away. In behind it.
Just talking about Ben, the one thing that I've really noticed this year, and he's always done it, but this year in particular, coming back after this injury, people have been saying, well, why isn't he playing? He's available, and whatever. He has spent so much time in the nets, so much time batting on his own in the nets with a coach, bowling out in the middle. I don't think a lot of people realise just how much time he spends.
It's a lovely shot from Pretorius. Just slightly over pitch from Stokes. Pretorius threw his arms at that one. Connected right off the middle of the bat. Brings him 4. he's a perfectionist, isn't he? His level, his intensity of practice and training, fitness, cricket is unbelievable.
I think it's the difference. I've seen it with a number of guys over the years in that they work hard at their game. They practice hard. It's not for everybody, but most of the top players do work really hard at their game.
Just pushing at that one, Pretoria. It's a bit more tentative. I was watching, there's a, this fad for the behind-the-scenes documentaries in sports. There's all the football. There's a new series of the Test out. But I was watching the Juventus one, and Cristiano Ronaldo was there, and he made the same point. And when you hear it from him, you think, okay, there must be some truth to this. If you just work harder than the next guy, you can have all the talent in the world. But if you work harder than the next guy, then you will be better than them. It's such a simple philosophy, but someone like Stokes, he's at a similar level to Ronaldo in his respective sport.
No, I'd go back to my first ever sort of semi-professional, professional game as a groundsman in 2003 when Gloucestershire were playing, and they came to the ground that I was at the time for an old, I think it was NatWest 50 over game or something, and as always happens, the day before both teams come for practice, and Gloucestershire practiced for 2 hours, and this is when Gloucestershire really were at the peak of one-day cricket. They were winning a lot of competitions, and at the end of that 2-hour session, one of their players came to me and he said, "Oh, groundsman, do you mind if I just stay on for 3/4 of an hour? I want to practice a bit more fielding. I'm not naturally gifted, so I have to work harder at my game." And you two guys probably haven't even heard of him because it would have been way before your time. But the guy's name was John T. Rhodes, who at the time was probably the best fielder in the world. And that's the sort of attitude that gets someone to that level.
What a team that Gloucestershire one-day side was as
They
well.
were a fantastic side.
Mark Elaine, Jack Russell up to the stumps.
Yep.
Who was the left armer? Ball was the spinner.
Mike Smith.
That's it.
Bowled left arm. He's now a match referee for these games. Yeah. They had Craig Spearman, New Zealand opening
Phil
batsman.
Weston.
He could whack it.
Ian Harvey in that middle order.
And also playing in that game was brother of Will Gidman, who coaches here.
Alex
Gidman, yeah.
How did you get into being a groundsman?
I've always loved cricket from a very young age, and I played cricket. Unfortunately, I wasn't very good at it, but I was the ideal club man who would do anything, including making the sandwiches quite often. And so I did every role. I got involved in coaching, which I've done quite a lot of, and so I wasn't good enough to play cricket professionally or anywhere near that level, but I always wanted to work in cricket, and jobs were hard at that stage to get in cricket. There was none of this media coverage and that sort of thing that you guys can get involved in, but I was lucky enough through my coaching actually to get a position on a private ground in Buckinghamshire, and I went in as a groundsman, and to be honest, groundsman cricket manager it was. It's more to do with my coaching, but one of the roles I had was looking after this landowner's ground, which was in his back garden, and I knew nothing about the job, and thankfully there was a team of 8 gardeners there, none of whom had any idea either, so it was just a question of getting down on my hands and knees and learning on the job, and nobody knew any different. I always got in trouble with my boss because I was producing these white wickets that I saw on the television, and he thought the idea of grass was to have nice green grass with stripes on them. And so I always got in trouble there, but spent 7 seasons there and managed to pick up a few things, mainly by talking to the old boys around the clubs, the old groundsmen, and picking their brains. And these days before the internet, you couldn't look anything up on Google or get the YouTube videos.
You on YouTube? You should do a YouTube channel about kind of ground staff, get people into it. There's lots of young people that are into it.
Young Ben, who works with us, he does a few TikTok videos, and there's quite a few guys. I'm not tech savvy. I mean, my phone, I make phone calls and I occasionally get texts on it, but I just can't understand all these apps that people have for everything, and that's all passing me by.
You must have a weather app though.
I don't use them.
No?
No, I've got 2 guys in my team who sit on their weather apps all day, and the 3 remaining groundsmen have banned them from talking about the weather. We will not have weather chat.
I like that. Look at the ground, look at the sky, look at the wind. That's all you need.
Lovely shot there from Pretorius. Works into the leg side just for 1. So another solid over there from Rain. 3 from it. Surprise short ball in there as well, which actually rushed Davey, I think it was, or maybe Pretorius. And Robinson had to take it above his head. But it's been a slow start, or slow first few minutes here for Davey. 1 off 4. Pretorius only scored a couple as well in that time. As Somerset are currently 127 for 8. Also not out, as we discussed earlier, Sam.
They're not out, but they're nearly out.
They're nearly out.
They're very nearly out. 127 for 8 here at Chester Street. We are very fortunate to be watching Ben Stokes, and we're very fortunate to be having Vic Domain alongside us on commentary.
Down the leg side there from Stokes, but a lovely dive there, sprawling dive from Robinson behind the stumps, who has kept very, very neatly so far. I think just the 4 byes, which 2 byes even, which wasn't really his fault. I think it was fired down the leg side from Coughlin.
Yes, the red ball.
It's nice to impress the England captain, isn't it?
Exactly.
They must try a little. You just puff your chest out a little bit more when he's in the chesting room, wouldn't you? It's
he's
natural.
in the best position to be noticed, isn't he?
Yes, he absolutely is. Is Stokes. Oh, that's well bowled. Well bowled.
After his batting last week at Blackpool,
it was good, wasn't it?
Can't be far away.
Do you reckon he's the next one in? I know there's a whole gaggle of England wicketkeeper batters to be. A couple playing in this game. A couple that aren't even keeping wicket. Jamie Smith down at Surrey doesn't have the gloves, but Robertson's got to be close, isn't he?
Well, I think, yeah, keeping to Ben, and Ben watching what he's doing all the time and batting at the other end, and Ben will like the way that Ollie plays, the way that Ollie bats. And I don't know, but I'm guessing Ben has a fair say in who plays in the England side.
Torres picked up a single, moves into the 30s.
I think
he can't be in a bar position.
No, definitely not. I think if it's someone to come in and debut, he's in prime position. Folkes and Bairstow are somewhat the incumbents, I guess, at the moment.
Yeah.
And I mean, Folkes obviously unbelievable gloveman. Bairstow a bit more of a batter. Ollie Robinson kind of a combination of both. So it could be a very good opportunity for him if he's given a go with the gloves for the 6 Test matches over the summer.
3 slips in for Davey. He's just pushing that one. Robinson takes that about midriff high. Just a little bit of zip, bit of bounce off the pitch there.
That would be a disaster for Durham, though, wouldn't it?
Jamie Smith, though, is the other one. That's
yes, yeah.
I just think it's tough. You'd like them both in the side, ideally, really. I think they will be in 5 years' time.
Much a middle order, isn't it? With Brooke.
Not bad, is it?
And Pope at 3, possibly still around, would make sense as well.
That doesn't even count Rue in that conversation.
No.
He's had such a good year last year.
There's a lot of options.
Ooh, uppish for a second. I think they'll pick up 2 there. Dave Beddingham, he's gone and joined the Floppy Hat Club. Does the fielding. Vic, do you ever get a day off?
Do you know, the great thing, well, there are many great things about Ryan Campbell, but one of the best things about Ryan Campbell is he doesn't practice on a weekend. And so the answer to your question is yes, we do get a day off. We do get a day off occasionally. It's pretty much unheard of during the summer for groundsmen to get days off, because there's always something going on. But this season we've had a few days off actually, And it's great because people just get so tired being at work all the time, and yeah, there are occasions where you're not particularly busy, but they're long days, and I don't think people realise, like my guy who cuts the outfield, this week he's been doing 50,000 steps a day. I've hit more steps this week, Monday and Tuesday, than I would normally do. I mean, I'm doing way over 30,000, and you get tired, and sometimes you just need that day off to get away from cricket completely and recharge. I was lucky enough to have a couple of days off. Was it the week before last? And you won't believe it, but I actually went to watch the second team play, Milton Keynes. So I'm my own worst enemy then.
Not even a home game. Went to Milton Keynes.
Well, I used to work at that ground, and my good lady's family live in Milton Keynes, so it gave us an opportunity to for me to go back and see the ground staff at one of my old grounds, and for my good lady to go down and see her daughter, who she hasn't seen for some time. So it was excellent.
Raining again. Oh, almost gets through the defence of Pretorius. Worked the first ball of the over away for 2 into the leg side. Just about jams us back down there to deflect the ball away to mid wicket.
Not Stony Stratford, was it, Vic?
No, it's just down the road from Stony Stratford, a place called Campbell Park,
Right.
Which Northants occasionally use as an outground. Yeah, Stony is the ground. I think James Hildreth's playing there now. He used to play for Somerset.
Yeah, he is.
And his father, David, who actually used to be the ground manager at Campbell Park, he used to come and look after the facilities when Northants were playing quite regularly second team games there.
How many different grounds have you worked out throughout the years then?
I think this is probably my 5th.
We've had a question in on the live stream from Fluffy. The question is, who mows the lawn at home?
Nobody.
Just let it grow?
No, that's not true. I actually mow the lawn at home, and there's very good reason for that. In that we constantly argue about what length the grass should be. I believe a lawn should be green, and my partner thinks that the grass should be cut as short as possible to get rid of all the daisies and dandelions and everything that are on the grass, because believe it or not, most groundsmen's lawns are horrific, mine included. It's full of moss.
Down the leg side there from Rain. Robinson just about gets a glove to it and stops it about a metre in front of the boundary. Borthwick there to throw it in over the stumps.
It's like chefs, isn't it? Michelin star chefs tend to go home and just eat
beans on
pizza
toast.
and beans on toast.
Yeah. But if Fluffy would like their lawn cut, I'm always available for a good rate of pay.
With my Somerset hat on, I think Fluffy is a Somerset fan. He or she is a regular on the Somerset stream, so you probably need some mileage chucked in there.
In that case, there might be some expenses there.
Raining again for the final ball. Oh, very, very tight there. Just about gets an inside edge on it from Davey. Just a single into square leg.
You know what I said earlier on about there not being many wickets in games at the Rose Bowl?
I've seen.
127 all out.
Surrey have really struggled there. Really good start from them as well. Well, not really, but a sort of solid start. 64 for 1 they were. And then for 60 odd runs, they've lost 9 wickets. Really not what you expected. Rory Burns top scoring on 33. No one else passing 20.
Love that Abbott gets Abbott. And batting at the Abbotts.
Pfeiffer for Kyle as well.
Not a bad bowler, is he?
He's been around for a while. He knows the county circuit well.
There's some depth in the Championship, isn't there? Ben Stokes, fourth bowler here.
Yeah.
Kyle Abbott, fourth bowler down there.
It's likely Sean Abbott could be a fourth bowler down there as well, or Gus Atkinson, possible England call-up as well.
Oh, he's quick, isn't he, Gussie
He's
Atkinson?
not bad.
Stokes has 3 slips waiting. Davey is just pushing it back at him. No, Dan Worrell, what a bowler. What a bowler that man is. Runs around the tree in his garden. That's why he's got that shaped run up.
The best story, that.
Yes, so good. I hope it's... I've never actually verified if it's true. I've read it enough times and said it enough times to...
I'd love it if one of Abbott's teammates started that rumour just to try and see how far it will go.
He could play for England next year, couldn't he?
Indeed.
Dan Worrell.
He's only 31 as well. Got a long and illustrious career if he follows Jimmy Anderson.
Short ball, not particularly well directed. Davey was able to he picked it up early and just swerved underneath it. 136 for 6. Have we got play at Worcester? Please tell me we've got some play at Worcester.
Stumps, I'm afraid.
Oh, you've got friends down on the ground staff down there, Vic?
I have. You feel desperately sorry for everybody involved with Worcester. It must have been a nightmare this year. Right? Has to be the hardest job in cricket to be involved at Worcester. And poor Stephen, I think this is only his 2nd season there, and he must be wondering what the hell he's gone into. And he went from possibly the driest ground in the country at Chelmsford to going down to Worcester, and it's just been horrific.
There's talk of them possibly having to find a new ground, so at least that might somewhat ease their struggles.
It would be a shame though, wouldn't it? It's such a lovely ground.
It's a beautiful ground. It's a beautiful ground, but the problem is, I mean, what do they do with that land?
Yeah.
No one's going to buy it. You couldn't develop it unless you put everything on stilts.
You're just not beyond the realms these days.
But I'm told it goes about 8 foot deep.
It's not the idyllic spot, but not the ideal spot. I think New Road. Ideal day for Durham so far. 136 for 8. They have Somerset on the ropes.
When you think that all of the tourists used to play their opening game of the season at New Road, and it's such a beautiful ground, but how long can they continue sort of missing these games? Was
that their first game back there, or have they played one?
I think so.
Today was the first day, wasn't it?
They were meant to play right at the beginning of the season there.
Yeah. And then we didn't kid them instead. Stokes turns from the Finkel end. Last ball, the 43rd. You can hear it, the effort he puts into every single ball. There's absolutely no chance of Ben Stokes turning up and just bowling it 70-80%. Maiden over. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 42 so far. Yorkshire going all right down at Northampton. And Adam Live, we were talking about ex-England openers, 81 unbeaten. Shan Masood has 20. Where else have we got a bit of cricket? There's some Charlotte Edwards Cup action as well today.
Essex are still going all right. 161 for 1 against Kent in Canterbury. Nick Brown 61 not out.
Elgar's gone, is he?
Elgar the 1 wicket, yeah. Went for 77. Not bad from the South African. Oh, he's been hit there. That is going to hurt on the helmet. They're waving on the medics straight away there. That is hit Pretorius square in front. On the grill, I think, possibly on the top of the helmet.
Yeah, mandatory checks these days, and rightly so. I think he was way too early through it. I mean, Ben Rain has bowled a couple of bouncers, and it's a surprise ball from Ben Rain, really. That helmet will have to get changed. Pretorius looks all right. Fingers crossed. It's taken a little bit off, though, isn't it? It's bashed a plastic. Maybe hit him on the side.
That's one of the honeycomb covers, it looks like, that might have come off, or at least the back of the helmet, possibly.
So he'll need a new helmet, that's for sure, and we'll have a little pause in play. What's remarkable about Essex, right, is we know they've done very well, but when you take a step back and think about what they'd lost in the winter, they lost Sir Alistair Cook and Dan Lawrence. And whoever is involved in the recruitment there has done a wonderful job, because to be able to replace both of those players pretty much without skipping a beat. I mean, I know I'm talking about them, so we're remembering it, but it's not worse than their side at all. Cox and Elgar have come in and done just the same, if not better.
Absolutely. I was down there Essex pre-season for their media day, chatted to both of them, and they were both sounded so excited about getting involved. Jordan Cox obviously moving not very far from Kent, who they're obviously playing at the moment, said he wasn't enjoying his cricket that much at Canterbury, so wanted to change. He went to school not too far from the ground in Falstead, I think it is. And I think just sounded happy to almost be home, he said it felt like, even though he hadn't really played at Essex before. And Dean Elgar said he'd always wanted to finish his career in County Championship. He's got an English passport, so doesn't even count as an overseas player, which is fantastic.
It's a great signing, isn't it?
Oh.
I think we nearly got him here a couple of seasons ago. I think there was some talk that he was going to be coming here, but that fell through. But I think that's a great piece of work by Essex,
just a bit,
to get him. And I mean, on top of some fairly recent signings as well. Critchley's a decent cricketer. Adam Rossington, decent cricketer. I'm not sure he's playing at the moment, is he? I think he's been
injured, I think.
Yeah. Michael Pepper's keeping at the moment.
Well, he's a good player, Pepper. He made, do you remember Pepper made 90 up here in a game a couple of years ago? There were loads of LBWs. It was quite a low.
That's fairly useful.
Yeah, well, that's true. But it was something like 19 out of 22.
Yeah, I remember that game.
And Pepper made 90. Remember, if you want to get in touch, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Durham Cricket, all one word. No hyphen or anything like that. You can get in touch with all of us. Any question for us, for Vic? We'll do our best to answer them.
What other games have we got going on? Glamorgan against Leicestershire.
Ooh.
199 for 3, Glamorgan are at the moment. Without Ingram, as we were discussing earlier. Marnus Labuschagne made 8. So maybe Ingram would have been the better call.
Also, who's got runs there? Kieran Carson got any?
He's 48 not out.
Okay.
Eddie Byram 86.
Oh,
and
Eddie Byram.
Billy Root 40.
Like Eddie Byram.
A Middlesex playing?
Middlesex are
Sussex, they're playing. The John Simpson derby.
170 for 4, Sussex are at the moment. John Simpson is in.
Ooh.
2 not out currently. Alongside Pajara, who's on 40.
Wonder if the long room goes nuts a bit like it did at Ashes Test. If John Simpson, no, he's loved up there, John Simpson.
He certainly is.
Brilliant keeper, brilliant batter, brilliant signing.
Oh, nicely worked away there. Slight edge there from Pretorius, but 4 runs down through third man. Just sort of put his hands through it. Possibly opened the face as well. But a lovely shot there. He's back after taking a knock on the head.
Guys, Mr. Thorpe's just come in and told me that I'm overstaying my welcome. So I'm going to love you and leave you. And it's been a pleasure talking to you as always. And I think Durham are just about to take the final 2 wickets, so I better go and get close to my wheelbarrow and go and sweep the pitch.
Well, thank you for joining us, Vic.
Pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful to have Vic's Domain with us. I love how it works here at Durham. You just get a little tap on the shoulder.
Top edge there, over the keeper's head, 4 runs, just trickling away to the boundary. Just about makes it there. Pretorius moving into the 40s now. Batting nicely. Slowly and surely Somerset adding to the total. 144 for 8 currently. They really struggled early on today. Tom Abel went in the first over for 4 off just 6 balls. Matt Renshaw, a very slow 5 from 39. Tom Lammonby looked very nice for his 22. Amid made 9 before Banton and Rupert on probably the best partnership we've seen so far, perhaps until this one. 36 for Banton and 13 for Rue. And then Gregory and Overton went within a ball of each other. Nice there from Ben Rain, just slowly pushed into the covers. And now currently we have Pretorius on 41, not out, partnered by Josh Davey, who's on 4. Hasn't actually had to face much, hasn't had to do much. Pretorius has sort of, not necessarily farmed the strike, but has been in control as the more senior batter.
Yeah, made 77 against Nottinghamshire, Pretorius down at Taunton. 49 against Worcestershire at Kidderminster, so he can hold a bat.
a lot of Somerset's lower order have added to the total this season. Oh, as Ben Rain beats the outside edge of Pretorius there. A lovely ball just fading away from Pretorius. And it goes straight through to the keeper. End of the over.
I think if you spoke to Somerset fans, they would say their lower middle order has rescued them for a number of years. It's strong, and they bat deep, but Durham have done brilliantly here to have Josh Davey and Pretorius out there inside 44 overs. Ben Stokes has his cap off. He's going to continue at the Finkel end. Sun's gone away. Feeling a little bit cooler. We've got the window open. Nice little breeze in here. Still warm enough. Where's Borthwick going to go? Is he going to go and nestle in at first slip? I think he probably is, next to Colin Ackerman. Took that stunning catch earlier on after bowling of Peter Siddle at second slip. Swing and a miss from Josh Davey. Stokes has a little look back. So I learned just then who yields the power in the pavilion. A little tap on the shoulder from Ash Forbes. If ever I get a tap and turn around and see Ash, and my head will just drop, I'll pick up my bag, get straight into my car.
Just do what James Rue did. Don't even look back and walk off the pitch straight away.
Yeah, Vic and James Rue had similar walks off there, I think.
Head down.
Wonderful to have Vic with us. Oh, that's lovely shape from Ben Stokes. Thought about playing at it, Davey. Just would have left him, or it did leave him. Might have found the outside edge. Decent crowd in. Plenty of members over there in front of the two dressing rooms.
They're spread around very nicely around the ground as well.
I love that they open up the whole ground, Durham. Allow people to sit where they like.
I think it makes sense, really. I get that you have to have more people in to try and steward and whatever, but you want people to have the best seats they can. If everyone's crammed in, that might feel busier. It feels less nice in some ways, I guess, and emptier in other parts.
Well, again, this is testing from Ben Stokes. Just needs to drag it to the right an inch or two, and then Davey will have to play.
It's been some top bowling here from the England skipper. Good to see him back with the ball in hand. Obviously bowled last week down at Blackpool against Lancashire. Bowled very nicely.
Just a few.
Yeah.
I love how he just... Yeah. A lot of quick bowlers on their return from such a big injury would maybe go, well, I'll do 10, 12 in the day max. Nah.
Not Ben Stokes.
He's brilliant. Oh, good carry that through to Ollie Robinson. Again, Davey able to wave it through. What do you reckon, Somerset? What's a good total from here? If they could get to 200, they'd be delighted, wouldn't they?
That would be fantastic. I mean, I think particularly the way the conditions were, overcast this morning, it was always going to be tough. 200 would be brilliant. I think even 160, 170 from where they were when Overton fell first ball, I think would be a good effort.
Short ball. Pulled away nicely. Two fielders out there, but I think Davey has found the gap. Brilliant bit of work, though, from the fielder at fine leg, Callum Parkinson. Haven't seen him with the ball yet. Diving away to his favoured left-hand side. If only Nathan Baxter had put in similar sort of dives at Wembley last week, Callum Parkinson might have had a happier week. Went to ground too early, though, Baxter.
Parkinson can show him how to do it for next year, maybe.
Quick single. Good bit of running there from Josh Davey. Good intent.
Ooh, hit Pretorius on the way through, is it?
Knew it was to the left-hand side of Paul Coughlin. Good bit of running. Davey farms the strike. He moves on to 7. 147 for 8. I'm going to make way, and Rob Rush is going to come back in.
End of the over there. Ben Stokes has been continuing a spell there, as it looks like. Is that Callum Parkinson? No, Ben Rain continues for what has been his spell. Callum Parkinson removed his cap but has put it back on. Obviously wanted to try and show that he's available, he's fit to bowl, but is surplus to requirement at the moment. It has been more than enough. There's 4 seamers that Durham have, 4 unbelievable seamers as well. When you look at the quality that they can choose and the quality they have on their bench. Matt Potts, Bryden Carse, 2 England players are yet to aren't even playing today. Rob, how are you?
I'm not bad, Toby. I'm very impressed with this bowling attack as Ben Rain gets a very low edge through and absolutely no chance there. Yeah, you mentioned the depth there. We mentioned at the top of the stream, good running. Potts seems to have been rested more on Durham's side than the ECB. I don't think we didn't have the official tap on the shoulder as Ash would do it of being told to stand down, but the ECB, there was the whole talk of England contracted players can only play 5 out of the first 7, and the ECB had changed their mind on Potts and had basically said as long as he feels good and isn't carrying any major injuries any injury at all, that Durham could continue to pick him, and they have done. And then Bryden Carse has gone down with a bit of a issue in the last couple of weeks, so no need to risk him developing anything further. So he's just taking his time off to get that injury right, and then hopefully we'll see him back in action for the T20 Blast that kicks off next week.
Yeah, quite a tough start to the season as well. It's just 1 wicket so far from the 3 games.
Well, he was part of that bowling attack down at Warwickshire, and I don't think he'd disagree with the fact that A, he didn't bowl well personally. He'll know he didn't bowl well, and B, he kind of got the brunt of that as the brunt of Davies' bat gets onto that ball. Him and Cal kind of got the rough end of the stick with that very short boundary up at Edgbaston. So yeah, I don't think the break's probably probably come at the best time possible for Carse to get himself away and have a bit of a reset. And he showed last year after recovering from injury to come back into the Blast that he's a more than handy top order bat in the Blast, and if he can bowl a bit as well, then that'll be a big help to Durham as this one's defended. Alex Lees will take over captaincy duties from Scott Borthwick, who will more than likely take a break from playing during the Blast, and I know he's been dealing with a slight knee issue he's just been managing, so he'll take his time off for that as well.
He's a handy T20 player, Borthwick, but he's not the most adept batter for the T20 game.
I think he'd also agree with you. I think ultimately it's playing to strengths, and everyone knows that T20s is not really Scott's game. He'll do a job for the team if picked, because that's the type of character he is. He loves this club, a very proud northeastern guy, Sunderland fan. He'll do anything for this. He'll do anything for the badge and the shirt, and it's shown he's made the step up to open this year. But everyone knows that kind of there are better T20 players around, and ultimately this is not Scott's strongest format. And you talk to Ryan Campbell, is kind of the reason why they targeted Colin Ackerman. They wanted another strong T20 top order bat in their lineup. Graham Clark's gone really well last year, got his maiden T20 century in the first game down at Northants. Rain is in, and big shout for LBW. Umpire is unmoved, and Ben Rain, not for the first time this season, is left perplexed at the finger not being raised, but just a couple off that over, 149 for 8. So yeah, it's the opportunity for Scott to go away, and I think he's going to be part of the new broadcasting group that we've got starting next week. So yeah, he'll take that opportunity to no doubt look after his knee, spend some time with the family, and probably do a little bit of a sit down and assess where the squad are in it, when we finish this game, and what needs to be done playing against Essex and Worcestershire.
Possibly going down leg, that LBW looked like, but another big shout for Durham. Would have been a big wicket and a big breakthrough there. Yeah, I mean, I saw quite a bit of Scott Borthwick back at the Oval when he was down at Surrey for a few years. Worked away nicely into the leg side there from Pretorius, just for 1. And I mean, yeah, he was an unbelievable red ball player, scored a lot of runs at the top of the order, good leg spin bowler, where he hasn't actually bowled that much, to be fair, for Durham. But
no, he hasn't. As the 150 comes up for Somerset, yeah, he picked up an injury at the start of last year. Was that a no ball signalled by the umpire? No, just a single. Yeah, he picked up an injury in the pre-season game against the Uni last year, and that kind of, he ruled him out the first game of the season. So Ben McKinney stepped in, and then he took himself out the slip corner as well. He quite liked captaining from mid-on. He found it kind of made it a little bit easier on him, being captain and batting 3. And he kind of, at some point, Ryan Campbell would probably argue that he underbowled himself, but he always puts the team above himself. And yeah, it's he can bowl when needed. As I mentioned, he is battling a slight sore knee, so he's not going to put himself through any unduress bowling. And obviously they trust Callum Parkinson massively, and Colin Ackerman's a more than capable part-timer, so it allows Scott to just concentrate on opening the batting this season.
It makes a lot of sense as well. I mean, Parkinson and Ackerman complement each other very well as it is, and if it continues, if his knee injury heals, maybe as the season goes on, maybe in the back end of the summer and September.
I think it's definitely more of a the break the emergency glass.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it's more of a, so in absolute emergencies, or they're setting up for a declaration, or the game's petering out to a draw on day 4 and you don't want to put any more overs in, say, Stokes's or Potts's or Cars's legs, he'll more than happily turn his arm over to get to the end of the game. But yeah, if he doesn't have to, he's not going to put himself onto bowl.
I mean, that's the role of a third spinner, I guess, in some ways, is you're very rarely needed. I mean, Dan Lawrence at Essex last year was effectively their third spinner, didn't bowl a single ball, I don't think, or maybe a couple overs, and as you say, a sort of draw kind of ridden game where there was never going to be a result. Whereas he comes to Surrey and he's took 4 or 5 wickets in that first game and has bowled very nicely, and bowled a lot actually for Surrey down at the Oval. And
I wonder if Stokes or members of the ECB had a word in Lawrence's ear of being like, you need to diversify your game a bit more if you want to try and get into this Test squad. So that one is again left alone. I wonder whether that's what caused him to turn down the contract from Essex, which is actually more money. And he's openly come out and said that it was more money from Essex to come to stay at Essex rather than go to Surrey.
Yeah. I don't know if it was necessarily the ECB who would have said anything. I almost wonder more if, I think it was Lawrence himself thinking, how can I put myself in the shop window, front and centre, to be selected for England? And it is going to Surrey for most people, or going to some of the bigger clubs. I mean, Essex have been fantastic for the last couple of years, and have always some of the challengers, always challenged for the title.
Chelmsford isn't exactly the most batter-friendly pitch. When Simon Harmer's able to run through pretty much every batting lineup that is sent their way, it's a bit of a graveyard for batters. Going to Chelmsford, no one really, unless you're a very good player of spin, a la Keaton Jennings.
Or Dan Lawrence a little bit, to be fair.
Yeah, you're not really looking forward to going, when you see Chelmsford on the calendar as a top order batter, you're not overly full of confidence. One ball left, and Sam, I think, raised a very good point that this is going to turn into a very lengthy afternoon session, because we've got 49 overs left, and T is either taking it 20-4 or when 32 overs are left. And 32 overs is still 17 overs away.
Going to be at least another hour.
Yeah, at least. But this is what you get with Callum Parkinson not being on to bowl. But as I say that, he's now going to get his chance. So we had Vic on, and obviously he talked about that potentially it would take a little bit. It will take longer for the spinners to come into this game on this pitch, and I think Borthwick wants to grab a look at what sort of assistance there is for the left armer, who leads the club in the wicket-taking tally. He sits on 16 coming into this game. Very, very astute move from Durham to bring him up from Leicestershire, where I think everyone would agree it wasn't a happy ending for either Cal or the club. Needed the change, and was no doubt Matt played a key role in telling him what the Durham change room was like and the environment, and as such Cal decided that he'd move to the northeast as well, as he's in now, and Pretorius is immediately punching off the back foot.
Parkinson has bowled a huge amount of overs this season already. He's bowled over 50 overs more than the next closest seamer, or next closest bowler in the Durham side. Ben Raines bowled 148 overs. Callum Parkinson 202.
Yeah, Ryan Campbell has made it very clear as we got him on during the Essex live stream. We're crunching all the numbers, and he wants a top class spinner in his 11. And kind of when I pressed him a little bit for how he wants his 11 to be set up, he wants 5 batters, your wicketkeeper batter in 5 or 6, which is where Ollie Robinson has come in. You kind of all rounder, so you're Bryden Cast, Paul Coughlin, Ben Stokes in at 6 or 7. It's nice use of feet there, and a very good diving stop by Alex Lees. It's just wide of Scott Borthwick, who's put himself in at a short mid-wicket. But yeah, and then he wants 3 seamers and a frontline spinner, and that's where Cal comes into the equation with that. And ultimately, spinners just need to be able to play. Like Mason Crane's talked about his difficulties of, I mean, it's even more difficult for a leggy to get game time, and Matt Parkinson can attest to it as well. But Mason Crane's played about 50 first-class games, but he's been named 12th man for over 100 of them. So spinners just need to get that opportunity to play, and no doubt that everyone's looked at what Ryan Campbell and Marcus North are building here, and knowing that players are going to be back to the hill, and it gives someone like Cal a lot of confidence to go out there and do his work. This one's dropped just short of Dan Hogg, who's subbed on for Ben Rain. Tidy over, just 2 singles from it to start Parkinson's spell.
It was very good over there from Parkinson. Nice and tidy, as you said. He also was part of the Lions squad, or the spin bowling squad out in India over the winter, which I think would be a lot of confidence to him as a spinner, to know that they're at least thinking of him.
But the thing is that until England took like Shoaib Bashir, Tom Hartley, and it was Rayan Ahmed out to India, but that was the thing. There was no immediate successor to Jack Leach, so they always need to be looking at it. And Cal wasn't the only Durham player. There were another 4 of them that were on that trip. So it allowed. I spoke to Matthew Potts, and he said it allowed them to get to know Cal, and Cal was able to settle in a lot quicker, being surrounded by Durham teammates, as Ben Stokes continues to test the defences of Josh Davey, who stood up to the task reasonably well here.
He's batted very nicely for his 10 so far. Very sort of.
It's just that annoyance factor as a number 10. You just need to be annoying,
exactly.
And you just need to be, as Potts said, it just needs to be a pain in the backside, and you just need to put more overs into Durham. And from Somerset's point of view, every single run helps, because I think even with a slightly more bowler-assisted pitch like this, you're still looking at this being a below par score.
Oh, comfortably. I think we were talking about earlier at 200.
That's a huge OBW shout, and Ben Stokes has another wicket, his 3rd of the innings. Josh Davey had been tried and tested. He just looked like maybe he'd got through the worst of it, and Ben Stokes pulls out a lovely delivery to pin Davey, LBW for 10. Ben Stokes has 3. He moves himself now on to 10 in just 2 games for the season, and Somerset 154 for 9, and Durham claim full bowling bonus points.
Brilliant ball there from Stokes. Just beat Davey on the inside edge. As we were saying, he'd been just an annoyance, just around and hanging about and partnering Pretorius, who had been ticking along nicely. And that is a big breakthrough there for Somerset. You wouldn't think, 150 for 9, that there's a big breakthrough possible, but that partnership had been going on for much longer than Durham would have hoped. And that is what Ben Stokes does. He breaks partnerships. He makes difference like that, and that is absolutely massive now. And I'm sure Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick will start to think about putting their pads on and getting ready to go out
I think generally when you start getting the opposition 8 down, I think is where the opening batters start thinking about the pads. And I mentioned Scott Borthwick there. He'll be jumping on the commentary for the new setup for the T20 opener next week. He'll be joining a very star-studded crew, but that is one that we can definitely give away, that Scott Borthwick will jump on for a few games. As Ben Stokes' Headingley heroine Jack Leach is now back out to the middle, and he's nice to see Jack back from injury. He's obviously had his time as well, concussions, general body just kind of letting him down, and I know he played seconds a couple of weeks ago and actually opened the batting for the second, so it's nice to see Jack Leach back out playing first team cricket. England obviously will have a very keen eye on how he's able to get through his work before the tests come up against Sri Lanka and the West Indies. And Somerset will be hoping he can at least add some runs onto this relatively low score.
Yeah, it's great to see Jack Leach back. He played his first game of the summer, as you mentioned, last week. And I mean, he's been out for a long time, got injured in India and hasn't really been able to fight back to full fitness yet. I mean, with the test starting in, about a month now, there's not long to go, and I'm sure he'll try and play a few of these Red Bull games and get back into form.
He's got to defend out from Stokes first, and this one is a testing, trying to lure a drive out of England left arm spinner, who is more than capable with the bat. He is more than capable for a number 11. He's a very technically sound batter.
As Ben Stokes knows.
Yeah, he does.
This will be an exciting battle, I reckon. Interesting to see what Stokes' plan here is. He's coming round the wicket now.
I was slightly surprised he still came over for one ball. I thought he would have immediately come around the wicket to him, but here we go.
3 balls in the over to go left. Dot, wicket, dot so far. Leach. Dot off his first. How much longer can he survive, and can Somerset continue? Top ball there from Ben Stokes. Nice and full. Got Jack Leach driving at it. Couldn't get back on it though, and through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. As Ben Stokes, I'm sure, will be baying for a wicket at this point.
I just love to know what's going through Ryan Campbell's head at this point. Of like, yes, he's got Ben Stokes back fit and he's bowling brilliantly, but Campbell like doing these marathon stints, which you know Ben Stokes is capable of, but everyone's always a little bit. It's only a second game back, like you don't want to break him again, but ultimately I think Ben Stokes he sets his own limits, and he knows when it's time, and that's
Colin Ackerman can't hold on to that one at second slip. That is a tough drop. It came very, very quickly there. Big swing from Jack Leach and a thick edge to second slip, but it just doesn't stick there for Ackerman and falls down between his legs. That's a tough one. That absolutely flew, it looked like, from here.
Stokes sends out Coughlin and Beddingham onto the boundary. After that recent delivery, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a double bluff. Double bluff it is, and he keeps it on the line. And he should have the Somerset innings wrapped up for 154, but he doesn't. Jack Leach survives a drop off his third delivery. And it's a wicket maiden for Stokes, who currently has figures of 14 overs, 3 for 48 with 4 maidens, and as I say, should have a 4 instead of a 3, but Colin Ackerman unable to hold on at second slip.
It's a tough one there. He took a really good catch earlier on in the innings to dismiss Amid, sort of low to his left, just sort of below knee height. That one, a bit more regulation, but I think flew a lot quicker. The first catch he took almost seemed like he had a second, but it sort of time stopped as he sort of managed to get down low to his left, whereas that time sort of flew straight at him, but at high speed. It looked like just skimmed off the edge of Leach's bat. As Callum Parkinson continues, they're going to have to try and up their over 8 a bit. They're one short at the moment of the over 8. Durham, Callum Parkinson into Pretorius. Big swipe, but doesn't connect.
Pretorius will now try. He knows that the innings is coming to an end, and unsurprisingly, Peter Siddle is sent straight back out. Yeah, Pretorius is known as a bit of a long-range hitter, and I'm not surprised. Cal Corner's been left open, I think, to tempt him.
Oh no!
Colin Ackerman he'd anticipated the reverse sweep. He anticipated going a bit squarer rather than finer, and it just goes for.
Just for 2 there for Pretorius. Nice shot there. He's trying a bit of inventiveness, and Ackerman, as you said, almost predicted it. Managed to move all the way out, but I think it was a bit of an edge rather than fully connected, and just sort of flew between where he was and the keeper, where he was actually stood before. Same again. No single though this time. Pretorius happy to keep the strike.
Yeah, I imagine you'll see the 5-1 or 6-0, trying to get a single off that last ball, or trying to get a single off the second to last, and it's just something Borthwaite's got to be aware of. You know, obviously Australia know all about batters taking singles off the last ball or second to last ball, and There's the big swing, and it's gone out towards Graham Clark, but he won't be able to cut it off. That's pierced the gap very nicely, just square of the fine of the square leg umpire, and Somerset now moved to 160 for 9. Pretorius moves himself one short of a 50.
Yeah, perfectly bisects the two fielders out there. Pretty much bang on square. You had Siddle slightly behind square, and Clark in a sort of quite a square cow corner kind of position. Siddle, yeah, moves a little bit straighter now. He's almost bang on square. Exactly where that shot went. It's Parkinson in again. Defended this time from Pretorius. Happy to take a dot. He'll probably be looking to take a single now off the final ball of this over. Possibly looking for another reverse sweep as he played early on, and they're bringing in a couple fielders now.
Yeah, this
long
is
on,
it.
long off, deep square.
They will more than happily
cover.
give up. They'll more than happily give up the boundary here if it means that they get Jack Leach back on strike for, I presume, will be Ben Stokes.
Oh no, that's going to go all the way, possibly though.
Well,
they've run 2.
It takes Miguel Pretorius to 50, and it's been a very well-needed 50 by Pretorius. Somerset have been lacking runs, and he's the first batter to go past 50 against his old employers. He did spend time up here last year. It's been a very good 50, 6 fours off 60 balls with a strike rate of 85, and Somerset are very thankful that he's been able to provide resistance. You mentioned Toby, it did go for 2, so it does mean that Jack Leach is now back in the firing line.
It's a slightly interesting one.
Stokes.
He could have taken the single, taken the 50 and stayed on strike, but they went for 2 in the end. So Leach now has to see out a whole over from Stokes, unless he can somehow squirt one away and get off strike, stand on his bat handle down the other end. Stokes comes in here to Jack Leach, his teammate, left arm spinner.
Good length and good bounce. Some slightly concerning news potentially coming out the oval. Potentially Ben Folkes has not taken the field. Rumours of a back spasm.
That would definitely cripple his chances of playing for England, you'd think, if
he's not been in the best of form. He's not really been in the best of form to start the year. So, but obviously Surrey are blessed that Jamie Smith can just more than happily don the gloves, and Ben Stokes, as always, tinkering with his field, always looking.
Slowly pushing everyone round to...
Yeah, he's instructing David Beddingham and Alex Lees. He wants them a bit squarer. Maybe a flying edge, or is Graham Clark out there, not Alex Lees, pardon me. So Leach cuts this. It's a very nice cut shot, and that will beat Graham Clark, and that will be Jack Leach's first runs. Very lovely cut shot there for 4 by Jack Leach.
That was a proper cut shot there, and a very nice one at it. Absolutely goes straight between the two fielders where Clark was originally. And yeah, neither Beddingham nor Clark are able to get there, and it's a nice little boundary there for Jack Leach. Absolutely nailed that one as well. Not sure how happy Ben Stokes is, but it looks like that's what he was trying to do when he's manipulating his field.
Trying to take a quick single. There's a miscommunication, but fortunately realised in time.
Interesting there from Jack Leach, hit the ball straight to the fielder, shout yes, and then don't run.
What's the best way to play fast bowling? From the other end.
Exactly. I think that's exactly what Leach was thinking. He maybe thought he'd got a bit more on it and had put it to either side there of Ben Rain, but it had gone straight to him, and there was definitely not a single there. Could have been a big mix-up in the end of the innings, but alas.
Edged, but along the ground. Stokes now sends Clark out to the boundary and then tells David Beddingham to follow suit.
Happy to allow a single here off the final two deliveries, obviously. Would rather Leach facing Callum Parkinson than Pretorius. Leach an adept batter, but not anywhere near as a dangerous a one as Pretorius, who went to 50 last over of just 60 balls.
Square leg goes out as well to a deep backward square.
Another no ball there from Ben Stokes, overstepping again. That is his 4th of the day, 4th of his almost 15 overs. as he did beat Jack Leach's outside edge there as well. A nice little away swinger. But he's going to have to re-bowl it. At this rate, he'll end up bowling, over or two more than's down. Maybe that's his plan, is he wants to seem like he's bowling less than he is to get back to fitness. In against Leach again, 2 balls to come. Leach's outside edge yet again. That's some really great bowling from Stokes. He's getting some great movement, just taking it away from Leach every single time. And Leach's abs is struggling so much to even lay bat on it. I think they kind of want Leach to get a single here, so you might have to feed one onto his pads or something and allow a single if they want Leach on strike. Otherwise, Pretorius will look to take down Callum Parkinson again with a few mix of reverse sweeps and slog sweeps like he did last over.
Snorter.
Another brilliant ball from Ben Stokes. Yet again, he's sort of 3 or 4 in a row there. Just angled in, so the top of off and just nips away, swings away, drifts away from Jack Leach. Yet again, gets nowhere near it really, and that's a top over from Ben Stokes, showing he has some top skills as well.
It's Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
As Ryan Campbell said in our interview with him yesterday, he is one of the world's best ever cricketers. So we know what he can do, and he's now being able to show it to 100%, which is what Stokes has wanted all along. And it's nice that we've waited a while to get him back out there, and he's now there. Now, Miguel Pretorius, what do you have in store for us?
A lot of aggression, I assume. Oh no, just a single. Nicely away into through the covers there, just for 1 out to the boundary. Gives Jack Leach the strike.
Stanley McAlinden makes his way down below us, around for a net, with Cole Pearce and Jimmy, the main batting coach. Stan working his way back to full fitness after a bit of a troublesome pre-season where he wasn't able to get the chances he wanted to impress, and it's not been the easiest road back for him as he looks to target some playing time in the white ball competitions for Durham, and we're looking to make full use of that net as lefty to lefty, and dare say Colin Ackerman probably owes Ben Stokes and Callum Parkinson a drink this evening. He's it looks to be another drop.
That was a tough one, definitely. Very, very low down to the left of Ackerman, if it carries.
Attempted footwork, but not able to get all of it. It's Leach.
It did carry that one to Ackerman, just about carried to him, but he put it down. It was very low to his left. Would have been a great catch if he could have taken it.
Another use of the feet, just squirts out and able to run through. And now here comes this is the slight annoyance now for Durham. It's a right-left combo in terms of Miguel Pretorius being right-handed and Jack Leach left-handed, and just being able to take those singles and move the field around. 2 balls left. Alex Lees has come up from, he's not right on the boundary like he was at the start of the over. He's now at a bit more traditional deep mid-on, and Pretorius is just able to whip through for a quick single.
Nicely worked.
And this is just another thing for Somerset. They're just going to try and be as annoying as possible for Durham and take up as much time as possible.
Indeed, they just need to keep going as much as they can. Every run will help here, really. 171 for 9 they are currently. Just tapped into the leg side there from Leach, down to short fine leg. End of the over.
You want your bowlers to have something to bowl at, and anything under 200 is not. Well, we have seen it at some occasions in the county championship, but it's not really. No, it's not really enough to bowl at. So,
not on a pitch that seemingly is playing quite well now as well. I think it was obviously tough early conditions with low cloud and the ball swinging around and a nice sort of good amount of grass on the pitch, as we heard from Vic earlier. The head groundsman here, and yeah, seemingly is playing all right now. I mean, Pretorius doesn't seem to be facing too many issues. So I'm sure Somerset will really want to try and push on here as much as they can. And as you mentioned, yeah, anything over 200 will be a massive bonus for them, considering how low they were earlier on. You know, 8 down for barely over 100.
Well, Stokes is going to come around the wicket to Pretorius. I wonder if this might be some bodyline bowling.
I think you could be right here.
I'm not quite sure Stokes is the bowler to do it, but Ben Stokes will do what Ben Stokes does, and good luck saying no to him. And instead, it's line length, his 4th, and Somerset all out for 171. The double bluff works for Ben Stokes around the wicket, but line and length. Pretorius edges to Ackerman, who now holds on at second slip, and Somerset have been dismissed here at Seachnick Riverside for 171. Ben Stokes, 4 wickets on his home return. First appearance since playing here against Glamorgan in May 2022, and he's capped it off with 4 wickets to go with 7 across the match at Blackpool. You'll no doubt get a lovely reception as he walks his way past the members as Vickers' grounds team get to work. Just quickly run through the bowling figures for Durham. As I mentioned, Ben Stokes, 15.1 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 54. Ben Rain, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 41. Paul Coughlin, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 30. Peter Siddle, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 27. And Callum Parkinson, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Miguel Pretorius nicely serenaded by the members as he makes his way off Somerset's top scorer with 53.
Batted really nicely for it as well. I mean, without him, they would have massively struggled here, Somerset, to even pass 120, 130. They were 119 for 8 when Tom Banton fell for 36. And then Pretorius alongside, first of all, Josh Davey, who made 10, and Jack Leach then, who made 5. They managed to put on a good total. And 171 is, as you mentioned, it's way lower than they would have wanted, but it's more than they possibly expected.
It's been good lower order resistance from Somerset. You know, undoubtedly Durham have made the most of their decision to bowl first of the toss. Scott Borthwick will feel nice and relaxed by that. He's put aside into bat and actually got them all out inside of a day, and he'll now get ready to strap the pads on and make his way out to the middle with Alex Lees. And we'll take a short break from commentary and we'll be back when the teams come back out to the middle. South Africa Cup 357. It's got to feel pretty special now.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I didn't think maybe like 2 years ago that it would happen, but it's happened, which is quite cool, and hopefully there'll be many more to come.
Can you take us back to when you got that first phone call that you were going to be included for that India series? What were your emotions there?
Well, I was actually playing for the SAA side against the West Indies, and the test coach was coaching the SAA side. So he actually didn't call, he just called me into like a room, and I thought I was in trouble almost. And then he just said, "Well done, you've made the India test squad," which was quite surprising. I mean, I've spoken to him about it before, but it was still quite a shock. The first people I called was definitely my parents, because I think they've done a lot for my cricketing career. So yeah, quite a proud moment, and yeah, I'm glad it happened.
And then obviously you go on to get a 50 on test debut. Not a lot of people get able to do that, so that must have been as well like a special feeling. How difficult were the conditions out there?
Well, I think honestly, because we won the toss and bowled, and it was almost overcast like this, maybe a bit warmer, and we bowled them out for maybe like 220, and then the pitch settled down to a degree. But I think our openers and number 3 did quite well. So when I came in, it was a bit flatter. I'm not saying it was easy, but it was definitely a bit flatter. And then once I got off the mark, the nerves kind of settled, and I could actually just enjoy the occasion.
And then you came out of that series with a 1-1 draw, and then due to the SA20 going on, you were one of the more senior guys after 2 caps going down to New Zealand. You've mentioned in previous interviews you pulled yourself out of the SA20 auction or to be considered for New Zealand. Was there any sort of hesitation there, or was it just you've now got a chance to play Test cricket again for South Africa? You want to take it? Well,
I think so. Like that conversation happened, I reckon, August last year. So before the draft obviously happened, before the India Test matches happened. So like the coach called me and kind of said, "Look, if you don't put your name in." So like everyone thinks like I pulled out like I was dead certain to like get into the auction or get into the SA20, but like I just thought, like weighing up the pros and cons, I thought to play a test match for sure for your country, I think overweighed the chance of playing in the SA20, yeah.
And then you go down to New Zealand, first test, you don't get the big century, but the second test, second innings, you finally get to that 3-figure mark. Can you talk us through, once you got past 50 and kind of that second part of your innings, and then obviously the elation when you do get that first century for your country?
Well, I think in the first test, I got so many messages after the test match saying well done, but also saying how silly I was to try continue the 6 hitting and stuff like that. So like when I eventually got to that mark, I tried to just stay sensible and calm, which luckily I did. And yeah, it was obviously quite special. I knew back home, I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning back home in SA. And I knew from speaking to guys days before that they'll be up watching regardless of what time. So I knew that my family, my friends would be watching. So I think just having that was quite special. I mean, New Zealand's miles away, so no one was really there in terms of like SA and family and stuff. But it was really special to know that they were watching and stuff like that, yeah.
Did you get a sense, was there a feeling of vindication because you obviously left South Africa to come over to here and play for Durham, and everyone was kind of talking about at the time that you were putting your South Africa ambitions on hold and there was more chance of an England call-up, and then you obviously reversed your decision and you made yourself available to South Africa. Was there a sense of vindication with over the winter getting those test call-ups and those test opportunities?
No, I think I'll never regret coming over here. I think I owe Northie and Durham a lot because I've learned a lot. I've grown as a person and as a player. So like I think so because like coming through and watching guys play, getting like not jealous but just like knowing or maybe thinking that I could do the same job playing test cricket. So it was quite cool eventually making the step up and then doing okay as well, because I always think the biggest thing about test cricket I always think is like before you actually do it, it's like believing or thinking, can I actually do it? And I mean, I've only played 4 tests, so it's a small sample size, but like playing against those Indian seamers in tough conditions, I think getting through them and doing okay, just like it almost gave me a lot of confidence going into like New Zealand, also playing against a good attack, but obviously on flatter wickets. So like coming like across like Bumrah and those guys on tough wickets definitely made me confident to go out and score runs in New Zealand, which was quite cool.
And then looking ahead to the season, obviously we're kicking off on Friday against Hampshire, so the club season comes first for you, but that the international scene will now be always in the picture. How do you balance the two? Is it a case of just you put your best foot forward with Durham first and then South Africa will take care of itself? Is that the mindset?
Well, I think firstly, I think I've looked at the schedule. So if South Africa continues to happen, I don't think I'll miss, especially 2024 this season and next year, I don't think I'll miss, I think I'd maybe miss 1 or 2 Champo games, which is obviously lucky. And secondly, I think I think every game is a chance to score runs and do well for Durham or South Africa or Western Province. So I think I'll take it game by game and try to do what I've been doing for Durham for the last 3 or 4 years, and that's score runs and try win games. Yeah.
Well, welcome back after the tea break, and we do have some breaking news. Miguel Pretorius has been subbed out with a concussion, so Jake Ball is now taking his place in the Somerset team. He got whacked on the head by a Ben Rain bouncer, and he will take no further part in this game. Jake Ball slots in, number 14 for Somerset. It'll be Craig Overton to kick off proceedings to Alex Lees.
And he's going to start around the wicket to the left-handed Lees. And this one's fallen straight and pushed back down the pitch. So welcome back to the evening session. It will be a long session. There's still the best part of 43 overs remaining in the day. So a long session. And Durham will be very satisfied with their first 2 sessions' work. Despite the nuisance factor of the last couple of partnerships, Somerset dismissed for 171. Again, Overton around the wicket. And this one's fallen, hit away nicely through the leg side by Lees. I think they'll push for 3, as I don't think it's got the legs to go for 4. And Lees does hustle back for a 3rd. So a nice start for Durham, and they're underway. Yeah, interesting one there. Ben Rain, I was just saying there, will be flexing in the mirror, having concussed Miguel Pretorius. With his express pace, he'll be telling everybody. But yeah, Pretorius played very, very well for his 50 and getting Somerset up to 171. It'll be interesting to see Jake Ball more than handy in the attack. That's his replacement. Borthwick now on strike to face his first delivery. This is right on the money again from Overton and defended out into the offside. Currently in bright sunshine here at the Seat Unique Riverside this afternoon, but all around us there are some dirty, dirty dark clouds.
Well, we've got some sort of Simpsons clouds away to our far left.
Right there, yeah.
But they've not really come out to play today.
No. Overton in again, and right on the money. Borthwick solid in defence. It's a good start this from Overton, apart from that full toss. Probably the best part of the day to bat there. The wicket's been rolled again. Vic and the team have been out there on the heavy roller.
Thank you, Simon, for the lovely shot across the skies.
Did he put one up for us?
He did.
Thanks,
indeed.
Man. Up on the roof. There's a song there somewhere.
My mind immediately went to Fiddler on the Roof. The Gilbert and, is it Gilbert and Sullivan? I believe so.
There you go. Simon, thanks, man. Up there, right on the roof of the media centre. It's under a little marquee, but apart from that, he's up there in all the elements.
Nah, Fiddler on the Roof, Wikipedia is telling me it's musical with the music written by Jerry Brock.
And Borthwick drives this nicely.
Oh my God.
And there's a hand on it from Overton, and Lees is out of his ground, and he is run out backing up. So disastrous start from Durham. Borthwick timed that beautifully back down the pitch, and Lees backing up is found short of his ground, and Somerset get this. Whoa, where am I going here? The exact start that they wanted. Durham are 3 for 1.
I've not seen a lot of backing up at the non-striker's end, and yeah, I don't even know what Alex Lees is going to be thinking at this point. Who was it? Who was that one batter that just got in a string of just getting run out of the non-striker? Was it Tom Haynes a few years ago?
No, it was the guy from Sussex.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Was it Orr?
Ali Orr.
Maybe.
I was thinking it was Haynes.
Yeah, but I remember it was Grant Flower, I think, on the coaching staff one day just absolutely went berserk at him for doing so. But yeah, he's unlucky there. And Colin Ackerman.
No, it's good work by Craig Overton to stick his big left paw out and diverting it back onto the stumps, and it's just just one of those ones you kind of have to just tot it up and accept it and move on.
Yeah.
But yeah, not exactly the ideal start for Durham, but the ideal start for Somerset. They'll be more than happy with their work, and it looks like it's going to be Lewis Gregory to open up from the Lumley end.
It's Davey, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, it's Josh Davey. My apologies. Number 38, Josh Davey. And he'll have Colin Ackerman in his sights and 3 slips waiting to greet him. Somerset players all with their overshirts on. So Ackerman drops and runs to get himself off the mark, first ball.
Nice way to start.
I wonder what Scott's out there thinking as well. With that, after that dismissal, it's just
so we saw it nicely, didn't he?
We saw him kind of hand on top of his helmet and just that disbelief, and yeah, one of those freak ones.
Yeah, very unlucky. It's a horrible feeling there to run out your partner, let alone the way that that's happened. But Durham have got to move on, and they need to build a partnership and stop the Somerset attack from getting their tails up, because that's just what they've wanted. They've got a free wicket, basically.
Around the wicket. Another drop and run. We take the strike, and this is it. Does, if we're going to look at the positive side of things, this is now what it allows Durham to do with Ackerman being right-handed. Use that, as Somerset did towards the end of the innings with Pretorius and Leach, the right-left-hand combo. Just move Somerset around in the field, just make it that extra annoyance, those extra yards, having to run. Do we get do we have a final score on the seconds up at?
Yes, they came second. Oh, Laser's bat is just in the air, I feel there. Let's see if I can stop it. Yeah, Laser's bat just in the air at the point the ball strikes the stumps, and a good decision from the umpire. I'll just get that second 11 card up for you. Seems to have disappeared off NV play at the moment. I'll try and find that.
Davey looks to find a wicket, and he's pushed back by Ackerman. He's taken on a bit of a slower scoring approach than maybe some of the other batters in this lineup, but Ryan Campbell has stressed the importance of Ackerman being able to do that, being able to allow guys to rotate, to, well, for him to be the one that kind of rotates strike a little bit and maybe soak up a little bit of that extra pressure and give chances to. He's normally batting with one of the openers. He's always batting with one of the openers, and then Beddingham and Stokes and Robinson. He allows them to be themselves. Kind of like we see Joe Root being in the ODI, in the peak of his powers in the ODI side, leading up to the 2019 World Cup success. Him being able to come in at 3 and just strike at about 100, 102, 105, and just allow that explosive order of Stokes, Butler to go and play their shots. Morgan as well.
Absolutely. He's just working out his role in the team, isn't he? Like I say, you've got some aggressive players.
He's just coming back round from the net. Is that Mitch? It's not going to be. Not quite sure. Can't quite make out. He's under the lid. Ackerman defends. Looks like maybe Brandon Glover.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, rehabbing from a shoulder injury that he sustained, had surgery, and has been working his way back with Sam Clark in the S&C department.
He's out there bowling today at the lunch break, which was good to see.
Yep, white ball contract, which he signed a 2-year one and joined at the start of last season, so a bit of a crunch season for him in terms of trying to earn a new one. I think it's fair to say that he's slightly against the odds to start with.
Yeah, disappointing for him. He had the surgery there, as Overton is again round the wicket to Borthwick. This one's fallen, pushed out into the covers. He's also missed out on a World Cup with the Netherlands. He was trying to get back and fit for that, but that's just come a little bit too quick in his schedule. So you feel for him, but he has been working hard, and you just hope he gets some success and bounces back. Hits the ground running as soon as he is able to start playing again. This one's short from Overton, and it's cut away from Borthwick. It's not timed perfectly, but I think it's timed well enough to get away to the boundary, and it is 4 runs to Borthwick. It's good from the left-handed opener, a little bit of width, and cutting that away for 4. Yeah, Lancashire's second 11 defeated Durham by 17 runs. So highlights for Durham. Gonna have a look. There was 3 wickets for Ollie Gibson, who went for 42 runs. There was a wicket apiece for Colleen, Drizzle, Scorer and Gaffney. And I'll give you some information now. The reply after this ball. And this is beaten Borthwick, who withdraws the bat very late after that. In reply, Durham, Ben McKinney top scored with 38 from 23 balls. And he was out to the experienced Stephen Croft. And then after that, Callum Gaffney got 27. A couple of cameos from Colleen and Drizzle. But the innings kind of fell away there, and they finished on 131 for 8 after their 20 overs. Up at Chesley Street, just up the road from here. And that's again another nice delivery from Overton. In the game yesterday, the match was abandoned after 8 overs, with Durham on 66 for 2.
You can hear the chat flying around on our effects mic.
There is good chat. Borthwick allows this one through to the keeper.
Graham Clark feels content with his work in the nets as he works his way back round.
Yeah, he'll be not anxious, but he'll be wanting to contribute before the T20s. Probably not been the start of the season for him as he would have wanted.
Yeah, dropping down to 7 the last couple of weeks to accommodate Ben Stokes.
Nice that from Overton. There's a thick outside edge from a defensive push from Borthwick, and he'll hustle back for a second, which is excellent running. That moves the score on to 11.
He was always set on 2 there.
Oh yeah,
he was always set on 2. I think he's probably the fastest man between the wickets. Whenever someone needs to come up with a runner, Scott's normally the one that's sent out there.
Him and Coggers will be up there, I think, with the quickest.
Yeah, Clark will make his way back round to the dressing room after spending some time with Jimmy Hilditch, lead batting coach. I think Cole Pearson, Will Gidman.
That's
Alan Walker.
Alan Walker, yeah, the unmistakable walk of Alan Walker.
Will Gidman as well, who you've kind of mentioned in the Essex game, has a good relationship with Ben Stokes, and
absolutely, yeah.
Stokes seems to trust him with all of his batting needs, as Ackerman is in firmly behind this one.
If you've got any questions for us, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. If you want to fire through any emails to us, we really appreciate.
At RobRusho2 on the platform formerly known as Twitter.
X. I don't even know what mine is. Thorpe Ash.
I think it's Ash Thorpe 25.
There you go.
Yeah, if you've got any questions, then send them through. We'll try our best to get them answered. As teasing delivery from Davey, and Ackerman will be happy it's not taken the shoulder of the bat.
Yeah, if we don't know the answer, we'll make it up.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't look like we're going to have Marcus North on with us today, but hopefully we'll get him on at some point across these 4 days. He's obviously a very busy man.
Yeah, what's going on behind the scenes at the moment? Durham, and especially on the women's front with the Tier 1 push for next year. Now in full swing.
Attempted drive, but an inside edge, and they've packed the mid-wicket region. 2 shortish mid-wickets in there. Can't quite make out who's in there. I think Andy Umid is one. can't quite make out who's the other.
Yeah, it doesn't help these jumpers don't have the numbers on. So yeah, I'm unfamiliar with some of the body language and the mannerisms of our opposition.
I definitely know it's James Rue who's taken the gloves. I think it's Lewis Gregory in at first slip. Craig Overton's in at second.
Ooh.
And that's an edge that drops short. I can't quite make out who's at third. In that slip cordon, Callum Parkinson now has his chance for a net.
Good start, isn't it, from the Somerset bowlers? Asking a lot of questions. Doesn't seem to be as many leaves as we saw this morning when Durham took the new ball. Although once Durham started to take wickets, they started to take them on a regular basis. They got one in the first over, didn't they? Ben Rain knocking back Tom Abels off stump. From there, it's a couple of little cameos, but some important breakthroughs, having them 5 down at lunch. And then all out by tea. It was exactly where Durham want to be now.
Good drive, but straight to backward point. I was just running through my mind there, Ashes. It's a maiden over from Davey. I was just pondering, what do you reckon? How many wickets do you reckon Somerset need in this long final session for them to consider themselves still in the game? Is it just as simple as many as possible?
Yeah, I think they'll try and just get some control on the scoring. They'll know Durham want to be free-flowing even with the scoring. And as a target, you're probably looking at 4 or 5 wickets as a realistic target. Still, is that 39 overs remaining in the day? So Overton comes round the wicket to Borthwick, and this is inside edge down to fine leg, and he tries to push for 2, but Leach says no thank you. And he'll only get the 1. See, I recognise that run from fine leg to fine leg from Jack Leach. Saw quite a lot. 3 lines.
Jake Ball is one of the few Somerset players not with a jumper on, so can make him out at what is now a regulation point for Ackerman.
Overton now over the wicket to the right-handed Ackerman, and he beats him outside off stump. Nice delivery. Well for 1, Durham. And that's a delivery that just seems to hold and finds the outside edge of Ackerman's bat, and it goes low to second slip where the catch is taken. Just trying to see who's took the catch. It was Lammonby at second slip who holds on to a low chance, and Durham 12 for 2 and in a little bit of trouble in reply to Somerset's 171.
Yeah, very good delivery from Craig Overton. He's obviously well regarded in the county championship. He's done very well for a number of years down at Taunton and on the road, and turned Colin Ackerman slightly inside out and drew the edge, and Lammonby did the rest. And Ackerman didn't quite get the runs he would have liked in the second innings at Blackpool, but his day comes to an end. But the quality batters just keep on rolling out, and it's arguably the most important man in the Durham batting lineup right now. David Bedingham strides out at number 4.
Yeah, the leading run scorer at the moment, coming off the back of back-to-back hundreds.
Well, he's got 3 in a row because he got one.
Very true.
He got one down at Hampshire as well, 140 odd down at the Utilita Bowl.
And 1 in each innings at Blackpool last week against Lancashire. And he strides to the wicket now with Durham, 12 for 2. Just squared up that one. There, Ackerman. A good low catch by Lammonby there at second slip. There's Bedingham now, ready to take his first ball from Overton. This is defended comfortably out into the offside off the back foot. I've just heard the shout of night watchman.
It's a bit early for that. Gonna be definitely a late finish.
That one's short, and Bedingham is dismissive as he pulls that away in front of square for 4 and gets him off the mark. Really strong on the short ball. Bedingham picks up length very quickly. Durham move on to 16 for 2.
He doesn't need any second bite at the cherry.
No, especially with that short boundary a lie up. If he's in for any length of time, he won't look to hit that on the floor. He'll look to put that in the back of the stand. And Overton corrects his length really nicely. And Bedingham defends there. A little bit of a fake shy at the stumps there from Overton. If he'd have thrown that, he might have copped a ban. You're not allowed to do that these days. But that ends the 5th over. Durham 16 for 2. Bedingham on 4. And Borthwick is on 8. It's an important time now for the Durham captain, just to build a partnership with Bedingham. What you don't want to do is turn a good day with the ball into an even day by letting Somerset back into the game here. They've won the toss and had the best of the bowling conditions, Durham. This is where they need to capitalise on the situation.
Davey looks to capitalise on the bowling conditions, and he's turned away down to long leg.
That's Renshaw down there, normally in the slips. Wonder if he has any of his family watching. Born in the northeast. Confidently leaning into that one, Bedingham. Still those 2 catches at short mid-wicket. 3 slips in place. All waiting for a mistake and the 3rd Durham wicket.
Soft hands. Won't go all the way. And they'll come back for 2. Just having a look at some of the other games that have been going on, and to a Durham interest, Bas de Leede representing the Netherlands in their T20 tri-series against Ireland. And Ireland are continuing their run of good form. They managed to take a victory against Pakistan, and they've beaten the Dutch by 3 runs in their T20 today. I believe it will be Max O'Dowd who top scored for the Netherlands in their reply, but lack of contribution from other batters sees Ireland home, who were led by George Dockrell's unbeaten 53 from just 30 deliveries. lovely looking drive and very good stop by Jack Leach.
It's lovely cricket, that.
Yeah, Baz de Leyde picking up 2 wickets from his 4 overs and adding 8 not out from 6 with the bat as Netherlands fall short against Ireland, who look to be finding some decent form ahead of the T20 World Cup starting just around the corner. As well, from a Durham point of view, Michael Jones called up to Scotland and Mark Wood away with England as they prepare to defend their T20 World Cup crown.
Complete washout the other day for them, wasn't it? Where were they due to play? Headingley, I think.
Yeah, they were. End of Davies' 3rd over. It's a good one, it's a dot. 19 for 2. Slightly interested in this dynamic that Somerset have got going on right now, and that Craig Overton to Josh Davies standing in at second slip, and then he's coming on straight away to bowl. I do wonder if that has any effect in the slip cordon of having your second slip come in and out after every over.
Yeah, it's a strange one.
I'm not,
because he's got great hands.
Because normally your slip cordon kind of just stays set and that's it. It's sort of your positions are set and you don't really move out of them. But obviously Somerset making the most of Craig Overton's skill set.
Great place to rest if you're a fast bowler, I guess. You're not running, are you, if you're in the slips?
Nah, there's a very good point. And also, if anything does go through the slip cordon,
let somebody else chase it.
You can send first or third after it.
Or fall on the ground. Method in the madness.
It's always been a question with Overton, well, Craig definitely, as to why hasn't the opportunities arisen for him at international level? So that's a very good ball there, but why hasn't he been able to either force those opportunities or those opportunities haven't opened for him? And I don't really have a solid enough answer for it.
I was just going to say, do you know the answer?
No, I think it's just, I thought we can talk. You can see it with someone like Sam Billings in the wicket-keeping position. Sam Billings, if he was 15 years earlier or 10 years later, probably racks up a lot more England appearances than he has done. But being in a generation that has Joss Buttler, Johnny Bairstow, Ben Folkes, and now he's got competition, James Rue, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, there's a new generation of keeper batters, isn't there, coming
Jamie
through?
Smith.
Absolutely.
So, Craig obviously played in that Pakistan COVID-affected series and was a key member of Ben Stokes' side, as was Lewis Gregory. As they stormed to a 3-0 whitewash that kind of just really put England's white ball strength on full display, being able to roll out an entirely new squad of 15 or 16 and still comfortably win a series 3-0. James Vince's only international century came in that final ODI. I think it was at, I want to say it was Edgbaston. That final ODI, I want to say it was Edgbaston because the first one was at Cardiff. Had the likes of Saqib Mahmood, who's nice to see him back from injury after a fairly torrid time of it. I think he's another one, the stress fractures and the like, as Borthwick does well to jab down on one that keeps low.
Just keep a little low, that one, as Overton will look to hit the wicket hard, using his height to his advantage, trying to get anything out of this pitch. And that's laterally more up and down. And this one's hit him on the pad and he's out. LBW. Looked a good delivery that from Overton. Borthwick trapped on the crease and Durham in real trouble at 19 for 3. Borthwick goes LBW for 9.
Just looked out. It looked out in real time. from where our vantage point, we're very lucky. We're right behind the bowler's arm, and it just looked plumb, which umpires agreed with, and Durham skipper has to make the long walk back to the dressing room. And Durham, as you mentioned a bit earlier, Ash, needed to try and make the best of these conditions, and Somerset are doing well enough to peg them back. But as I mentioned, the good batters just keep on rolling out the dressing room, and Ollie Robinson is a fine batter to bring out at number 5.
Yep, the 2 Centurions last time out. Yeah, looks like that hit it Borthwick on the back leg. And Durham 3 down now, 19 for 3.
Certainly a good day to be a quick bowler. All 13 wickets today fallen to seam bowling, and Josh Davey wants to make it 14.
It's good chat, good energy now from the visitors as they're right on top here. Those 2 last wicket partnerships got them up to 171, and now they've made 3 early breakthroughs. It's Durham. Their backs against the wall.
Glorious.
Wow.
Just glorious from David Bedingham. It's not a bad ball in the slightest, and he's managed to clip it so convincingly over those 2 short mid wickets, and it just takes a couple more bounces to the boundary.
Absolute timing. It's glorious there from Bedingham.
Moves himself into double figures with 10.
Slightly over pitched and a little bit straight, and Bedingham cashed in there.
I wonder if this might turn into one of those situations where the batters maybe believe that the pitch is going to remain good enough for the bowlers to take wickets, so they might as well try and be a little bit more aggressive. I mean, Ryan Campbell's side doesn't need any more invitation to be more aggressive, but I wonder if potentially they might look at attack being the best form of defence.
I think the next few batters for Durham are naturally aggressive anyway, so I think that if there's a ball there to hit, I think they'll have a go. But at the same time, in between that, their defence is going to be tested by some good bowling.
It's controlled aggression is the term I would probably say. You want to be able to be positive, but you need to make sure you're not being stupid or lackluster with it and to kind of throw your wickets away. Durham they made the most of the decision to bowl first at the toss, and they'll be absolutely delighted that they're only 171 runs behind at the start of the innings, but they won't be delighted at the fact they've already given Somerset a bowling bonus point. Another glorious David Bedingham drive, and despite the best efforts of mid-off, David Bedingham is timing it beautifully right now. He brings up the 2nd boundary of the over.
Glorious again, timing there, back past the bowler for 4. Good news, Iv, we've passed the follow-on.
Takes time out of the game.
And to be fair, Bedingham has started here beautifully. He's now 10. So he's 14 now with that boundary.
Another good looking drive, but this time mid-off is able to cut the ball off. Those two glorious David Bellingham shots, bringing 8 off that over. 27 for 3. Rob Rush and Ash Thorpe with you on the Durham Cricket live stream. Thank you all for joining us on this Friday afternoon in May as we end this first block of the County Championship.
Three beautiful fours from Bellingham so far. He's on 14 and a run a ball, and Robinson is about to face up. Robinson allows that through to the keeper.
Brooke Guest. Awful feeling out in the 90s. He's unfortunately fallen on 95. Marchant de Lange, who's worked his way back from injury and is off to a really good start for Gloucestershire down in the West Country. He's picked up another wicket in that game. We'll run you through the rest of the scores.
Ooh, Robinson is beaten now by a good one from Overton.
Hampshire making a solid start in reply to Surrey's 127 all out. They are 37 without loss. Toby Albert and Fletcher Middleton, the opening batters. There, Essex are 200 for 3, batting first against Kent. They're looking to get their first batting bonus point on the board. We have got play at Lancashire against Warwickshire. Warwickshire are batting first and they're 73 for 1.
Ooh, a little bit in the air there from Robinson. But he's, again, timed that. He's going to run away to the longest part of the boundary and really well fielded and dragged back. And Robinson is off the mark with a 3. And the Somerset boys are up and about. Some good energy in the field there.
Yeah, unfortunately, no play at Worcestershire in their game against Notts. Are they back at New Road now, or are they still?
No, I think they are. Yeah.
Still at Derbyshire, 302 for 4, so they've picked up 2 batting bonus points so far. Glamorgan, 262 for 6 in their game against Leicestershire. Sussex, 217 for 4 against Middlesex down at Lords. And Yorkshire going reasonably well, 206 for 2 down at Northants. Adam Lythe with a 109 and Shan Masood looking to go to 50. Yorkshire now having to make do without Joe Root and Harry Brooke after being able to call on their services to start the season.
Overton again asking good questions, and Bellingham defends this one too mid-on. Bellingham again drives that gloriously. There's a bit of a misfield from Ball there at mid-off, who was sprawling away to his left.
Ooh.
And he's now just holding his knee after maybe plugging a little bit in the soft outfield. And as a good golfer always does, he's replaced his divot.
I think he's now going to take the ball and
yeah,
be the replacement for Josh Davey at the Lumley end. I would assume he was going through some warm-ups and the cap has come off from the former Notts seamer.
Concussion substitute.
Yeah, in case you're just joining us, Miguel Pretorius was hit on the helmet by Ben Rain bouncer, and while he was he was passed at the time to continue batting. I think subsequent tests at T have showed delayed onset signs of potential concussion, and as such he has been withdrawn on advice of the medical team, and Jake Ball comes in as his replacement. He's got Ollie Robinson in his sights. He's 3 from 3 and Bellingham 16 off 17. One jabs back in, but Robinson sees it all the way and he in turn guides it down to long leg.
So if you want to get in touch with us and join in, then it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk via email. I think there's various, what is it, X accounts now?
Yep.
I'm going to try and find them. I think Sam had them all.
Nah, sorry, he tagged us all in them earlier, so
yeah, he did. Yeah.
If you go to your mentions, they'll be there. Bellingham whips that away through mid-wicket. He just looks, over the last 3-4 weeks, he's just looked $1 million with the bat.
The man can play. So we've got at Rob Rush 02, at Toby Reynolds 10, at Ashthorpe 25, and Sam J Dalling. There you go. All on the old Twitter platform now called X. Give us a shout.
Nicely off the back foot. We do have some more guests coming on tomorrow. Nathan Salter has been he's been keen to come on commentary, and he's going to join us for a bit of a stint tomorrow. So
nice.
Start thinking of some questions for leg spinner Nathan Salter. Should have the 2 Aussie overseas T20 stars, Ben Dwarshius and Ashton Turner, joining us as well. This rate, I might have to go back to Ryan Campbell and say, can he push it back to day 3? With the amount of guests that we've got coming on potentially tomorrow, and yeah, hopefully, as we say, at some point Marcus North will find some time when he's not busily working behind the scenes to spare us some of his time. And as mentioned, Ryan Campbell will come join us, and maybe some more guests across these next 3 days as the Red Bull season comes to a momentary pause after this round of matches. There's no momentary pause in Somerset's relenting attack, and Ollie Robinson will scamper a leg by.
Yeah, good call there from Bellingham. Not sure Robinson knew where the ball was. Bellingham calling him through. Keep rotating the strike.
Solid as you like. 35 for 3.
Just having a look at Sam's. I reckon Sam's up on the roof
He
as
is.
well.
He is up on the roof.
What a guy.
I mean, he's not wrong. There are definitely worse spots to watch from than that. It's a very nice view up on the rooftop, where I imagine I imagine he might be giving Simon some praise for all his great camera work that he's been doing for us. Big thanks to Steve as well in his new.
No, I don't thank him.
in his new hub that he's got away to our right hand side with all his fancy gear and making sure you guys can see all the action.
It's pinched on my fruit gums.
He's very happy you're not here tomorrow, Ash. I can tell you that.
No doubt, no doubt. But no, we've got a couple of emails that have come in. We've got Dino. All right, boys, loving the stream. As you were mentioning concussion, is there a limit of times a player can be concussed before they are told to stop playing?
Well,
the player he mentions is Will Pukowski, who's...
I was literally about to say Will Pukowski is proving to be the rule, I think, on this one. Unfortunately for him, I think he's now...
It's not far off.
After being hit numerous times, I think he's now actually being told by doctors to seriously, unfortunately, pack the bat away in his bag. And it's very sad because he was meant to be one of the next big things for Australian cricket, touted as a potential David Warner replacement when Warner eventually did step away from Test cricket, but unfortunately concussions have kind of killed that for him. And Ollie Robinson has killed that
Craig Overton ball, and he's decided, I'm just going to kill it and send it to the way to the boundary. And this is a partnership that Durham needed, and now it's now worth 20. They need more out of this, a lot more out of this. 39 for 3. Yeah, I think Bukowski's unfortunately going to be the amount of times that he's been.
Yeah, it's
hit,
not
I
looking
think.
good for him, is it? Unfortunately, very, very talented young player who's just received numerous blows to the head. And
He's just never caught a break, really.
No.
He was on the verge of that Australian Test squad, and
he's played a Test match, yeah.
And then since then, it's just kind of, it's just been really unfortunate for him. But we do wish him all the best if he does have to step away, and it would be unfortunate for him, but hopefully for the greater safety of everyone else that comes after him playing cricket.
So we've got David Fennick has just sent us something in, and I don't know if this has been lagged but it's just come through now, and he's showed us a picture of New Road.
I think that might have been.
They're taking slabs of turf out of the pitch, out of the outfield, as that one goes down the leg side.
I think that might be aimed at. That might have been aimed for Vic. So
Yeah, it was.
I think maybe he didn't quite catch the email address in time. So I do apologise, David. But yeah, I've never.
I sent it to durhamcricket.com. So yeah,
I've never seen that.
No, it's incredible that. And so they're taking slabs of turf out and ready to replace them, just to try and aerate the ground. And they've got the old heater above it.
Whipped away
Wow.
by Ollie Robinson, and another boundary, which is pleasing for Durham. 43 for 3.
Just starting to transfer the pressure back onto the opposition, these two, with building a little partnership. But yeah, David, I've seen them heaters being used before, but I've never seen turf removed. It looks like from where that is, from the bowler's run up as well. So that is obvious concern there.
4. I've never seen anything of the like. That is, well, everyone knows. Sam's been spotted.
Up on the roof. Sorry, I won't do that again.
Brilliant work, Simon. Brilliant work. Jake Ball continues into his second over. I'll see this over 3 with you, Ash, and then I'll bring Toby back into the fold.
No drama, mate. Simon, tell him to get that down here.
Yeah, actually, Simon, that's a very good point.
Stop telling him to enjoying himself. I'm not here to enjoy ourselves.
It is the job, though. Like, generally, I'm not sure what better job, in my opinion. There's not a lot better than being able to sit and watch cricket for 4 days and talk about it.
Oh, that might be the end of David Bedingham, and it's done a lot and maybe too much.
I think height as well.
From Ball, as that was very close, and there's hands on hips, hands on heads from the Somerset crew, but I think that might have just done too much. It was a good shout. Try and get that up on the stream.
I think probably heading down the leg side, and from our viewpoint looked a bit high, but we are from the other end. Bellingham looks to play that through the covers.
Oh, I tell you what, it's close. It is close. Real close.
Probably a question for Steve, this, if he can hear me. Is Simon doing all 4 days on camera on the roof, or? Ah, it's only today. That's a shame. Really enjoyed the camera work. Been top quality.
I think Steve should get up there. He's too expensive, Simon, if he can hear us. I love that.
Simon's now about to walk in. He's now about to walk in the back of the room and walk into the production room and have a few choice words. Steve, I think we've got Ross back in tomorrow. Very good crew we've got here, giving you guys the images, and hopefully our commentary is more than bearable for you.
Good bowling this from Jake Ball, right on the money. And just as Durham starting to transfer a bit of pressure back towards Somerset. This is just what Somerset needed. Bedingham 17, Ollie Robinson's on 12. Believe it or not, there's still over 31 overs remaining in the day's play.
For those of you that have X, I would highly recommend you go on Vitality County Championships page at County Champ and go look at the wicket that Ben Mike has taken for Leicestershire. But
that is glorious.
You'll have to admire that shot from David Bedingham first. That is another sumptuous on drive. But yes, Durham now moves up to 47 for 3 off 12. And I'd just like you, as I say, for those of you who have X, go down to at County Champ and go to the post that made just about 5 or 6 minutes ago and just admire something that doesn't look out of place on in a village game, but has happened in Div 2 between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. And with that, I will bid you farewell for the time being, and Toby Reynolds will come back.
Wow, I've just watched the clip. Definitely worth a look. As Overton comes in, and Ollie Robinson again drives that gloriously. Might have been a hand on that to prevent it going for 4, but he'll pick up another 2. And Durham moved to 49 for 3. Bedingham 21. Robinson's now moved on to 14. Welcome back, mate.
Cheers, Ash. It's been well, lots happened since
There's
I've last
been a lot going
yeah.
on, mate. There's been a lot going on.
Considering, you know, they just bowled out Somerset as we finished comms before tea, and then
Robinson cuts, but doesn't quite time this one. Yeah, and then the ideal start for Somerset in reply, with Lees being run out, backing up, and Ackerman edging to slip. Borthwick being pinned LBW, and Somerset picked up those 3 early wickets with the score on just 19. Now these pair, well, this pair even, has put on 30 in reply. A pretty quick time, so they're just transferring a bit of pressure back onto Somerset. And this is again defended there by Robinson.
To have definitely started to settle the ship a little bit. It was rocky times after 6 overs when 3 down for 19. Not a position that Durham would have wanted to be in, but these two have done well so far. But I mean, it's not easy conditions out there. You know, ball's still going around a bit. A few LBW shouts.
Just need to see off this period of time. And Robinson defends this one out into the leg side off the back foot. Durham's 50 on the board now. 50. Oh no, or is it or not? It's gone now from 50 back to 49. It's 50 on one scoreboard, 49 on the other, and I don't have a clue which one's right.
This is very confusing times.
And now it's gone back to 49.
There'll be another round of applause in a few balls' time, I'm sure.
Thoroughly deserved. As Overton comes in again, and Robinson defends this one right off the middle of the bat, out into the covers. But still good energy being shown here by the Somerset fielders. They're up and about. They know that they're probably below par with 170, so every wicket they take with this new ball is going to be crucial. As Overton is coming to probably to the end of his spell here. Last ball of his 7th over, he's picked up 2 wickets. And has he got a 3rd? No, it hasn't carried through to slip. Slammerby does the fielding there again. That's a really good over, that.
Another great over from Overton, and soft hands there, really well played from Robinson to keep it down. Could easily, if it just pushed a bit harder, could have flown, and that could have been 4 down for Durham. But he did really well to keep it low and not have a massive nick and end up back in the pavilion.
Absolutely right, mate.
I think Durham will be having to use all of their long batting lineup throughout this innings. 3 down at the moment, but someone like Peter Siddle coming in at number 11, which kind of shows hope. He has a decent average of 16 in first class cricket. Callum Parkinson 17, and I mean Ben Stokes could be coming in. could be coming in next. Graham Clark.
And you've got Coghlan and Ben Rain, who have both had first-class centuries. Both got their first ones in the same game a couple of years ago. So yeah, there's a bit of length, but Somerset were probably thinking the same thing when they've come in today with the likes of Overton and who else is it? Pretorius obviously got 50 today. Lewis Gregory, so then in that same kind of realm.
Played offset very nicely there by bedding him out to deep square leg. Just worked away for a single.
And that is the 50.
Another round of applause, only a few balls later. And it's simple enough there. They're slowly ticking along. Just the 2 slips at the moment, Somerset. Oh, maybe a third now, as I've said that.
Yeah. This is the time, isn't it? They need to break this partnership and get into the Durham middle order. It's more of a fifth slip slash gully, isn't he, I guess?
Thicker edge.
Yeah.
This ball comes in. Well played from Robinson, but no run there. Well fielded out there at backward point.
And yeah, if anybody's wondering why Jake Ball is bowling and didn't bat, he's a concussion substitute. As Ben Rain struck Miguel Pretorius in the head in the Somerset innings. Pretorius continued to bat and got himself to 50 and got Somerset up to that 171. But unfortunately he's unable to continue. He's been feeling unwell, and Jake Ball has come in as his replacement.
Big swing there from Robinson. Tried to play it off the back foot through the covers, but couldn't quite connect. And a few oohs from the slips and the Somerset fielders as it passed the bat.
It was a big swing that from Robinson, wasn't it? A lot of intent.
Definitely wanted to lay some bat on that. But 2 balls to go in the over. I'm not sure he'll be too worried about playing a miss. Ball in again. Nice leave.
That's a good area. That after the ball before, Robinson looked like he was going to have another dart at that one and decided to let that one through to the keeper.
He's had a very good start to the season, Robinson, so far. 100, obviously that absolutely massive one last game. Couldn't quite carry Lancashire over the line. 171 not out. Sorry, couldn't carry them over the line against Lancashire. And he's also made 550s. Been Mr. Consistent for them this year.
Yeah, 5 consecutive 50s to start off the season for Ollie, and he'd have been disappointed that he didn't convert any of those into that Big Daddy 100, which he certainly did at Lancashire with I think it was 171 not out. But as you rightly said there, he was unable to get Durham over the line with Lancashire winning on the last afternoon at Blackpool. I'm going to see a change in the bowling here from the Finkel end. It's going to be the skipper. Lewis Gregory's going to come into the attack, replacing the impressive Overton, who has picked up 2 of the wickets and more than had a hand in the third, where he ran out Alex Lee's backing up.
Literally had a hand in it.
He did. He did.
Deflected it onto the stumps. Yeah, I'm surprised Gregory's taken his time to bring himself on. I mean, Overton's bowled well, but he's been pretty good with the ball so far this season for Somerset. It's his birthday though, so maybe he's allowing himself some time to rest.
Surprised he didn't take the new ball then.
Yeah.
Right, I'm captain. It's my birthday. Give me the ball. Ooh.
Just a single out there to the leg sides.
Yeah.
Slightly weird.
He didn't look comfortable bowling that, and that didn't really get up as Beddingham's pulled it round the corner.
I wonder if there's some issues with the sort of pop increase and the foot landing.
Here he is. He's down from the roof. You were caught on camera on the roof, mate.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a few
Great view,
issues with the sort of footing as where Gregory's landing. There were a few complaints from in the first innings when Coughlin was coming in, so I wonder if it's the same for Gregory here. Played nicely there into the offside from Robinson. Seemingly a bit better that time for Gregory. No limping. Still looking.
Yeah, it was a glance, wasn't it, down there at the footmarks.
Something not quite right. He might just be getting into it, working himself up into it. But yeah, he's had a great start to the season. 19 wickets there, leading wicket taker, Somerset, averaging 28 with the ball. And bowled really, really well. Taking the new ball sometimes, first change often, come a bit later others. Got that one to nip in a little bit. Inside edge there of Robinson, but keeps it away from the stumps. And no risk really of a wicket that time. And yeah, the other end from Robinson, Beddingham has also been brilliant for Durham. 400s, a 50. He's leading run scorer in the Division 1 County Championship. He's been phenomenal, not only this season, but for the last couple as well while he's been at Durham.
Yeah, he's been huge for Durham.
Got a South Africa call up over the winter.
He did, and fully deserved, and he took advantage of that as well.
Lovely shot there, through the covers, brilliant from Robinson. Just leant on it, and it's flown away to the boundary, out through the cover point region.
I'm 100% stealing his bat. That has just been touched by him and timed to perfection.
It's middle and a half, that. Didn't even need to full swing, just leant on it, and it's skimmed away over the outfield, over the square. But it's been quite slow out there throughout the rest of the day, so he's really, really timed that one to perfection.
Glorious.
Wasn't even too much width on it. It was quite a nice ball from Gregory, and just managed to get it away. That's what the great players do, I guess. He's had a bit more of a swing of that one. Well stopped there. Nice hand on it at cover, and the scampering through for 2. Possible run out.
Ooh.
It's tight.
Good running, we'll say.
Managed to scamper through. Took the bails off in the end there, James Rood, but Robinson was home safe in the end. Not even a second thought from the umpire at square leg. Just one ball to come in this over. First over from Gregory. Gone for 7. Not quite as tight as he would have hoped, but he's also not bowled badly. He's hit some good areas, and it's been a couple great shots really from Robinson.
There'll be 4 more.
Inside edge down to fine leg, and another boundary. 11 from that over. That's a tough start for Lewis Gregory, the skipper, on his birthday. Not the gift he would have hoped, but he's managed to get through.
He's given Ollie Robinson a gift there, wasn't he? Full and straight on leg stump, and the form that Robinson's in, he's took advantage of that. And this partnership continuing to build here at an important time for Durham. 61 now for 3. And Sam is back from his jaunt to the roof, and he is going to join Toby here in the commentary position.
Beddingham and Robinson going very well at the moment, but throughout the rest of the grounds, Hampshire are 1 down for 58, having bowled Surrey out for 127. A surprisingly poor start for Surrey, who have generally been phenomenal this season. Ball in again. Worked nicely off his hip, just for a single there for Robinson. Essex are currently 222 for 3. A double Nelson there. Jordan Cox on 22 not out, but there was some big scores for Dean Elgar and Nick Brown, 77 and 65 respectively. As Sam has now put his headset on. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm all right. It just started to get a little bit nippy up there, so I thought I'd pop back down. It's lovely though. It's phenomenal. Have you been up?
I have, yeah. I went up during tea. It's not half bad at all, is it?
No, it's not. It isn't.
The sun is slowly dipping behind the clouds in front of us, though. Slightly overcast. Ball in again here. Oh, beats the outside edge there. Lovely ball. Just got it to move away very slightly past Ollie Robinson's outside edge. No wicket there, though. Just a dot ball from ball.
Dot ball from ball.
Warwickshire. We're slowly going through the grounds here again.
Oh,
Sam.
are we? Okay.
Yeah, Warwickshire.
Not from earlier on. Is it still the same round when you?
Yeah, right. Well, we went about a game every 10 minutes.
It's nice.
Just slow.
We've got time.
Exactly. Warwickshire 82 for 3 against Lancashire. Rain affected first couple sessions. As Robinson prods that into the covers. Al Davies, their skipper's on 41, joined by Dan Mosley. Where else we got to? Yeah, as we mentioned, Worcestershire, have had no play out there at New Road against Nottinghamshire. Derbyshire down at Bristol are 332 for 4. Matthew Lamb is 144 not out, off just 189. Oh, ball again with another peach. Beats the outside edge of Robinson. I think that's the 3rd time this over. From just the 4 balls, 5 balls even. He's bowled brilliantly when he's come on. Brooke Guest as well fell for 95 in that same game for Derbyshire. But yeah, Matthew Lamb been smacking it around the park. 144 to 189. Not bad at all. Mushan DeLanger has taken 2, as has Bo Webster, their overseas pro. Oh, inside edge. That could have been. That was so close. Down into the ground and over the stumps there from Robinson. He's been lucky to survive so far this over.
Well, I was just going to say, this is the sort of over. It might, when you look back at the scorebook, you wouldn't notice this over. But Ollie Robinson has been in such fine form this year. He passed 50 in however many innings it was in a row, 171 in the last game. Jake Ball has done him on the outside a couple of times, not quite good enough to get a nick. That inside edge could have clattered the stumps. He doesn't get him in this over, and Ollie Robinson goes on and scores big.
And he survives.
That could easily be the difference. And you know what I mean? You wouldn't look back and go, that was the over where the game shifted. But 62 for 3, Somerset, if they could get them 5 or 6 down by close, they'd think, oh, okay, the day's been rescued a little bit. Durham, Scott Borthwick sat up there. If he sees Dave Beddingham and Ollie Robinson walk off in about 2 hours' time,
yeah,
he'll be delighted.
27 overs. They're surely not going to be able to bowl all of those.
I think the light might be an issue.
Particularly with the cloud cover coming in. I can't see them getting much more than 6:30. I'm not even sure if they're allowed to a lot of the time. Particularly when there's been no rain to affect the day.
Lewis Gregory then from the Finker Lane, Somerset skipper. Often takes wickets in clusters. There's Dave Beddingham on strike. Those 200 last game. As I've no doubt you've mentioned, these two are fine players. I mean, this is... Well, Robinson's not quite an international cricketer, but...
On the cusp.
On the cusp of, he will be. And you just look at the scorecards, and I've said it before today, but you're basically getting international cricketer going at international cricketer. Gregory and Ball and Overton are all England international. Josh Davies, Scotland international. As Beddingham is watchful. Jack Leach could come on, will come on. England international. And you look at the Durham card. Ben Rain, Paul Coughlin, both played England Lions. Siddle, Stokes, we all know their test records, and Callum Parkinson, England Lions as well. So,
Colin Ackerman, Dutch international.
Oh, but there's loads. I mean, you got Renshaw, Banton, Gregory, Overton, Leach in the Somerset side, and then you've got Davey and Amid, who both play for Scotland. It's pushed to Tom Abel, who does the fielding at backward point, and then you've got people like Rue, Pretorius, Abel, Lammonby, who have all played England Lions in one format or another. And it's pretty much the same through that Durham side. Lees, Borthwick, Beddingham Test match cricketers, Stokes Test match cricketer, Siddle Test match cricketer, Rain, Coughlin, Parkinson, Robinson. Ackerman's probably played a cricket in South Africa before, but he's a Dutch international.
Yeah, Dutch now, yeah.
Driven straight to Jake Ball.
It's basically just Graham Clark, who I can see here played England under 17s. So even that, I mean, he's a very handy batter down the order. Could be coming in soon, depending on if any more wickets fall this evening.
It's little wonder, Toby, there's nearly 3,000 people watching this, and there'll be thousands on the streams around the country watching the different games. It's absolutely fantastic. All edged and just wide. Craig Overton is a tall man to put the dive in away to his right. It was low, it was sharp. I don't really want to call it a chance. It's 4 runs for Beddingham.
Yeah, it's a tough one. That would have been an absolute stunner. We've seen a few speculative attempts, but that would have been probably the best taken so far today.
I don't think he gets anywhere near that. Not that Derek has any right to. Probably goes to a third slip if not dropped slightly short. Driven, that's a nicer shot. That's Dave Beddingham at his best. Just over pitched, moves into the 30s with that one.
Just polishing there.
Warm round of applause here at the Seat Unique Riverside.
And that's a 50 partnership as well from the two of them. 26 coming from Beddingham, 24 from Robinson.
It's come pretty quickly as well.
Just 60 balls, 40 minutes. That's exactly what Durham needed. They were in a bit of trouble. 19 for 3 when Robinson strode to the crease, but these two have taken a bit of time out of the game and have just slowly found their groove and have started to expand a little bit more. A few more expansive strokes. You saw that one from Beddingham. Robinson's hit quite a few nice ones as well, and that's exactly what Durham would have hoped for and Scott Borthwick would have hoped for.
Mr. Ryan Campbell brand of cricket.
Jake Ball continues. 4 over spell becomes 5. Solid defence there from Ollie Robinson. Just gets in behind and drops it down. Simple enough from him there. Offside is pretty packed right now. You've got 2 slips, backward point, cover, extra cover, somewhat catching, and then a mid-off. Fine leg, fairly regulation out there, and then a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Fairly standard field for what you'd expect in the county championship. Ball in again here. Big swish there from Robinson. He's had a few of those now where he's thrown his hands at them hard and not connected. He's playing on the edge here. He's playing on the edge, and it's been lucky so far for him. But a few more of those, and he might just get a little tickle on one and might find himself back in the pavilion. So he has to be a little bit careful here. When he connects, they've been going really nicely, but often it's been the ones he's just lent on that have really generated the runs for him. That's a much nicer one. Worked off his pads. Not really the line or length from Ball there. Just a single, however. Beddingham now on strike. It's a bit of a shame that one from Ball. 2 full, 2 straight. Slight field change as well.
Hasn't played every game for Somerset since his move. Decent signing for them. They picked up, well, Jack Brooks retired, so they were just looking for someone with a little bit more experience. Got an international record. It's okay, his international record. Don't think it quite demonstrates how good a bowler he has been, can be.
Solid defence again.
He just struggled for game time last year at Nottinghamshire. I remember talking to Kevin Shine, who works up there, and a few of their bowlers quite early in the season. They called themselves the bowling cartel up at Nottinghamshire. There's a big group of seamers, and they were all saying, and maybe it's platitudes, but they were saying, look, Jake Ball's bowling as well as we've seen him bowl. Just can't quite break into our side. We've got Dane Patterson and Brett Hutton with wickets that are very suited for him. Luke Fletcher,
They made a few,
Stuart Broad.
yeah, a few signings as well. Pennington, Stone, recent acquisition. Josh Tongue. Oh, another one beats the outside edge, this time with Beddingham. Ball has bowled fabulously so far. And yeah, as you mentioned it, Nottinghamshire have a whole stock of top seam bowlers. A lot of them in contention for England as well over the summer. And yeah, Jake Ball's come down to Somerset. He's done all right so far this season. Played 3 of the 6 matches. Taken 8 wickets, averaging 27. Pretty good start really for the tall seamer. 2 straight there again though. Can't quite find any space from Beddingham. End of the over, just 1 from it. A few outside edges beaten. And Jake Ball takes his cap, and Lewis Gregory looks like he's continuing here. Jumpers off.
Yeah. Needs to. Oh, he can't. Skipper can't take himself off really at this stage, and because Craig Overton and Josh Davey. Well, Ball's bowled 5 overs, so Davey could come back, but there's an outside edge as part of that 19 runs, so the figures don't quite tell the full story. Not quite time for Jack Leach yet, not seen much spin in the game.
Yeah, even from when Parkinson was bowling, didn't see much of him because a lot of it was either Leach blocking out or Pretorius having a big swipe, looking to go over cow or reverse sweeping. So wasn't particularly regulation, particularly orthodox. So
it's the 3 overs then from Cal Parkinson as Lewis Gregory is throwing the ball to the umpires, Jack Chantry and Peter Hartley. I think that's Jack Chantry at our end. Remember Jack Chantry bowling? Amazing action. Left arm seamer for Worcestershire. Odd action, I think, is probably a fair way to describe it. Anyway, they're having a look. Will the ball pass through the ring? Durham tried that one a little bit earlier on today, and it worked, actually. Ball wouldn't go through, and they took a wicket almost immediately afterwards. But
it's just so wet out there, I think, that any time the ball goes out to the boundary, it just picks up so much water and then just gets misshapen massively. Yeah,
I think they're going to change it, aren't they?
They are.
Only 18 overs this ball was lasted. As you say, probably picking up lots of moisture. Dave Beddingham being shown it.
I think it was a similar aged ball that was changed last innings. Maybe a few overs
a bit
older.
later. It was more like, I think, 34 or something like that. It wasn't particularly late. It wasn't kind of the ball's falling apart territory. They are going to change it. So Somerset will get a relatively new one. Josh Davey, Jake Ball and Lewis Gregory at the bowler's end. They're waving for something. What are they after? Sawdust?
Must be. Gregory was, particularly in the first over, was complaining a little bit or looking inquisitively at that sort of landing spot where his foot seemingly wasn't.
It was the same in the first innings, wasn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
I saw a lovely video. I don't know if you follow David Griffin on Twitter. He's like a media guy at Derbyshire. He's well worth a follow. Photographer, club statistician, does some interviews, does these videos every morning, kind of a minute. And they're light-hearted and funny. They did a prank one last week at Derbyshire where he went into, here I am, going into the groundsman shed. And actually what happened yesterday is there was a lot of rain and they need some sawdust. And so here's I can't remember the head groundsman's name. And here he is. He doesn't want his pitch to look like it's covered in sawdust, so he's painting every single speck green to match, and you could just see him meticulously doing like one at a time. And quite a lot of people took it seriously. It was excellent. He's well worth a look. Find him on Twitter when you get a moment.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a watch later.
Oh, there's some good videos. But anyway, Gregory has a newish ball in hand. No ball over steps. Lewis Gregory does that a fair bit. I think perhaps maybe give him the benefit of the doubt because of the landing area, maybe trying to avoid it. You have to bowl that one again.
I feel like it must be an all-rounder kind of thing. Stokes did the same quite a bit in the first innings and often does when he plays. Maybe just the fact they don't quite train their bowling as much. They haven't quite got their run-up nailed, maybe. Have to focus on their batting as much. I know Gregory does anyway, and I'm sure Stokes has a lot of time to focus on his batting too.
That's a better line from Gregory. Nicely left alone by Robinson. That was Gregory's 36th no ball of the season, that previous one.
It's quite a lot from just 6 games. Oh, it's not massive actually when you think 2 innings as well. More than you'd hope, I'm sure. There's also bad light stop play at Old Trafford apparently.
They got on then, did they?
They got on for a session and a bit, I think.
Okay, fair. Gregory in. Ooh, and Robinson is driving that one. Shapes away from him. That's Gregory's natural length. What he likes to do, away swinger, away swinger, away swinger, and then he'll just move one back in at you.
So the next couple balls then, prediction here from Sam is that it's going to cut on firing in swinger.
Can't go too early though, can't show your hand too early.
Yeah.
35th over, I'm told. Yeah, so 34 overs were gone, yeah. 35th over, they changed the ball in the previous innings, thanks to Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer. A couple of doors down. That'll be 4 leg byes, I think. I mean, there was an appeal from Craig Overton. Given where James Rue has finished there, I know he had to dive away. I don't think they had much going for it.
No, he was sprawled on the floor trying to get to it. It was a tough one there. Big appeal from Overton as well. No one else went up for it. Maybe a bit more of a hopeful kind of appeal. And yeah, with the Old Trafford, Warwickshire, sorry, are 89 for 3 currently. Alex Davies managed to make it to close 47 not out.
That one just nipped back a bit. Robinson keeps it out. He's having a good season, Davies, isn't he? Double hundred. A lot of double hundreds this year.
There have been a huge. I mean, there was a lot of runs early on. I think the Kookaburra ball obviously helped. I don't know what you made of the experiment, but I don't mind it. I think doing it, first 2 weeks in April probably isn't the best timing to do it.
Well, yeah, it's an experiment, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure about experimenting in county championship games. I suppose when else can you do it? But gets in behind it, Robinson. When do we get them back? Back end of the summer, isn't it? Is there a round in August or something that we're going to use the Kookaburras again?
Yeah, there's 2 more, I think. So it must be the first 2 rounds back in August, or end of August, early September must be, unless it's the next 2 rounds after the break. Because that was when they've done them before, haven't they? And
they did last year, yeah, in the height of summer.
I'd quite like to see how they play when it's a bit warmer, a bit drier. Because I think
doesn't quite get that one away, Robinson. End of the over, 79 for 3.
I think that was part of the issue. There was only one result, wasn't there, in the first 2 rounds with the Kookaburras?
Yeah, it wasn't
a lot of draws.
It was pretty dull cricket. I think I'd have rather watched the Derbyshire head groundsman paint sawdust for the day than watch some of the cricket that went on. But yeah, a lot of double hundreds. Nottinghamshire, they had a glut, didn't they, of double hundreds? Hamid, Clark, and was it Will Young?
Ben Duckett.
Ben Duckett.
Yeah, and Young did as well, I think. I think possibly all of their top 4 have.
Young got one at Taunton, didn't he?
Yes.
Hamid got one at Trent Bridge a couple of weeks ago.
Duckett's one was a few weeks back as well. Was that with the Kookaburra? Second round, maybe? Third round? I think Duckett's might have come. They've got quite a strong batting lineup as well.
They're an odd side, though, aren't they?
Very
odd team. So. They're either brilliant or terrible. But yes, on paper, they're very strong.
Jack Leach having his first bowl of the game. Bit more left arm spin. We had some Callum Parkinson left armers earlier in the day, but here's Leach for his first. Trying to get through the overs, I'm sure, Somerset. And it could be quite dangerous. We haven't seen if it's turned yet, really. So it'll be interesting to see how much purchase he can get as he bowls to Beddingham right now. One slip, short leg. A few men catching around the bat as well. Onto the back foot there from Beddingham. Just pats it back down towards Leach. Just tapped into the offside there again. Good start for Leach. As you expect, reliable spinner. Been a brilliant spinner in the county championship, one of the best for the last decade almost now. Actually, possibly not even that long. Worked into the leg side, beats the man. They're going to scamper through for a couple here at least. I think they get 3. They do indeed. Quick turn from Beddingham. Is that Overton out there down on the floor? No, he's okay now. He's back up. Having a jog back in now. Well worked away there. What's Ollie Robinson got now? Facing Leach up. Pushes it through the offside there, just for a single. Out to the man on the cover boundary to get off strike. Down the other end and to safety. Slight field change here. I don't know, marginal. Just a bit of tinkering from Jack Leach more than anything else. Got a a great line here, Jack Leach. He's not really given much width, generally. Just takes the ball and goes back to his mark. Simple as that. Same again on the stumps. Good first over from Leach, just 4 from it. Nothing too audacious from him or the batters. He just took a bit of time.
Got a lot of time. There's a lot of time left in this game. Lewis Gregory has his hat off. I could hear in the background on the effects mic picking up a few crowd noises. Somerset fan Tractor is in, I believe. You can always hear him, he's very vocal.
Still quite a full ground around us. It's not bad. Splittings of fans around.
Couple of slips in. Oh, pulled. That's too easy. That's too easy. He makes that look so simple, Ollie Robinson. Just a fraction short from Lewis Gregory. He was onto it so quickly. It's gone all the way for 6.
It's a long way back.
It is, and he didn't even seem to hit it. There's a chap there who's a few rows further back, sir. There he is. He spotted it. And will Somerset get another one? Another ball. He barely hit it. He just swiveled on it.
Oh, he didn't quite get out the stand, unfortunately. Have to relay it from there.
Well, I tell you, we've got time. You've got plenty of time. We'll be here till 8 o'clock anyway.
That was a remarkable shot from Robinson. Just picked off his hip really early. Didn't get that high. Didn't bounce that high, the ball. And he just picked it up nicely. Got on it early, as you mentioned, and just swiveled. Sent it 10, 15 rows back comfortably in the end. No risk of being caught out at fine leg there. Just needs a little bit fuller here from Gregory, I think. Got to get Robinson on the front foot defending.
There's no ball number 37 for Lewis Gregory. He did get him on the front foot, but he needs to just drag his own front foot back a tad. Lewis Gregory.
Much better that time. Better line, better length.
Well, yes, but
better result as well.
No ball aside, yes. Good bit of fielding there in the covers from Jack Leach. Bowls left-handed, throws right-handed, just to confuse all of us. Sprightly there from Leach in the covers. Don't see him in there too often.
It's always a very confusing one, isn't it? When
there's a word for it, isn't there?
Yeah, but I kind of understand, you know, writing left-handed and bowling right-handed, or batting left-handed, bowling right-handed is obviously quite a common one. But the fact that it's kind of similar sort of techniques and overarm, you'd have thought.
One's missed the stumps by an awful lot. Just nips back, keeps a bit low as well. Rue was taking that down by his ankles. Yes, that is a strange one. I don't know if you see it that often. He bats left-handed too.
Indeed. That's always one though that I can't ever remember who it is. Is it David Gower who always used to say that, you know, left-handed, you know, batting left-handed is actually what right-handed should do.
Yeah, because you lead with your top hand.
Exactly.
Driven up-ish, but into a gap. Wasn't in complete control of that. Ollie Robinson picks up a single to Tom Lammonby at deep point.
It's been an interesting few overs from Robinson. He's given a few more chances to Somerset. None have been clear-cut chances, but he's a few uppish drives, a few swing and misses, and he's just sort of, I don't know, not fully on it like he was at the beginning of his innings. It felt perhaps he's relaxed into a bit more free-flowing, I guess. Beddingham's on strike here.
This time driven by Bellingham. Pick up a single, and James Rue made to work by the swooping throw from Jake Ball. Just looking at his run of scores. If you go back to that England Lions game in early February, couple of England Lions games, 85-0, 80, 60, 52, 55, 67, 90, 1-0, 171 not out, and 35 not out. Needs hundreds though. That could be the difference. Very difficult to knock him, and I'm not knocking him at all. But if he converts a couple of those 50s at the start of the summer into hundreds, then you really are banging on that England door saying, you've got to pick me, lads. How can you leave me out? 93 for free here at the Seat Unique Emirates? Riverside. Don't know why that word came out.
It was an Emirates though.
It was, I think that's maybe, yeah, I was trying to... It was. 'Tis no longer.
Combining old and new sponsors.
Yeah, never a good thing to do that.
Yeah, it's kind of a running pattern a little bit with Ollie Robinson, as you mentioned, sort of not quite nailing down hundreds. When you look at his conversion rate of sort of his whole first-class career, 800s, 23 50s. So from the 31 times he's passed 50, only 8 he's converted fully to make that ton. Whereas you compare that to David Bedingham, who's at the other end from him. He's got 25 50s, 23 hundreds. A significantly improved conversion rate. I think that is the difference really between your sort of your good batters and your greats. There's a lot of Joe Root's early comparisons and complaints with the fact that he never really converted to make big hundreds. Footwork there from Bedingham, but he edges just short of, I think that's Matt Renshaw in it. Short leg. Some good bowling here from Jack Leach. 3 dots in a row. Pressure starting to build. Onto the back foot this time for Bedingham, but straight to the man at backward point. For another dot. Looks good so far from Jack Leach. What's he able to do here? Straight to there, worked well onto the leg side for Bedingham. Is it going to go all the way? It's on the square. Don't think it's quite going to reach.
I've got the legs.
And they've only got 2 there as well. Great fielding out in the deep. Chase down there. And just 2 from it. I think it was Ash you mentioned, but these jumpers are a nightmare for commentators.
Yeah, you want the numbers on the back then, yeah.
Indeed. Same again here, worked on the leg side nicely. Is it going to go this time? Possibly the same result. They might get 3 though this time, however. They do indeed.
Testing Tom Abel's fitness on his first game back. Couple of chases there.
It's done well for both of them. It's a shame for Jack Leach. 4 dot balls to begin the over and then 5 from the final 2 balls.
We're going to see Josh Davey come back into the attack. Change of ends from him. Rolling at the Lumley end first up now, coming on at the Finkel end. Needing a wicket at Somerset. 98 for free. This is very good from Durham, Dave Bedingham and Ollie Robinson. In the runs, who'd have thought? They've been brilliant so far this season, haven't they? Absolutely superb. And they've started very well from a Durham perspective here. Durham will really just want to bat once in this game if they possibly can, and that's a long way off now. That deficit is 73. Looks like a couple of slips still in. Andy Amid in at first. Greg Overton at second next to James Rue. Paul and Gregory at mid-on, mid-off. Matt Renshaw playing his last game before heading back to Australia is out there. Leach is at cover, Banton's at mid-wicket, Renshaw's at deep fine leg. Abel at backward point, Lammonby at square leg. Driven, lovely shot, even better bit of fielding from Jack Leach in the covers there. That was glorious from Dave Bedingham. Would have been a boundary, but for Jack Leach tumbling to his right.
Yeah, spectacular from him. Just full length diving, managed to get a strong hand on it to stop it flying away to that boundary out there. Not something you'd necessarily associate with Jack Leach, sort of gymnastic-esque fielding. However, I think that was pretty impressive.
There's again, swooping Jack Leach. For those of you just joining us, noticing that Miguel Pretorius batted, but Jake Ball didn't and his bowling. Well, that's because Jake Ball, unfortunately for Miguel Pretorius, and I hope he is alright, had to be subbed out. He got hit on the helmet during his innings by Ben Rain. So hopefully Miguel is alright, but he will be being checked up and they'll take every precaution. So Jake Ball is allowed to come in as a like-for-like replacement and bowl. He's bowled well as well, Jake Ball. And there he is. Long barrier. You don't see the long barrier enough anymore.
I love a good old long barrier. Body behind it, body on the line. You know, no chance of letting the ball through. It's a little bit under 12s, but you know, if the pros are doing it, then you know everyone should be. It shows.
Hampshire still one down against Surrey. Remember, they bowled them out for 127. Toby Albert 19. Nick Gubbins recently became a father. 16 now. He's had a bit of a renaissance since he went down to Hampshire. That's a lovely shot from Dave Beddingham. That is the drive he played a little bit earlier on in the over. That time it was within Jack Leach's wingspan. That one isn't. And it brings Beddingham 4 more, and it brings up the Durham 100.
Brilliant shot there from Beddingham. Just too much width there really from Josh Davey. He just allowed Beddingham to free his hands and perfectly bisect the two men at mid-off and extra cover. And yeah, Beddingham moves on to 45 now with a glorious cover drive. If you have any questions as well, make sure you message in the group chat.
Punch on the back foot. Early shout is no. They take a run though. Jake Ball does well to stop that one.
Yeah, if you have any questions, add them into the chat box. You can see them there, or you can email us at stream@durham.co.uk, I think, or you can find us both on Twitter.
Stream at Durham Cricket, I would imagine. Not sure about the first bit. We should double check that.
Yeah, well, chuck them in the YouTube chat box for now, or you can find us both on Twitter. I'm Toby Reynolds 10_. Sam is
I don't really
Sam
know.
J. Dalling.
Don't worry, everyone gets it wrong. Oh, that's a beaut. That is a good delivery from Josh Davey. I wouldn't have been able to tell you my Twitter handle though, so thanks for helping me out. 103 for free end of the over. 23 gone, still 20 remaining. 5:35. Will we get 20 if Jack Leach bowls 10 of them? Then we might. You might even make your train.
Maybe. It'd be nice if I do.
Where are you getting a train to?
Leeds.
Nice,
I
okay.
have to stay at a friend's tonight because I wouldn't have got back to London until like 2 a.m. otherwise. Which would.
So you live down in London, do you?
Down in London, yeah, up for the day. Up at 5:30 this morning.
Oh.
Early start. But for a good reason at least, and a great day of cricket.
That's good commitment, that.
Leach continues here. Defended by Beddingham. A few oohs and ahs from Leach's teammates round the field. Another good ball from the England left armour. Just worked into the leg side from Beddingham, but no run again. Metronomic so far from Jack Leach. It's just settled in really nicely. Gone for a few runs, but not a huge amount of issue I have with the way he's bowled.
Would you be picking him for the first test team of the summer? What is it, West Indies on the 10th of July?
Yeah, 10th of July. Jimmy's last one as well. I don't know. I think it's hard to say because I thought Bashir bowled well early season. and bowled really, really well in India.
He did.
However, if he's not playing for Somerset in the next 3 or 4 weeks, next month, it's quite hard to pick him off the back of no first-class cricket. Tom Hartley will be out in America and the Caribbean as well, playing some white ball stuff in the T20 World Cup. Oh, an expressive shot there. 6 over long on there. Brilliant shot from David Bedingham. Monstrous 6 towards the car park down there. And that is his 50. Off just 60 balls. Another 50 from David Bedingham. He's hit so many runs so far this season, extending his lead at the top of the Division 1 run charts. 7 fours and that 1-6 there. He's now on 52.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how good Ollie Robinson's numbers look. Dave Benningham's are quite stunning.
Yeah, no, it's a brilliant first-class record, and just this season averages 86. Scored what will now be almost 750 runs.
Well, he's got, so in his last 7 championship innings, including this one, he's got 400s, 2 50s, including this not out, and a 33 not out. That's in his last 7 knocks.
That is unbelievable.
Finished off the Test summer with 110 for South Africa against New Zealand.
I was glad to see him get a call up.
Yeah, it was great.
Well deserved.
Yeah, it's worked out really well for him.
I remember a few years ago there were talks about him converting to British and possibly playing for England. No chance of that now though if he's in that South African middle order.
Somerset will be disappointed though. Miguel Pretorius got him out playing provincial cricket in December. Dismissed him, so he's a man who knows any potential weakness. There's not many though.
Not at all. Davey continues here. Nice defensive work again there from Robinson. Yeah, I'd be, particularly with Elgar retiring and South Africa not being known as having that sort of strongest batting lineup, surely he's going to have a good stint in that South African middle order now, even if it was a slightly weakened side that went out to New Zealand. I think he probably deserves an opportunity here to really have a go at Test cricket.
Opens the face. Ollie Robinson. Call is 2. And they're going to comfortably come back for 2. Tom Ablett is out there riding the boundary. 111 for 3. David Shepherd. And late great David Shepherd would be on one leg right now. Derbyshire 409 for 4. Lamb 170 now. Nye Donald, 67 not out of 58 balls. Likes to smash it, doesn't he? Just such a shame he's had so many injuries in his career. Those cruciate injuries, wasn't it? 2 years in a row. All the talent, that lad. Brooke Guest went for 95. There's Leach. Swooping in the covers. Tough day for Gloucestershire's bowlers, although, as I say that, Bo Webster has just picked up his 3rd wicket. Donald has fallen. Superb, really, from Gloucestershire. To pick up one of the Sheffield Shield's top run scorers is a bit of a coup. To pick up the top 2 in Webster and Cameron Bancroft is stunning work. Marchant Lang is having a great season for them too.
There's been a lot of smart signings and good signings, I thought, around the counties this year. When you sort of look at them, a lot on British passports as well, which I think helps, definitely helps. And often there's not necessarily a full quota of overseas players at some teams. I mean, I think Middlesex are possibly one of the few without any overseas players. Are they?
Yeah, they
overseas
financially.
Yes, definitely.
Less deploy, I suppose, is the nearest thing they've got in terms of a signing. Big signing driven. Leach gets a hand on it. Takes a little bit of sting out of it. Probably will sting his hand a little bit though. And they take one. Some peeking out again. Just having a look at the WhatsApp, not the WhatsApp, the YouTube comments. A few of you in there. South Bristol, Steve. Stopped off in Pontefract on the way. Okay, they're up here tomorrow. Good to have you here, Steve.
A few field changes here.
Yeah, it's Gregory, I think. Just giving his bowler a little bit of cover. Out at deep cover. Who's that? It's the great Rob Rush. Stealthily. I didn't get a tap on the shoulder, which is good. It's only Ash Thorpe that can hand those out. And he's getting ready for another stint as that drive. There's a little bit of a false stroke. And they pick up one.
Going back to your previous question, Sam, I'll ask you.
What was it? What was it?
Your spinner for the beginning of the Test summer.
No, you can't ask the question of the question asker. That's not how it works. I would pick Leach.
Leach?
I think, yeah.
I think they'll pick Leach as well, probably.
I think they have shown that they are loyal to players who have not let them down, and there will be Leach hasn't ever let them down, and he's a big part of that dressing room, and they value that.
They'll be looking to take a wicket here now as well, trying to break this partnership of Beddingham and Robinson.
I think Bashir has got a lot of talent. He's such a tall man. I don't know if you've ever stood next to him. I'm tall and I'm looking up at him. You don't quite get that from TV.
Is he 6'4" or something? He's got massive hands as well, apparently. Graham Swan went on about them a lot, which is obviously extremely useful when he's trying to rip the ball sideways.
You're saying that the fingers are kind of splitting all the way out in India. They've got those the SG balls they use,
yes,
slightly harder seam, and he said then your hand would get really wet with the moisture and the sweat. You had that hard seam, it just split open. Very painful.
Imagine. Oh! Ouch! He's hit that straight into the foot. I think that is maybe the ankle.
I don't think he's getting much sympathy from his Somerset teammates. I think Jack Leach was smiling straight away.
Is that Renshaw under the lids?
No, it's Tom Banton.
Tom Banton.
You'll be able to identify him because the shout will be about Barry. It's just what they call him. So I think he hit some protective gear, so he's all right.
Worked out to the cover boundary just for a single. And yeah, Tom Hartley's the other possible option, I guess, for the summer.
Well, they clearly very much like him. He's taken him to the T20 World Cup, which I was slightly surprised at, actually, when his name didn't just appear. Someone put it there. But
I thought they might have gone for Rian Ahmed, personally. Oh, that could be tight. He's come down the pitch, though. Denied there. Ollie Robinson survives.
Couple of noises. And that step, it was a big, exaggerated little shimmy, wasn't it?
Looking at the replay, I think there is a possible inside edge as well.
It sounded.
Worked away nicely, possibly all the way out for a boundary. Lovely drive there from Ollie Robinson. Beats the man at short extra and the man on the cover boundary. And picks up 4 runs there with a lovely little cover drive.
Toying with the field, Ollie Robinson. So good to watch.
Moves on to 42 now. And the partnership continues to tick up. 57 behind now, Durham. Just 3 down, 114 runs on the board. Going at a decent rate as well, 4.5 and over.
Who is going to be bowling? I think it's Josh Davey. He's going to have to wander all the way back, having collected the ball himself. Has he still got it in his hand? No point in chucking it to anyone if you're going about to bowl it. Jumper off, yeah, I think he has. Well done, Josh Davey. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 22 for him so far. A little bit to think about for Somerset. Durham on top in this game. This is exactly what they wanted. If they can get a big partnership, and I'm not going to jinx this one by mentioning anything about it. 118 for free. These two. Probably the 2 informed batters in the country right now. Lovely shot from Dave Beddingham, just on the back foot. Classy, made it look so easy. I think he was pretty sure that was going to go for 4, so they maybe didn't run the first one quite as hard as they ought to have done, but we'll forgive them that. It was such a nice shot. They come back for 3. The 100 partnership is up, 102 from 117 balls. It doesn't feel like that long ago that we were celebrating the 50 partnership. That was 50 off 61 balls. 40 minutes, so 39 minutes to add this next 52 runs. Beddingham has 51 of them. Robinson has 42. Beddingham's got 57 in total, but the 51 is in this partnership.
This has been absolutely crucial for Durham. 19 for 3. They were on the ropes a little bit, but these two have just settled in so nicely. Couple chances, but no absolute clangers or anything crazy like that, so they can rest easy a little bit.
Couple of fielders in the covers, just providing a little bit of cover for Josh Davey. Toby Reynolds has been given that tap on the shoulder, the dreaded tap on the shoulder.
My time is up apparently. Final over.
There's nothing I can do to save you once you got it. You're just lucky you didn't get it from Ashthorpe. If you get it from Ashthorpe, you're not allowed back ever. Rob Rush, don't worry about him. His power goes on Mondays. He's off. There's Andy Mead in the cover. I tell you what, I was talking about that over, the Jake Ball one. The one where he beat Arling Robinson on the outside 3 times and got that inside edge. Could be a game changer if Robinson gets big runs here.
Absolutely would have been. Bowled so nicely as well, Ball. Bowled a really, really good first spell, but couldn't quite get a breakthrough.
Must be slightly odd because he, having been told he was not in the side, I don't know if he found out this morning or last night. Don't quite know when they decide. Oh, that's a beauty from Josh Davey. Genuine play and miss from Ollie Robinson. Haven't seen many of them from him since he joined Durham. Yeah. But if you're Jake Ball, you've gone, right, well, I'm probably on 12th duty for a bit here. And your mindset must shift a little bit when you're not, when you think you're not going to be playing. Suddenly by lunchtime or just after lunch, well, yeah, it was just after lunch, wasn't it? It was tea. Having watched, even when he got plonked in the head, because he carried on batting, no point is he probably thinking, oh, I might be bowling after tea.
It's a tough one. There's definitely different.
Could single that.
Different players will take it very differently. I know a lot of pros, when they maybe get in England to call up, for example, they almost find it easy. I think it was Matt Parkinson was possibly talking about it when he came in as a concussion replacement for Leach a couple of summers ago. He was at a barbecue and just got a call and basically had to drive down from Lancashire to Lords. And I think he said that it kind of helped because it meant he had no pressure. There wasn't any massive build-up and he can kind of settle in. But Jake Ball being a sort of slightly older player, 33 now, I want to say, in his sort of early 30s anyway, he possibly would have wanted a bit more time to warm up and get ready to go.
End of the over, 122 for 3. Are we saying goodbye to you then, Toby?
We are indeed.
You're taking notice of him, are you?
Yeah, I'm seemingly I can see Rob just hovering behind me, eyeing up the mic and wanting to go.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. Bit of train back to London, is it?
It is indeed. No, but over to Leeds. Over to Leeds for a bit.
Nice.
And then to London tomorrow.
With the masses travelling down for the playoff final.
Oh yeah, I forgot that. Yeah. That'll be great.
Yeah, trains when football fans are travelling en masse for a big occasion are always good fun if you just want a quiet seat.
Luckily it's a 2 o'clock train, so it might be just late enough.
Yeah.
Who knows? A few stragglers perhaps.
A few stragglers. Absolute delight, Toby. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Rob Rush is going to come in alongside me. That was Toby Reynolds, who, you wouldn't believe it, but that was actually his commentary debut. Sounded like an absolute seasoned pro. Superb stint from him. Superb day for Durham so far. Superb laptop cover from Rob Rush.
So that it can be shown in its full glory. Instead, we'll deal with some absolute glory from Ollie Robinson and David Bellingham that they've been treating us to over the last hour and a bit. It's not been chanceless. There have been occasions where the ball has beat the edge, and there have been half chances that just haven't quite fallen Somerset's way, but at the same time, some of the shots that these two have pulled out have been of the highest draw. I kind of mentioned it with Ash when we opened up the tee after tee. Bellingham looked $1 million when he came to crease, and Ollie Robinson's not far behind.
There's Craig Overton back into the Somerset attack. Their talisman picked up a couple of wickets so far, and he heavily involved in the first one as well. Poor Alex Lees. What do you do in that situation? You just not talk to him for a bit, because he's got to have to sit there and contemplate the meaning of cricket.
Leesy in general is one, when he gets out, you do generally kind of leave him for a period of time, and then he kind of just he moves on, and he internalises it. But I think anyone in that scenario, so that one is a thick inside edge. Yeah, I think Lees is one of those where in that situation you definitely just leave him to gather his thoughts, and then he'll kind of return back to the group. And it's just one of those. I generally don't know what you do. I don't know what I would do in that situation. It's ridiculously difficult to be put in.
Superb bit of fielding that from Tom Banton, by the way. One-handed diving to his left at mid-wicket.
Solid back foot punch. Robinson to 44.
What do you reckon they're seeing, those two? I mean, you talk about seeing it like a football or a beach ball. They're in such good nick. I was looking at Robinson's numbers, and I thought, that's very, very good. And Bellingham's even better recently.
To be honest, Sam, I would just say it's confidence. I genuinely would just say it's the confidence these two are playing with. See there, another lovely shot. I think it's just confidence. Bellingham, we've spoken about it. We almost talk about it too much. The fact he's broken through for South Africa, the Test centurion now as well. Just the monkey off the shoulders, if you will, of the monkey off your back. Of you now don't. There's not that pressure of him wanting to get that call up and wanting to get that Test century. He's now got that behind him, and being in this environment that Ryan Campbell has created for his players to know that one mistake is not going to define them. As that's another tight LBW shout, and Craig Overton can't quite believe that the finger's not gone up to end a tidy over with just 2 singles from it. Yeah, to be honest, I think it's a confidence thing more than anything with these two. They're naturally aggressive players, so they're always going to look to strike the ball. They're always going to look to score runs, so they fit under the philosophy. But we mentioned a Knox. Bellingham's a twin centurion from Blackpool. Robbo's coming off 171 not out in a losing cause, which can't be said very often. That was a new first class high score for him, beating 167 he set down at Leicestershire last year. I think more than anything it's just a confidence. Maybe the pitch has flattened out a little bit as the day's gone on, and it has become slightly easier to bat on. But I think overall, if you talk to these two, I think it's just a confidence and, dare I say, a swagger about them, that they know what they can do, and they're back to the hills to do it. And it's shows in their strike rate. Bellingham striking at 84, Robert 60, just a tad under 66. And that's what I would put it down to more than anything.
Jake Ball back into the attack at the Finkel end. That's a lovely shot from Dave Bellingham. That is him at his very best, and we have seen him at his very best for much of today, for much of the season. Moves into the 60s. Just so easy the way he plays that. It's so fluid, that way the bat and the hands pick up the length so quickly. Races away for 4, and Tom Banton just takes the opportunity to remove the shin pads. Good bit of multitasking there from Tom Banton.
Would you say that's a fair assessment, confidence being major, or would you potentially, what would you put it down to?
Oh, I think it's very much part of it. I think you're absolutely right. It's just being in form, isn't it? This must be a feeling. Shorter, tucked off his hips. There's a bit of cover out there. But it must be a lovely feeling. It's not a feeling I've ever experienced.
Neither have I.
But I think I got back-to-back 50s once, and then made probably the best 20 of my life, and ran myself out because I got so over-enthusiastic. That's the closest I've got to feeling what those two are feeling now, when you just think every ball you strike is going to the boundary.
Or has the opportunity to do so. We mentioned that we managed to finish very nicely on day 2 against Essex. It's not the case today. We're in for a late one.
Still an hour or so to play if the light holds. So just before 7 we're looking at maybe. It's not too bad. Off the back foot. Jack Leach half stops it. Someone will have to get his whites in the wash. Sliding around in the covers, a bit unusual for Jack Leach. All China in chief, so there's red all down the back, and mud all down the front. If he walked into his front door now, his mother would have a word.
Deficit now sits at just above 40, and it's just these two, as you guys have mentioned, have just brought Durham out of the hole that they were in at 19 for 3.
It's good from Jake Ball. 5.4 overs, 0 for 15. Bowled 5 overs for 9 in his first spell. He was excellent. Beat Ollie Robinson's outside the edge a number of times in 1 over. Good experience, Jake Ball, and high quality.
Clipped.
Just a single, that'll be. Decent record here at Chester Street, Jake Ball. 11 wickets at 20, so not played here an awful lot. Has done okay when he has been here. One of his better records, actually. Robinson 45, unbeaten on strike. Just 12's that bat in hand. Make that 46.
That's something that Durham looked to do a lot of last season, just push for those quick singles, and no matter if it's a right-right combo or a right-left sort of combo, you know, something that they made a keen emphasis on, of taking those quick singles, just being able to keep that score ticking over. They got it to 132 for 3. Right now, deficit now under 40. And it's been a pretty seamless transition for both of these guys. Robinson obviously has played Division 1 cricket with Kent, but this is Beddingham's first exploits in Division 1, and he's as you'd expect for a guy who's got a Test century under his belt, he's settled straight into his work.
Strange shot that. For half a second, it looked like he was trying to hit it over mid-wicket for 6, didn't he? He was lining it up.
And he just pulled away at the last second. I think
decent decision now, I think.
Yeah, the bounce. That's just the thing when things are going your way. Things are going your way. They've not gone Somerset's way since these two have come to the crease. You kind of just get on a bit of a roll, unfortunately, on the bad side of things from their side, but it doesn't deter Overton from giving his all.
He's the man Somerset turn to so often when they need a partnership breaking.
So that old cliche, 1 brings 2, and that's definitely what Lewis Gregory is hoping for. And just as we said about getting on a roll on the wrong side of things, that kind of sums up Somerset's last hour and a half. Spits up violently off a length and drops agonisingly short.
Well, I'm going to disappear on that note. It did pop up and let Ashthorpe come in.
He's not waited for the preemptive shoulder tap. He's been proactive. I was just about to mention,
Sam, before you came off, as Overton's in again. Inside edge. We've got the North East Premier League back.
Got me sounding like the Grim Reaper here.
You've been painted. You've not been painted the nicest picture over the last.
It's probably fair. Not really a nice person.
Oh, come on now! Don't sell yourself short.
Somebody's got to love me somewhere.
It's fine. You've got tomorrow off to take a breather and
contemplate life,
regather yourself. Although, if Steve is the one manning the operation on Sunday, maybe it'll still be a bit of animosity. You in on Sunday, Steve?
Thanks, Steve. I shared sweets with Steve, so got a bromance going
earlier
on.
You said he stole them?
Nah, that's not true. He was offered. In fact, I gave him to them, so I didn't eat them all, if I'm totally honest.
Good over from Overton. And he ends it with one down the leg side. But it's a maiden nonetheless, as that is the first 30 overs of the Durham innings done.
I tell you what, he's had a real crack this afternoon. Him and Jake Ball have been excellent, I think. And have been unlucky not to pick up more wickets, and obviously Ball yet to grab one. But Overton's been impressive. And I'm not surprised that Gregory's gone to these two to try and break this excellent partnership from Durham, which has put them right in command here on day one. Yeah, so tomorrow I will be watching my Chesterley Street. We're away to Castle Eden tomorrow in the North East Premier League. So yeah, looking forward to that. We had a really good win last week against an excellent South Northumberland side. It was our first win in the league, so it was needed, and the boys stood up and performed really well.
No doubt be a fair few Durham cricketers in action as well. We'll keep you up to date on the live stream, and me and Sam will do our best to read out all the scores that come in. I think Ash has got the fixture list up there.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at some of the games that are going on tomorrow, because I am rubbish with things like that, if I'm totally honest with you. Ollie Robinson's flirted a few times, hasn't he, outside that off stump. But so far, he's managed to survive, and in between that, he's played some absolutely gorgeous shots. But he's just going through a little tough period here at the moment, where the Somerset bowlers are bowling nicely to him, and can he get through, along with Bedingham, to look to take Durham towards that 171. No, he can't.
And gone.
And that is a well-deserved wicket for Jake Ball. I thought he's been excellent today, and you just felt that was coming for Ollie Robinson. I think Overton and Ball have worked really well to combine, and Robinson goes, caught behind by James Rue off the bowling of Jake Ball for 46, and that breaks that excellent partnership between the two of them, and Durham now 133 for 4.
It had been coming. Somerset had been plugging away and hadn't got the luck of the draw over the last hour or so, but they get their luck there. Ollie Robinson, as you mentioned, Ash, had flirted outside his off peg and now pays the price. He departs for a very well made 46, and well, you know, just the England Test captain strides out at number 6.
Who is that?
I haven't seen this guy bat before, Ash.
Stones. Ben Stones is coming in. Big round of applause there. Obviously some of that for Ollie Robinson, but the crowd very excited to see their own Ben Stokes stride out to the crease to join David Bedingham out in the middle.
The last pair had the potential to be fiery and very attractive shot heavy. It just carries on.
Yeah, these two together.
just carries on. We could be in for, if these two are here till the close, we might witness some mastered classes in shots, in glorious cricket shots. But
yeah, it's an interesting one for Stokes. Obviously working his way back into red ball cricket. The first time in a long time. He's represented Durham last week. He was out early in the first innings, got a good start in the second innings, but pretty handy bowling conditions here tonight. There's only 12 overs left after this one. And these pair of Ball and Overton have bowled beautifully there. They've just ended a partnership of, I think it was 114 between Robinson and Beddingham. Beddingham's still there on 65 not out. And Robinson the man to go on 46. And Jake Ball's going to bowl around the wicket to Ben Stokes, who's quite open in his stance. And this one is defended nicely into short mid-wicket.
you mentioned the bowling conditions, Ash. There are some very, very dark clouds that have rolled over again. There's a little bit of light away to our left-hand side, but kind of directly in front of us. The Simpsons clouds have not come to play at all today, and they've been firmly replaced by some dark, menacing-looking clouds that could threaten to end the day's play early.
The lights, in fact, are now just starting to come on as Stokes allows this one through to the keeper.
Yeah, those clouds are not very nice looking. Hopefully, after this ball, we'll be able to bring you a shot of what we can see from our vantage point.
Yeah, still the best part of 45 minutes left in the day's play with the overs remaining. As ball again comes around the wicket as the lights are starting to turn on. Stokes pretty solid in defence. Defends that one out into Renshaw in the offside, and that ends a successful over from Jake Ball, and he picks up a deserved wicket. Has the figures of 1 for 18. Overton at the other end with 2 for 31. And Durham now 133 for 4. Just go through the Premier League fixtures tomorrow. You have Ashington hosting Sunderland. You have Benwell Hill hosting Tynemouth. You have Burnett Field hosting Burnmore, which should be a cracker. As I said, where Chesley Street away to Castle Eden. Felling hosts Tynedale, and South Northumberland hosts Newcastle. That's all in the Premier Division of the NEPL.
That's a premier defensive shot by Beddingham.
Just an important little period here from Durham. Can they consolidate, which would really top off an excellent day for them? Or can Somerset fight their way back into this game with a couple of late wickets? A little bit of movement still there as Overton gets that one to just move slightly away from Beddingham as he allows that one to pass through to the keeper.
Yep, the lights now fully operational. Good to see majority of the crowd still sticking around on this Friday evening.
Just squared up there a little bit, Beddingham. And fixtures in Division 1. Eppleton hosts Seaham Harbour. Gateshead Fell host Hetton Lions. Lanchester hosts Sacriston. Seaham Park, who are currently top of the league, host Crook. Shotley Bridge hosts Philadelphia, and Wellington host Whitburn. There's some cracking games of club cricket there in the Premier League tomorrow. And Beddingham flicks that one away fine, and it will run away for 4. Just a little bit straight from Overton, a little bit finer I think than Beddingham was intending, but he'll pick up another boundary.
Yeah, just too easy for Beddingham to flick away off the hips.
down the leg side, and he moves himself on to 69 from 78 balls.
As usual, if you want to get in touch with us, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Myself and Rob on the X platform. And that one's short and imperious from Bedingham. He launches into that, doesn't quite get all of it, but will still comfortably make it across towards one of Vic's tractors for 4. Did he just do the bail trick there?
The cameras haven't picked up, but Craig Overton has just done the Stuart Broad bail trick. He has flicked them over at the non-striker's end.
That's a great shot again from Bedingham. Picking up the length quickly there and putting that one away. He moves on to 73, and Durham now 141 for 4, trailing by 30. And this one is again fine, and the bail trick doesn't work as he tickles that one off his hip for 4 more. 3 in a row from Bedingham. And just as Somerset was starting to creep back into the contest, Bedingham hits consecutive boundaries, well 3 in a row actually, and moves on to 77, and Durham on to 145 for 4. Yeah, we'll have to write these down our Twitter platforms. But Sam J. Dalling.
We have a graphic.
Yeah.
We have a graphic that we managed to flick up during the Essex game. I wonder if we'll be able to get that potentially sorted out in time for the next round of county championship games. Maybe not.
Got Rob Rush 02.
That is the one.
And Ashthorpe 25 apparently. I'm the only one I don't know my own. My mate's just sent me a text telling me he loves me. Cheers, Jonah. There's one of us out there.
There's one Jake Ball out there, and he's clipped by Ben Stokes, but the leg side is packed.
Yeah, a little catching mid-wicket there. Stokes, just in case he decides to clip anything away in the air. 2 slips still in place. Jake Ball in the middle of a pretty good spell here. Deservedly picked up the wicket of Ollie Robinson in the last over. A really important passage of play here.
Anyone else still going alongside us in the county championship, I wonder? Well, we are the only game left on in Div 1. Lancashire and Warwickshire have been off a bad light, and I believe they'll probably just end up calling it there. Hampshire close on 102 for 1, so they're well on top in their game against Surrey at the Utility Bowl, trailing by just 25 and have 9 wickets in hand.
It's a good first day. Oh,
big LBW shout.
Stokes has gone for 0.
1 brings 2. I mentioned it to Sam, and that is what's happened. Ben Stokes goes without scoring. Jake Ball has another. Stokes not exactly pleased with that decision, and his acclimatisation to red ball cricket continues. He goes for a 6-ball duck, and Durham, who were sitting pretty, around 132 for 3, and now being dragged back into this by Somerset, now 145 for 5. As you mentioned earlier, no play at New Road between Worcestershire and Notts, and Div 2 still got 3 of their 4 going. Derbyshire having a very good day out, 430 for 5 down at Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 344 for 8 against Leicestershire. Sussex close on 295 for 4 against Middlesex, and Yorkshire still going 292 for 7, so they've had a bit of a collapse from where they were earlier. And Essex close on 287 for 4 in their game against Kent. Solid batting all round, everyone at least getting a start for Essex, and Graham Clark now strides out in the same batting position as his shirt number. He's out at number 7, and he could probably do with seeing this one through to the close for anything to have some time at the crease. He's not quite had the same volume of runs that his Div 2 campaign last year heralded, dropping down the order to number 7, as we mentioned, to accommodate Ben Stokes. And he, as I mentioned, not quite had the runs that he's wanted, maybe not had the time at the crease that he would have liked. So I think maybe personally for Clarkey, he probably wants to see this one through to the close, if anything, to help his team out of what's turned into a very good 15-20 minutes for Somerset.
Tough period to bat, isn't it? Tend to have seen wickets go in clumps today. The lights are on now, and there's still that little bit of lateral movement. And Jake Ball has bowled very well. On as a concussion substitute for Michael Pretorius, who was struck in the head, if you didn't realise, earlier by Ben Rain.
Wisely left. I wonder if it might. I imagine it's Paul Coughlin who's got the will have the pads on next.
Yeah, it'd be Coughlin and Rain.
And then Parkinson, I think, has a rare promotion up the order to number 10.
I was going to say, toss a coin between the
judging
two, who are both pretty reasonable lower order players.
But based on when they last played at Hampshire, I think
Siddle was 11, wasn't he?
Parkinson got the higher order. I think he also took the opportunity to take that number 10 spot. No Matthew Potts to play night watchman this game. He's rested after a very heavy workload. Not missed a single game since the start of the season, has Potsy, but he's been allowed to feet up this weekend. Still talks a large game in the football and the warm-ups, as all of them do. Yep. So that competitive spirit doesn't go away, but
definitely not.
I think he'll be thankful for a weekend workload off. Wicket maiden. First of the innings for Jake Ball, 2 for 18.
Yeah, in the middle of an excellent spell here, Jake Ball. Himself and Overton. Transferring a bit of pressure back onto Durham. There's still 10 overs remaining in the day. And crucial here. Durham should probably be just about in front by the close of play, but how many wickets down will there be? Two slips in place for Bedingham and a deep point. As Overton comes in now. This one's defended right off the middle of the bat to Leach, who fires the ball back to James Rue behind the stumps. Two wickets has definitely given the Somerset boys some energy there as they're up and about in the field. Noise levels are noticeably up. And this one strikes Bedingham in front, but I think there's a little scratch on that one. And again, good questions being asked by this Somerset pair. As Bedingham inspects the inside edge. He's very wide bat he seems to be using at the moment. It's in some form, the South African. 77 not out. This one he drives gloriously with the bat, and he'll pick up at least one, and he'll settle for the one. A good bit of fielding there at mid-off. Moves on to 78 now, and Durham on to 146 for 5.
What Durham might be thinking about here is that it's going to be very unlikely for both of these two to bowl to the end of the day. Maybe only one or two more left. Individually more for Ball and Overton. Just need to get through.
Oh, and Clark has a big drive at that one as it pitches and moves away from him and into the gloves. Fortunately for Clark, without a scratch. And that'll just give them a little bit more encouragement out there in the field. And Overton just letting Clark know what a good shot he thought that was.
Yeah, Craig's not exactly, he's not shy.
I love it. And this one's on the hip of Clark, who defends out into the leg side. Really awkward time to bat here. The lights are on. Somerset tails are really up. Overton and Jake Ball. Craig Overton picking up the first two, well, with the ball. In fact, you could say the first 3 with running out Alex Lees as well, backing up. Jake Ball with the last 2. Clark nicely in behind that one, defending to end the over. With a good one there. Overton, 11 overs, 2 for 44. And Jake Ball really impressive. 2 for 18 in this spell. He has 2 for 9. Overton just finishing his 4th over in this spell.
Do you remember Ash mentioning the Metronome CC on our last
Yes.
live stream? They are in action on Sunday. They're down playing Sherwood CC Sunday 11. So if you are in and around the Sherwood area,
nice.
Get yourselves down, raising money for autism awareness charity. Please donate if you can. Very good cause. Started up by 2 good friends of mine, Bex and Michael Coleman, doing amazing work in the cricketing scene.
Very best of luck. Hope you have a great day and raise lots of money. As Vic and the ground crew pack up their chairs and probably prepare for the end of day's play. That's when everybody else is packing up for the day. They've got the work to do of getting the covers on and anything else that needs doing. Long day for Vic and the team. It's good from Benningham again. Just probably feels like he's missed out a little bit there, trying to hit the gap in between mid-on and mid-wicket. Sun's starting to break through again a little bit away to the southwest where the breeze is coming from. The birds are singing.
Oh
and
my
ball
word.
short, and that is launched towards the River Weir.
I do not envy Harry who's doing the compilations and the matchday coverage today, because he's got so many glorious David Bedingham shots to go back and look from.
I mentioned it earlier that the first 4 I think he hit, he pulled controlled for 4. And I said that if he keeps getting them, he isn't looking to hit them on the floor, and he's hit 2 or 3 into the back of the stand now. He picks up that length so quickly.
He just is so easy to watch. Like, you can talk, people will talk about Joe Root, James Vince, Dan Lawrence, Harry Brooks, all these guys that are lovely to watch. It just gets me thinking, if you had like a batting lineup of all of these guys in the same team, hypothetically, James Vince, Joe Root, Harry Brook, David Bedingham, you would be entertained for hours and hours and hours on end just watching these guys go to work. It's such a privilege to be around to watch it and be able to be up close and personal. And he's 84 now, and he just seems to be in the zone. He just seems to be in the zone right now.
Oof.
As I say that,
please don't say that anymore. He's just had a big wafty drive at that one. Bedingham on the up. If anybody's earned the right to have a bit of luck today, it's definitely David Bedingham. Who, as you say, he's such a chilled guy, and that just comes across in his batting. That he must be in such a good headspace right now.
oh wait, last ball of the over, 152 for 5. Bedingham will make it 153 for 5. I was down at Hampshire with them, and I was out day 2. I had a long day 1, and it's not gone great, and I'd taken the camera down to go grab some photos, and I see Bedders walking down from the changing room to come and join the lads for the football warm-up.
Yeah.
I jokingly say to him, "You've missed your photo shoot chance." Turns around, walks back, turns around and does a model walk on.
He's some boy.
Oh, he's just lovely. He's just lovely to be around.
He's a good human.
Yeah, one of the best, and it's just amazing to be around, and all of the boys love him. Everyone was so delighted for him when he got that chance over the winter, and then took full advantage of it. He's got to face Craig Overton here, though. Uppish, but he's safe. Just about. Oh, and there'll be a chance, and there will be. Well, I can't quite make out who's backing up. I think it might be Andy Mead.
It was definitely Renshaw who threw it,
but
probably needlessly.
Yeah, it was very harsh, and Andy Mead took a bit of a stinger and wasn't able to collect it cleanly on the follow-through, and Bedingham won't mind that. Oi. Still so much movement hanging around
swinging,
here.
Didn't it? The seam must have been perfect for that. As it went past the batter, it kept swinging away towards Gregory at first slip, who was probably thankful that Rue got across and protected his shin at the end. 155 for 5 now.
I would say there's been a lot of talk. There is always a lot of talk about England wicket, but it has just been nice to watch Rue keep, and he's just been very tidy in his work. Like, not even trying to spark a debate or anything. Bedingham drives this one, but won't be any run. He's just been very tidy behind the stumps. There's not been very many mistakes. He's very technically sound, and to think he's still so young, and that he should get better with age. And Somerset have definitely got a very good cricketer on their hands down at Taunton.
Yeah, obviously very talented with the bat. Yet to concede a bye in this innings. As you said, being very tidy behind the stumps.
Do wonder how many more overs Somerset try and squeeze out of Jake Ball and Overton. These have been long spells from them. Just over 7 overs left in the day. I did say it would be a tall order to ask both of them to go through to the end, but they are bowling really well here. And David Bedingham doesn't care how well you're bowling. He does not give a care in this world. You can bowl your best ball and Bedingham will still find a way to get you for runs, and he moves himself into the 90s with a sumptuous clip.
Yeah, that was nice. That was just so nice.
Nothing there.
No.
7 overs left, 159 for 5.
Yeah, just creeping up towards that Somerset total now. Trailing by 12. As a whole, if Durham don't lose any more wickets, you would feel that they've had a very, very good day. If Somerset were able to eke out 1 or 2 more here by the close,
you'd say even Stevens.
Say it's pretty even, yeah.
I don't think Lewis Gregory won't be too disheartened by what he's seen out there from his boys with the ball as Stevens.
Say it's pretty even, yeah.
I don't think Lewis Gregory won't be too disheartened by what he's seen out there from his boys with the ball as Jake Paul decides to have a bowl, and Graham Clark is off the mark with a single. You know, there's not much more you can ask for after you've been rolled for 170.
Yeah, and they fought hard to get to that as well, didn't they, the last couple of partnerships?
Yeah, Miguel Pretorius very, very nicely steering the lower order around with him. And, you know, Lewis Gregory, he obviously won't be happy with the bat, but with the ball you've got Durham halfway down, and you think if you can get one of these two out, you're then into your lower middle order, and then you've got a real chance to keep this game as even as possible.
Attempted flick there on the leg side and just getting a really thick leading edge, but thankfully all the way along the floor from a Durham point of view. Yeah, when the 8th wicket went down, there was 119 on the board, and that was Tom Banton, and you thought, well, Durham could wrap this up really quickly, but an excellent partnership between Davey and Pretorius got them up to 154, and then another little partnership between Pretorius and Jack Leach, who was dropped in the slips.
I think it was third ball off Ben Stokes by Colin Ackerman.
So that was probably the only blot on Durham's booked so far today. And then Durham in reply got off to a bit of a horror start. Alex Lees backing up. Scott Borthwick played an absolutely gorgeous straight drive, and Overton got a hand on it, and Lees was out backing up. And then Ackerman nicked one off Overton to Lammonby in the slips. Borthwick was then LBW. And Clark,
That is out.
That's out, and Jake Ball's wonder spell continues.
Somerset pick up their second bowling bonus point. Definitely a day to be a bowler, not a day to be a batter so far, unless your name's David Beddingham.
So this spell from Jake Ball has so far got 3 for 18 and has ripped through the middle order of Durham, and that's an important wicket there, and it now gets Somerset down into the all-rounders. Durham are 161 for 6 and still trail by 10.
Yeah, Graham Clark, he never really looked set this evening. He'll be
Parky.
He is indeed. Callum Parkinson. Do we need to check him for a nosebleed?
Must be the old coming in as the Nighthawk.
Do we need to check Callum Parkinson for a nosebleed? He's coming in at number 8. Here he's got 6. He's just got over 6 and a bit overs to help see out alongside David Beddingham, who's in the 90s, and I wonder if potentially Beddingham is starting to. These is where the games can, from Somerset, they can try and play some with Beddingham, in that he's not got many partners left, but he is so close to 3 figures. Does it potentially get in the South African's mind? But Callum Parkinson promoted from number 10. He'll come in and do the Matthew Potts role of being Durham's night watcher. He's got 3 slips to contend with. It's Jake Ball, as you mentioned, Ash, on a very good stint. And he's proved to be a more than handy concussion substitute for Miguel Pretorius.
I tell you what, between the two of them, they've had a real input into today's play, with Pretorius getting 50 and now Jake Ball ripping through the middle order of Durham. He currently has 3 for 27 as he goes flying past the outside edge of Parkinson. Just watching Clark's dismissal a couple of times there, and there might be a little technical thing there where his bat is almost hidden behind his back shoulder a little bit, so he's having to come around his front pad, and he wasn't able to catch up with the ball there before that crashed into him, and he was adjudged LBW. And ball comes in again, and that's a really nice positive piece of timing from Parkinson. He's off the mark as he drives that to mid-off. And Durham now 162 for 6. David Beddingham is on 92 not out, and Callum Parkinson is on 1.
Leicestershire and Glamorgan have ended for the day down at Leicestershire. Glamorgan end 352 for 8. Eddie Byram 86 and Kieran Carlson 80. Sam Northeast still there on 61. Not out. Craig Overton wants to make light work of Callum Parkinson, and he almost does straight away.
That's going to beat a lot of players. No disrespect to Callum Parkinson, that is a seed.
You put that down in the category because you've done well to miss it.
Yeah. And to be fair to him, he's just played the line, and that's nibbled away from him. There's a pretty good delivery that from Overton.
Might try and the in swinger now, try and bring LBW into play.
Oh.
And somehow Callum Parkinson has survived and also scampered 2.
You might have heard the call there. It was like Beddingham was waiting for him to get to the non-strikers and saying, maybe that's 2, Cal.
And Cal was like, yes.
Yeah.
It's what the night watchman was there to do. He's there to take
the strike.
He's there to take the majority of the strike. You know, Parkinson goes with no disrespect to him. He's not the most important batter left for Durham.
I thought that had just crashed into his pads there.
I thought Craig Overton was going to be doing a celeb repeal and umpire was going to be raising his finger, but the Bolton fan survives.
It's umpire Hartley from that end, isn't it?
I believe with that, with Leicestershire and Glamorgan finishing, we are definitely the last game on in Div 1, and Yorkshire and Northampton are still going down at Northamptonshire. Yorkshire currently 308 for 7. Parkinson does well to dig that one out. Shan Masood made 60 before he was out. Adam Lyth 109, and apart from that from Yorkshire, only one other batter got above 20. And as I say that, we are now the last game going. They have just closed down at Northamptonshire.
Solid from Parkinson. One ball remaining in the over. Although Beddingham's really comfortable, will Parkinson look to try and take a single off this last ball? Protect his partner down the other end, and the rest of the lads. Still trailing by 764 for 6. Yeah, well left. Definitely a little flirt there from Parkinson. As that one, I think with Overton's energy levels, that one dies through to the keeper, and that might be the end of Craig Overton for tonight. Wholehearted spell from him. He's bowled 6 overs in that spell. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but in partnership with Jake Ball has really put some pressure back on Durham's batters.
That's sometimes the way it goes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You can bowl a lot of jaffers and not get the reward, and your mate down the other end. I mean, by no means Jake Ball bowled badly, but Jake Ball's certainly picked up. He's got the rewards. He's got Ben Stokes, he's got Graham Clark, Ollie Robinson as well.
3 big wickets.
Stokes and Clark only adding 1 between them, and Ollie Robinson 44 before he flirted too much and Jake Ball found his outside edge. And Beddingham just gently rocks onto the back foot.
Batting on a different pitch from everybody else, isn't he?
I mean, you don't have to apply that to just this game.
Yeah, very true.
I think he's the only Durham batter this year who's not got out in single figures. I think his lowest score was the first innings of the season down at Warwickshire. He was out for 39. Apart from that, I think he's gone on to raise the bat at least once in every innings, if not multiple occasions in the same innings.
Solid
Good.
that from Parkinson.
Good, solid work.
Nothing wrong with a good solid block, is there, these days? You don't see a lot of them.
Absolutely. And speaking of good, solid work, a big thank you to our stream team.
What?
Steve and Simon.
Simon up on the roof all day, man. What a guy.
Steve controlling everything from his new office away to our right-hand side. He looks very, very at home and very proud of his new setup.
Sitting in his sunnies with the lights on.
If you want, Steve, I can take the praise back.
He's done a great job. Very impressive production team.
Did see Lewis Gregory warming up a couple of overs ago. I imagine he might bowl the last 2 from the Lumley end.
I'd be surprised to see Leach have a little couple here as well. Left arm spinner to left arm spinner.
Down the leg side. An appeal out of hope.
Yeah, that's a big. That's a big. It was full, but it wasn't straight. It was definitely angling down the leg side, and umpire Chantry didn't want anything to do with that one. From Durham's point of view, you just hope that kisses the pad and goes down to fine leg for 4 leg buys, but James Rue did really well to tidy that up. Come on, Parky lad.
That is not the shot of a tail ender. That is the shot that many middle order batters would be happy with.
It's a lovely square drive from Callum Parkinson. Picks up 2.
Well, Ryan Campbell did joke at the start of the season that with Matthew Potts that Parkinson was going to take his job
Yeah.
as night watcher. I think obviously Potts took that one personally.
Just cracked 100 at, where was it, Edgbaston?
Yeah. 149 as a night watcher and said, don't you dare pull that joke on me again, Cambo. More runs for...
Get another couple here.
No, you just want the single.
Keep the strike as well. Great night watchman batting that.
Jake Ball with a little shoulder tap of appreciation. I think that might be Ball done for the evening. And Craig Overton's not yet done.
Ah, fair play. Both had 6 over spells. Jake Ball 3 wickets in his. Overton yet to pick up a wicket. 3 for 23 in this spell from Jake Ball. She said removing Ollie Robinson, and these two really troubled Ollie before he was dismissed. You could kind of feel that coming, and it was at that period where can Ollie Robinson ride that out and get past that. Unfortunately, he nicked one from a Durham point of view. Overton into Parkinson, who's solidly again behind that. And then Stokes was out LBW, as was Graham Clark. So it's been a good period and a good finish to the day for Somerset. Durham still trail by just the 3 now, 6 wickets down. That's a good lead from Parkinson. Some good energy there from Craig Overton as well, as that one really thudded through into the keeper's gloves.
I reckon Cal's the type of guy that relishes this sort of opportunity.
He's a real competitor, I think, with himself as much as anything else. He's tough.
Does mean that Peter Siddle will more than likely come out as number 11, or maybe even this evening if one of these two.
Double night watchman. Solid again from Parkinson.
Ben Rain and Paul Coughlin deciding enough's enough for us. We'll take this evening off. We'll go have a good night's sleep, and we'll come back tomorrow and bat when needed to.
It's been a long session, this one, for the Somerset bowlers.
Yeah, 43 overs when it's all said and done. Lovely bit of footwork there from Parkinson up onto the back foot, and then some good football skills, I believe, by Tom Banton. Maybe Matt Renshaw, can't quite pick it out. As you can see, 3 slips accompanying James Rue. Might well be a nervous wait for David Beddingham overnight. Big shout.
It's a bit high, I think. Maybe going down, but it is a shout. Might have got a bit of flesh there from Parkinson, who's given that a real rub. You'll wear that as a badge of honour. Parkinson sees that over off, and it's a maiden from Craig Overton. 3 overs left in the day. And Jake Ball is going to continue into his 7th over of the spell. Overton just completed his 7th over. 168 for 6, trailing by just 3 now. And Beddingham on strike on 93. Solid work in the last over from the night watchman Parkinson.
It does look like these two are going to go through to the end.
Yeah, they've bowled well, haven't they? Excellent spell from both of them.
Immediately the call is 2. And 2 is what they shall get.
Might get through. Oh.
No, don't think.
No. Scores are level. Are they? No, they're not. 1 behind. Only got the 2 there, didn't they?
Jumping the gun there, Ash.
Yeah, getting excited.
95 for David Bedingham. Just a wide sort of, Gregory is now at third slip for Bedingham. There's a very big gap, as you can now see. Down leg side. But yeah, you've got a backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket, 2 men back on the leg side and man out at deep point. That is the field that Bedingham is contending with.
It's a big effort this from Jake Ball. Up until T, he wasn't participating in the game. That one's floaty and squirted away by Bedingham. And it'll be at least 2. Durham now have the lead.
That's gone.
Has it gone for 4?
That has gone. It's trickled over the rope.
Yeah, by the crowd reaction, it has gone for 4. And Durham have the lead, and Bedingham
99
is on 99.
It would be
some innings.
It'd be
101 balls so far.
It would be a nice way to end the day. Just the 2.5 overs left. Field changes. Everyone on the offside is up on the single.
No, Bedingham pushes this one away into
I've
the onside.
I've got the nerves now for him.
No, mate, relax.
He spoke. He still does get nervous in the 90s, so hopefully he can keep control of them.
I think we all do, mate. Not that it's happened to me for a
No,
while.
I can't say I've ever got above 30, let alone triple that. So
yeah, no matter how cool you think you are, you get close to that, you're definitely twitching a little bit.
Jake Ball, it's been some bowling effort from him. As Ash said, he wasn't playing in the game up until T.
Oh,
and David Bedingham has his 4th consecutive century for Durham. 144 down at Hampshire, twin centuries at Lancashire, at Blackpool, and now a century at Seats Unique Riverside. Take a bow, a class above, and putting Durham into a stronger position as they close day 1. The lead now stands at 4. Well played, David Bedingham.
That's a beautiful innings. What an ugly way to get to such a beautiful century. But he won't care, and neither do the Durham fans. That's thoroughly deserved. As he brings up his 100 off 103 balls, 13 4s and 2 glorious 6s. And Parkinson lets that one down the leg side, so just the 2 overs remaining. And we'll just leave you to hear the round of applause that Beddingham's about to get again.
Just a class above. Just a class above.
Yeah, the bloke can bat. It's been an absolute pleasure to see that again today. The partnership between him and Robinson has been the difference between the 2 sides so far. Absolutely outstanding. Over to bowl the last over.
From the Lumley end, and that is a...
I was just seeing if that was a wide. That was...
It's just 1 for the over.
Yeah. I'm sure Durham would be quite happy with that, actually. That's not another ball. Tick that one off. 11 balls remaining in the day's play. David Bedingham. Absolute different gravy.
Solid.
Very solid in behind that one. And this is where Durham now will be thinking, right, let's get down, 6 down, get to the close of play. We've got a little lead here. We've got Bedingham still at the crease. We've still got Coghlan and Ben Rain to come. Can we build something on day 2?
How would you go about summing this day then up, Ash?
The game has moved forward. It is the old probably cliche, it's moved forward at a rapid rate. It's been a good toss to win. I think Durham have bowled pretty well. They'll be a little bit disappointed in the partnerships of the last 2 Somerset wickets, getting them up to 170, where they were hoping probably to knock them over for 130, 140. After a horror start, I think the partnership between Robinson and Beddingham has been the huge difference in the day's play, and I think the spell from Jake Ball to finish off the day has been very, very good. But yeah, David Beddingham standing on the mountain above all of it for me. What about you, mate?
I'd go very similar lines. Somerset, as looking from their point of view, they will be relatively happy with how they've gone about their business with the ball, especially this spell that these two have produced at the end of the day has been very good. Naturally, very disappointed with how they performed with the bat, but when you're asked to bat on a very green-looking pitch first up, it was always going to be tough. They'll obviously want to try and snag another wicket before the close here, but if not, very much so, those 4 wickets are firmly on the agenda tomorrow morning, and try and build out a lead. As Beddingham blocks out a maiden.
1 to come.
That's the 4th for Craig Overton, and it will be Jake Ball to round off proceedings of this day 1 clash between Durham and Somerset at Seat-Unique Riverside, of which David Beddingham will take most of the plaudits.
Yeah, serious effort. That 8-over spell to finish the day from Craig Overton. He's bowled 15 in the session, has 2 for 52. That is a big effort. As you can see him there at second slip there, hunched over. That'll have taken a lot out of him. But his captain standing next to him will be really proud of that effort.
Callum Parkinson high on the LBW appeal. He has 5 balls left.
I don't reckon Beddingham's running here at all.
No, if I was Beddingham, I would literally just be walking across.
Yeah. Just walk back to the pavilion, go and stand on the edge of the boundary and
yeah.
Right, you have the rest, mate. I've done my
I'll
bit.
take my gloves off, I'll take my helmet off, pads are off. I'm not doing a single thing. I wonder if he'll be willing to have a chat at the end of play. Oh, what a drive! He won't get all of it.
Two.
He won't. He won't get the reward of the 4, but it's a lovely looking drive.
It's the perfect result
from Parkinson. He moves himself to 8 from 22. The lead now sits at 6. As we tick down towards 7 o'clock here on what's turned out to be a very entertaining day of red ball cricket. You can play as much T20 as you want. Red ball will always be there. Good decision.
Yeah,
good decision.
Again, say Overton's bowled a really good spell of 8 overs. This is Jake Ball's 8th as well. He's got 3 for 32 in this spell. Durham currently 6 runs to the good and 6 wickets down. But yeah, it's been an entertaining day's cricket for me. It's always been something happening.
David Beddingham now currently sits on 794 championship runs for the season.
Needs some more throwdowns, mate.
And
needs to practice harder.
He is the first Durham batter to get centuries in 4 consecutive innings.
There you go. Serious effort.
I mentioned about the confidence. The talent has always been there. Marcus North scouting him, bringing him in as a Colpack player, taking a chance, which David Beddingham said right at the start of the year he'd always be grateful to Marcus and to Durham for giving him this platform and this opportunity to kick on his career. He left South Africa behind for a while, had ambitions of playing Test cricket for England and being in that middle order, reversed his decision last summer to represent the country of his birth, rewarded after a fine Division 2 season with maiden Test call-ups, maiden 50, maiden 100. He's come back to Durham and continued where he left off. Callum Parkinson has been more than an able foil for him in this last 20 or so minutes and sees out the last ball of the day 177 for 6, Durham, in reply to Somerset's 171 all out. Ben Stokes with 4 wickets. And maybe slight concern for Somerset. Jake Ball looks like he's pulled up. If you're maybe feeling a bit of tightness. But that is where we now currently sit. 43 overs of Durham's first innings down. Durham 3 bowling bonus points, Somerset have 2. Jake Ball and Craig Overton with a lengthy spell to close the game as Vic and his team now get to work on covering the pitch ready for the overnights. And that will see us through to the end of this live stream on day 1. Thank you to Simon and Steve for keeping us going on YouTube all day. Thank you to Toby, Ash and Sam for joining me. Thank you, Vic, for coming on, and we'll be back with you just before 11 o'clock, but take in this applause from the crowd for David Beddingham. Good night.